Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651. The whole stadium went crazy after seeing what happened in front of the Argentine team's command seat on the sidelines. Oh my god. What did we see? Is this crazy crazy? He actually raised his cursed middle finger again. Oh, again. If I remember correctly, Crazy Lee almost never raised his middle finger twice in the same game in previous games. This time, let me think. This time it was less than 6 minutes away from Messi's last goal. Has his magic value recovered? Has he started to cast magic again? The provocation of Spanish fans angered Crazy Lee, and the curse appeared again. Is this the punishment of God on the football field? What kind of incredible goal will appear this time? A miracle is coming. Who will score the goal? Don't blink, don't blink. This is the live broadcast of the 2010 South Africa World Cup final. Dear viewers, please don't choose to blink at this time. If you don't know what happened, I can explain it to you again. In the 9th minute of the first half, Argentina relied on the unique shot of Barcelona king Messi to lead 1:0. At this time, facing the crazy provocation of Spanish fans, the legendary coach Crazy Lee raised his cursed middle finger for the second time. I must solemnly warn you, please open your eyes, otherwise, you may miss an unimaginable super goal. The commentators couldn't believe their eyes. This is definitely a scene that everyone is looking forward to. The shock of Messi's wonderful performance of passing 6 people in a row, brought by the first middle finger, has not dissipated, and the second climax has come again in such a short time. What will happen next? On the field, bullfighting soldiers, the Spanish team just finished an attack. Respirator, Xavi's straight pass helped Calabash boy David Villa to successfully counter offside and get a chance to score alone, and they penetrated the side guarded by Bayern's central defender, Marshall de Michelis. However, although they penetrated de Michelis this time, Blue and White Army goalkeeper Romero did not give the Spaniards a chance. The 1.96 meter tall Alchemy young goalkeeper remained calm in the face of danger, stretched his ape waist, and used a quick side dive with accurate judgment to firmly grasp Villa's push shot in his hands. And at the same time, let Holy Child Torres, who followed up like a ghost and wanted to make up the shot, return in vain. Then he immediately stood up, and Romero immediately threw the ball to launch an attack. Celebrate together, drew an elegant white arc in the air, and finally landed accurately at the feet of the back midfielder Fernando Gago. Gago stopped the ball with his back against Alonso. He chose to pass back, and then quickly turned around, and ran towards the Spanish team's penalty area defense line. Magician Riquelme received the pass from Gago. At this moment Riquelme understood what Gago meant. He pushed the ball with his arch of his foot, and the football passed Alonso and Iniesta, who came forward to press, and came to Gago's feet again. This time, Fernando Gago no longer took the ball with his back. So he did not choose to pass the ball, but ran with the ball, like an arrow from a string, fiercely stabbing into the middle of the bullfighting soldiers, and in a blink of an eye he crossed the center line, and there was only less than 20 meters left from the Spanish team's penalty area. Argentina's counter-attack is very fast. After Crazy Lee gave the middle finger, Argentina quickly got the ball. Will there be a goal? The scene on the field frightened the Spanish. Something terrible seemed to be happening. This scene was very similar to the previous goal. Gago passed the ball. High ball. Higuain. Little smoker. Higuain got the ball. See how he handles it. It's over again. Messi got the ball. Messi again, want to shoot. On the field. Little smoker. Higuain got in position. In advance. He leaned against Spanish central defender, Golden Lion King, Pual with his back, stopped the ball with his chest, and tried to turn around forcibly at the first time, but failed. So he passed the ball back slightly, and pushed it to Barcelona King, Messi, who was following closely. At this moment, the cheers in the stands soared to the highest fixed point again. This game seemed to be destined for this shy boy named Leo Messi. In addition to more than 30,000 Spanish fans, everyone was cheering for this son of God. Messi made a powerful shot towards the ball. Although the Barcelona king did not score many long-range world-class goals in his past career, it did not mean that he would not shoot hard. As teammates, Puyol and Pique, who were deeply familiar with Messi's energy, did not dare to neglect it. The two immediately joined forces to defend, and even bravely made a move to sacrifice themselves to block the bullet hole! But, Messi, shoot, oh, no. He passed the ball. The ball was passed to the left. When Messi faked a shot and passed the ball to deceive his two Barcelona teammates, who were no longer able to adjust their body center of gravity, his foot, which was raised high and almost hit his buttocks, suddenly changed from an explosive blow to a gentle knife when it was about to hit the football hard, just like a shy and gentle lover brushing the dust off a lover's shoulders and gently pushing the football out. Celebration lightly passed the gap between Puyol and Pique point like a sharp long knife piercing through a wooden board. It flashed with cold light and came to the right side of the Spanish team point. That was the position guarded by Ramos, the future captain of Real Madrid. He turned around and chased back in a hurry, but at this moment, Bucero, another striker of the blue and white army, whizzed past him like a maglev train. Facing the rolling football, Bucero did not hesitate at all after forcibly overtaking and directly passed the ball, and celebration once again returned to the penalty area of bullfighting soldiers. Maradona's son-in-law's foot pass was very cunning. It was as light as a gorgeous rainbow, just passing between Pique and Puyol, who were desperately returning to defense. The formation of this pair of central defenders was still very scattered, especially the deliberate involvement of Little Smoker, Higuain, and Beast, Tevez, which made the gap between the two people appear very large. And what the Argentine team needs is this slightly large gap. Barcelona king Messi appeared there like a bloodthirsty assassin who appeared out of nowhere. Boom, boom. The cheers, shouts, songs, boos, and applause in the stands instantly reached the maximum. Seeing the middle finger of Crazy Lee, the fans seemed to have understood what would happen next. In the penalty area point, Messi seemed to be running a little too fast and was about to miss the ball. However, as the world's top star, he showed a superhuman adjustment ability that ordinary players could never achieve at this moment. He braked urgently while running at high speed, and at the same time, he leaned his upper body back as much as possible, and then almost with his back to the goal, he forced himself to jump slightly towards the ball. This is a fleeting and beautiful picture! The feet of Barcelona king stepped on an indescribable strange rhythm, full of beauty. He gently tilted his head, which was still wrapped in white gauze, in the air, gently doubled his head, and used the right side of his head to meet the white celebration, and gently hit it. The football jumped high again in the opposite direction. Casillas, who chose to attack, had never expected that Messi would choose to head the ball, which was his least good way to attack the goal. Casillas could only use the inertia of this attack and run to jump high, and stretched out his right arm with all his strength, trying to drag the football. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, trying hard to grab a protruding branch on the edge of a cliff. However, the almighty gravity defeated the last hope of the Spanish team. When Casillas' body began to fall, the football was still climbing up lightly point. When Casillas' toes touched the grass and his knees had not yet bent instinctively to reduce the weight of his body, the football finally began to fall slowly point. And when Casillas' knees finally bent slightly instinctively to relieve the force swish, the crisp and almost inaudible sound was like the loudest noise decibel in the world, hitting the hearts of the bullfighting soldiers, players, and fans hard. At this moment, their hearts seemed to be mercilessly smashed by a heavy hammer, and they were heartbroken. Celebrate together. The ball went right into the upper right corner of the goal. Leo Messi, Argentine. Commentator Carnitas was going crazy in his excitement. He pulled down a lot of his most cherished long blonde hair, jumped onto his seat again, and roared like a pig. His South American style of commentary made him use his super lung capacity to roar the short English word goal for almost 2 minutes without taking a breath. When he felt that he was about to suffocate, he took a short breath and then roared again. Messi, 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 Messi. Double goal. G-O-A-L. The huge sound burst out of his mouth like the collapse of the sky and the earth, and the god of war, Batistuta beside him had to cover half of his face to prevent the garlic flavored saliva from splashing on his face. In fact, Batistuta was also in an extremely shocked mood at this moment. As a member of the 8-man coaching staff of the Blue and White Army, he knew far more than the average commentator. And precisely because he knew more, the shock in Batistuta's heart was even more intense than those golden mouths who were screaming in madness and hysteria. To be honest, from Barcelona King, Messi's first dream goal with 6 players, God of War, Batty didn't see much. If we have to use it to compare the peerless goal here, and Crazy Lee, if you connect it with curse middle finger, it is that in several trainings before the game, Lee has been asking Messi to try more personal breakthroughs after getting the ball. However, the goal just now made Batty look like as if he had been cursed by the legendary petrifying eye of Medusa. He stood blankly at the commentary table because Batty was horrified to discover that the series of coordinated moves that just happened on the court had been practiced countless times as a fixed tactic in the Argentine team's previous training. Although the specific actions are different, but the passing range and routine are exactly the same! Exclamation mark. And the final effect is a real goal! Exclamation mark. It's so incredible! Exclamation mark. Is this the true face of Crazy Lee's cursed middle finger? The commentators from various countries around him were still shouting crazily, Leo Messi. He scored his second goal in the World Cup final. Oh my god. An imaginative header. This is rare in Messi's career. Barcelona King played at the most critical moment, personally top level. Crazy Lee's second middle finger. Messi's second goal. Crazy Lee's magic still exists. I'm a little worried. Please, Spanish fans should not provoke Crazy Lee now. This is too scary. If they really continue to anger this god on the sidelines like this, who knows what else will happen. Such a heavy price is not something they can afford. The wrath of madmen is unmatched. What a tragedy. Why did the Spanish team have to encounter this buggy man on the side of the court again and again, when they were the strongest and closest to the championship? Is everything destined by fate? Quote 2:0 exclamation point. Blue and White Army is getting closer and closer to the Hercules Cup. The Spanish team is in a crisis. They must catch up, otherwise they will die. Del Bosque is facing a huge test. At this time, he must pay the price for his confident threats before the game. Curse middle finger activates Messi. The commentary box was going crazy, and so were the stands throughout the stadium. Although this game has the appearance of Crazy Lee who loves to attack wildly, people still think that the World Cup final will be a cautious game. After all, no one can afford the price of losing. In the eyes of many people, don't look at the crazy person. Lee and Del Bosque had a heated exchange of words before the game. Maybe in the finals, both of them will choose to retreat conservatively. But no one thought that this time Crazy Lee was really crazy! Exclamation mark. At the beginning of the game, he did not hesitate to use the super killer weapon that is about to be forgotten by people. Curse middle finger, using lightning speed to step on the powerful opponent's Spain into the bottomless abyss! Exclamation mark. Messi's 2 wonderful goals were like a bullfighter's sword thrust into the bull's neck, and such serious injuries can basically completely disintegrate the bull's combat effectiveness. What makes the stands of the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg and hundreds of millions of Spanish fans around the world feel chilling and despairing is that this time, Madman Lee is the matador, but they themselves have become the bull, the one who is destined to be in the fight. Bulls that are mercilessly slaughtered and sent to the meat farms! Exclamation mark. Neutral fans still stood and applauded for the shy boy who ran onto the court with his little black angel in his arms more than 10 minutes ago, and for his wonderful performance in less than 10 minutes! Exclamation mark. Argentinian fans are celebrating wildly for these 2 goals that take the team to the throne. At this time, the Spanish fans stared blankly at the enemies celebrating wildly on the field and their own players who were standing still even more confused than them. This scene was something they never expected before the game. You must know the previous boasts of world sports news. Flaws' arrogance, Del Bosque's confidence, the players' ease. All this made them feel that the 2010 South Africa World Cup champion must definitely belong to their Spanish team. Their confidence in victory is like a heart filled with energy. The balloon filled with hydrogen flew high into the sky! They fully believed that their team could defeat Crazy Lee, so they provoked like crazy! But why is everything like this now? In the press area behind the stadium billboard, Flaws, who was originally full of confidence and wanted to become a Spanish national hero, at this moment, his face felt like he had been stepped on by a mud horse that had just stepped on his own feces. Same. The expression is indescribably wonderful. He racked his brains to bring Crazy Lee into disrepute, and almost used all means to do so, and finally succeeded in concocting a scene in which Crazy Lee was cheated on. He thought that through in-depth research in the past few years, he had completely grasped Crazy Lee's weaknesses, and he would definitely be able to kill him with one blow. He would be able to make Crazy Lee confused in a pinnacle game like the World Cup finals, and face the Waterloo of his coaching career. Crazy Lee forced him into a blind corner with no way out of heaven or earth, and let the guy who forced him to crawl in humiliation and make a fuss in front of the Madrid City court to taste the feeling of being humiliated by millions of people. However, he never expected that the perfect trap he had set up with so much effort and care would be cracked by Madman Lee with two effortless middle fingers. From the beginning to the end, that condescending man, the black figure, didn't even look at him. There was no existence in his eyes at all. Being ignored by the opponent he wanted to take revenge on the most was even more uncomfortable for Flaws than killing him, and it made him furious. Yes, he was burning with rage. His anger arose from his heart and turned to his guts. He clenched his fist tightly, his teeth clattered, his blood was burning like crazy. However, he did not dare to take half a step closer to the figure with that expression. Even if he ran a dozen steps, he would be able to punch Madman Lee to the ground unexpectedly, but he could not move even 1 millimeter. Because he doesn't dare. He is afraid! He was afraid that he would be torn into pieces by the people around Crazy Lee before he walked over, or even without Crazy Lee doing it himself. And he was also sure that no one would help him, not even Spanish team fans or substitutes. The players will not help themselves. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel sad for himself. Lee Tongfan continues his performance. The moment he saw Messi, he immediately turned around and waved his palms without hesitation, fanning the air. The action was exactly the same as last time. Everyone knew what he meant, and the world champion Maradona, they made such an action almost at the same time. In fact, in addition to these two fearless men, elegant Prince Redondo, who has always been famous for his elegance, also turned around to face the stands behind him. Spanish fans made a shush gesture! As for the others, although they did not take such drastic actions, they all roared and celebrated towards the Spanish fans. Everyone's face was filled with the excitement of relieving their hatred and venting their hatred. The endless provocations and taunts have already made the coaches and players on the bench full of anger. They cannot curse like these guys. But, in football, what can be a more powerful counter-attack than scoring a goal? Messi's 2 goals shut up these 30,000 extreme fans completely! The Argentinians celebrated unbridled, especially when Barcelona king Messi came here with his teammates to celebrate together. The blue and white army counter-attack reached its climax. Although the Spanish fans reacted, they booed wildly, but the boos were more like the screams of fear from a coward. Madman Lee led his disciples to celebrate heartily, like a spring breeze. Of course, at the end of the celebration, Lee Tongfan had not forgotten his threat. This time, Leo Lee stretched out 2 fingers and told the Spanish fans with gestures that this was the second goal. If you still want to enjoy such a crazy provocation to the end, then keep going. I will also score your goals. One provocation is a goal! Until you cowards are so scared that you dare not even make a sound. The game soon resumed. When referee Howard Webb blew the whistle, only 11 minutes had passed, and this was already the second time the Spanish team had kicked off in the center circle of the stadium. Bullfighting soldiers. The expressions on each soldier's face are extremely complex. On the one hand, two such incredible goals conceded in such a short period of time. This unimaginable way dealt a heavy blow to their confidence, which was about to fly like a hydrogen balloon before the game, and made their eyes look. There was a slight confusion in them. On the other hand, these two conceded goals severely hurt their self-esteem, hurt the dignity of these superstars who are the most popular players in European football, and anger began to rise in their hearts. The hearts are burning uncontrollably. For the Spanish team superstars, even if they lose in the end, they have to leave with their heads held high. They absolutely cannot accept being humiliated so easily by their opponents. Attack! Exclamation mark. Otherwise die! Exclamation mark. The horn of counter-attack has been sounded. Bull soldiers took advantage of the kickoff to launch an offensive point. Some people say that on the football field, downwind balls cannot reflect the true level of a team. Because even a team that is recognized as a weak team may upset a giant when they play like crazy, and only when the team delivers answers in adversity can it truly reflect this team. The team's heritage. From this perspective, the Spanish team's performance is worthy of being the king of European football. Although they were desperately attacking when they were behind by a big score, they still performed very calmly. There was no desperate move or panic. Ventilator Xavi was stopping the offensive in an orderly manner. He and the club's teammate Iniesta used an excellent performance to stabilize the midfield of the Bull soldiers and once again firmly controlled the football on his own side. The football was passed at the feet of the Red Warriors, and the Spanish team was like a rattlesnake with its tail coiled, still swallowing the red bloody letter, patiently waiting for the opportunity. And their patience was soon rewarded. After consecutive passes with teammate Iniesta attracted most of the attention of the Argentine team's defensive force, Xavi suddenly changed the target of the pass. He used an incredible outside-in step to pick up the ball, letting the football float on the green lawn. A winding arc was drawn on it, and finally it came to the feet of Angel Wings, Juan Mata. This was a surprise tactical change. Juan Mata's performance before this was very average and did not attract much defensive power, but as soon as he got the ball, the Argentina team reacted. It's going to be bad. After Mata got the ball, his whole body seemed to change instantly, like a peerless sword hidden in the scabbard that suddenly came out of its sheath. In a flash of cold light, he retreated to his own half to participate in the defense. The beast, Tevez, became the first ghost under the knife, and Mata used a beautiful escape move to get rid of him. Next, Juan Mata's speed did not slow down at all. Angel Wings continuously changed directions to get rid of it, and then passed the double midfielders of Blue and White Army, Fernando Gago and Mascherano, broke through the Argentine team's middle defense, and galloped down! Exclamation mark. This scene reminded the lifeless Spanish fans' camp of exclamations. Mata's series of movements are completely different from the gorgeous dribbling style of South American players. They are clearly imprinted with European football style. The movements are simple and practical, and extremely reflect the rationality and fastness of handling the ball, but the effect is completely the same. His moves are deadly, and his skills are as good as his own. A series of breakthroughs by three people instantly reminded people of Messi's previous peerless performance. Being called one of the four kings alongside Messi by many authoritative football media and professional commentators, Mata obviously has abilities that are not inferior to Messi. The cheers of Spanish fans are getting louder and louder. If this at that time, Mata can score a moral boosting goal like Messi through 6 people in a row, and then the hope of the Spanish team will be restored. Juan Mata, beautiful. Point 1. Continue. Now, get rid of it perfectly. Point 2. You can do it. You can do it. Rush and rush. Yes. 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 3. 3 people in a row. Got. Keep going. Go. 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 Spanish commentator servants were shouting wildly incoherently from the stands. Even coach Vicente Del Bosque on the sidelines nervously held his hand. Crazy Lee's 2 middle fingers not only deceived the fans and players, but even the old coach was knocked unconscious. Seeing hope when he was almost in despair, the old man was excited to death. Exclamation mark. However, Li Tongfan obviously knew his proud disciple very well. He specially arranged many tactics on how to defend Juan Mata before the game, and this time the specific executor was Captain Javier Zanetti. The soul of Inter Milan adopted the most effective and safe one. He did not giving Angel Wings a chance to go further. He rushed forward and directly blocked Mata's advance route with his shoulders, knocking Juan Mata over with his body. Seeing this scene, the cheers of the Spanish fans were like a duck that has been strangled by the neck, and it suddenly stopped. Force. Referee Howard Webber's whistle also sounded at the same time. The Spanish team got a direct free kick opportunity from about 35 meters from the front of the penalty area. Today I'm finally officially certified to work and have a driving license. Emotion! Exclamation mark. Time is like running water, and so is the knife. My youth, please give me a monthly ticket to soothe a man's heart. Chapter 652. If someone offends me, I will kill him. TMBD first update. Ventilators Avi and Calabash. David Villa stood in front of the football point among the 11 players on the field of ball soldiers. These two are the candidates with excellent free kick skills. Of course, Angel Wings. Juan Mata's free kicks are also good, and they are good for the Magpies in the Premier League. The Legion has repeatedly made military exploits, but Mata is standing far away from the penalty spot at this time. It seems that he is not prepared to participate in the penalty kick. Spanish fans stood up one after another, looking forward to the miracle. Argentinian fans did not hesitate to send overwhelming boos to their opponent's point force. Referee Howard Webber blew the whistle for a free throw. Xavi Villa, who will take the free kick. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Spain needs to tie the score urgently, otherwise this game will end early for them. God bless, Spanish. Narrator servants is praying devoutly. On the field amidst the noise in the sky. Ventilator. Harvey calmly raised his head and glanced at the position of the goal, then lowered his head and took a deep breath, leaned forward slightly, and started to run, from slow to fast, galloping towards the football. It's Harvey. Xavi personally takes the free kick. Ventilator is currently the indispensable commander of the Spanish team. His role is equivalent to the magician realm set up by Madman Lee and the Argentina team. This type of player usually silently and secretly provides support for the striker. The gorgeous killers make suggestions, and once the team encounters a critical moment of difficulty, they will often step forward to save the team. This time, can Ventilators save the Spanish team? His eyes were firm, and his steps were extremely steady. The distance is getting closer. The legs have been swung up. Everyone thought Xavi would choose to shoot directly, because David Villa, who was standing in front of the football with him, didn't even have a run-up, and Barcelona's new forward didn't even leave himself any room for a run-up. But when Harvey finally touched the ball, he chose to pass the ball pass gently to David Villa. What's going on? Just before people turned around and thought about how Villa would handle the ball, the answer was revealed in the next second. Villa's choice was to firmly step on the ball. At this time, the mutation on the field regenerated. Angel Wings. Juan Mata, who was originally standing in the distance playing soy sauce, showed his ferocious face when people were not paying attention. He did not know when he had quietly activated it, but when his figure appeared in the broadcast camera when it hit, the most terrifying fangs of Angel Wings had already been revealed. Boom. A huge muffled sound shook the whole place. The football goes from standing still to turning into a white line in an instant. This is the straightest white line in the world. Even the data calculated by the computer is nothing more than this. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying energy is contained in Juan Mata's thin body, which can actually explode like this. Foot-shattering shot. So much so that, after he blasted the football, his entire body stagnated in the air due to the huge reaction force. Quick, extremely fast, too fast. Argentina goalkeeper Romero is powerless. Moreover, the ball was not only incredibly fast, but also had a very tricky angle. It almost hit the angle between the crossbar and the uprights. Although Romero judged the correct movement of the defensive line in advance, in the end it was still not enough. Playing football. Aha. The football hits the net. He smashed the white net into a bulge that refused to fall for a long time. The ball went in. Goal. 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 Spanish. Commentator servants burst into tears. Has God finally heard my prayer? The goal really went in. He felt as excited and relieved as the 70-year-old man who had held in his urine on the train for 18 hours during the Chinese Spring Festival and finally made it to the toilet. He roared crazily, scored by former Real Madrid player Juan Mata. A crucial goal. Boom, boom. The ones who are crazy and boiling are undoubtedly the Spanish fans. The red crowd cheers and sets off a wave, like the flame of destructive passion released from hell, burning crazily and seeming to swallow everything. Well, the golden mouths in the commentary box are also going crazy. This goal goes in. Juan Mata, the Spanish team finally got a goal back. The goal was scored by Newcastle superstar Juan Mata. The angel wings, pulled out by Madman Lee, gave him a heavy blow and brought the Spanish team from the edge of life and death. Pull it back. Such a goal. We have to admit that Crazy Lee's figure has always been throughout this World Cup. Irving, Beckham, Ronaldo, Andy Carroll, these star players are deeply. The ground bears the mark of Crazy Lee, and now Juan Mata's performance proves it once again. Spanish coach Del Bosque excitedly raised his arms and shouted on the sidelines. If it weren't for the fact that the game was still going on, I think the old coach would have wanted to hug Mata and kiss him hard. Mata's the goal gave the desperate Spanish team a glimmer of hope. Strong and great player, Juan Mata, although he was not heavily used by the old coach at the beginning of the World Cup. As long as he is given a chance, Mata can quickly prove himself. This was the case in the last semi-final and the same is true in this final. This is what a truly great player should do. Juan Mata is worthy of being ranked among the new generation of world football's four kings on the field. Point. After scoring the goal, Juan Mata looked very crazy. He roared and waved his fist to the stands, and then without wasting any time, he immediately ran into the goal to pick up the ball. At this time, Romero deliberately interfered with him. The two people collided and lost their center of gravity. They both fell onto the net, like two fish caught in a fishing net. Although they struggled desperately, they could not break free for a while. The neutral fans in the stands nearby laughed. This can be regarded as a rare happy moment in a tense competition. In the end, the two struggled to break free of the net with the help of their teammates. The Spanish players were very angry at Romero's actions, but Mata himself didn't say anything. He knew that this was the boss team, even though they were life and death enemies on the court, and Romero sitting like this was obviously fighting. He had thoughts that irritated him, but his respect for the boss made him not want to worry too much about Romero. British referee Howard Webb called Romero aside and gave him a verbal warning. Point. On the other side, Mata, the hero of the goal, came to the center circle holding the football that he stubbornly robbed from Romero's arms, placed the football firmly in place, and urged the Argentine team to kick off as soon as possible. Point. The game quickly resumed. Point. This time it was finally Argentina's turn to kick off from the center circle of the stadium. Point. At this time, 20 minutes had not passed in the first half of the final. The two sides had already scored 3 goals in total, and each of them was wonderful. Such a final made the audience at the scene and in front of the TV excited. Even the fans sitting on the slag pile outside the stadium and watching the game through telescopes in the strong wind were drinking beer in the wind and shouting excitedly. After the restart, Argentina's performance was no worse than Spain's. Although the opponents were chasing the score, the players' mentality was very stable. Commander Riquelme distributed the team's ball rights in an orderly manner. Blue and White Army did not blindly pursue fast attacks. The World Cup was bloody all the way, fighting to the final. The Argentine team has experienced a rebirth on the field and has become more mature mentally. The players did not even need Lee Tongfan to shout to remind them, but they automatically passed the ball continuously, slowed down the rhythm slightly, and controlled the scene. Gradually, the Spanish team's energy to pursue the victory after scoring a goal was gradually worn away. At this time, the game seemed to be in a stalemate. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and couldn't help but feel quite emotional. Juan Mata's performance just now can definitely be called King of Heaven. That world-beating free kick goal vividly demonstrated the little guy's transformation from a young boy who couldn't even play in the reserve team and almost became a truck driver to an absolute superstar. Although there were senior players in this transformation process, Lee's own push added to the flames, but it was obviously more of Matter's own blood and sweat efforts. That strong heart, that never gave up hope even in desperate situations, allowed him to achieve what he has today. Today, Juan Mata is already a superstar recognized around the world. In this summer, because Lee Tongbian bid farewell to St. James Park, he saw hope that countless wealthy clubs were waving checks to pursue him. Ferguson wanted to use £40 million to bring Mata back to Old Trafford, and Real Madrid wanted to let Mata return to Old Trafford. This Spanish Angel Wings has returned to its parent team. After Barcelona failed to pursue David Silva, they want to use Mata to support the wings of the Nou Camp for the next 10 years. Inter Milan, Bayern Munich, Chelsea European giants are eager to see Angel Wings in this game. Lee Tongfan, who had superpower in his hand and was furious in his heart, originally wanted to obliterate all the Spanish team's goals, but in the end he cancelled such plans, not for anything else but for Juan Mata, such a shy, hard-working and humble young man, a disciple who respects himself like a father, because Lee Tongfan's consistent principle is, if someone doesn't offend me, I will offend him. If someone offends me, I will offend him to death. TMBD! Exclamation mark. Of course, those who are truly kind to themselves will be treated with the most sincere heart. The game slowly progressed to about 30 minutes into the first half. The stands were still lively, with fans from both sides working tirelessly in a big fight, and showing no signs of weakness in their attacks. It could be described as boos, applause, cheers, loud noises, debris, hard objects, thrown objects, objects flying, changing. There are not enough Spanish fans who dare not provoke Madman Lee anymore at this time. The devastating blows brought by the two consecutive middle finger curses made the Spaniards in the stands behind the command seat of the blue and white army a little scared. Many of them wanted to tear the Madman Lee into pieces, but they dared not shout out the blatant attack again, for fear of angering this madman. He once again raised the magic middle finger. If Spain lost another goal, it would be really finished. During this period, there was even a young man who was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to continue to provoke with the previous vicious words, when he just shouted "your woman" from his mouth. Before he could say the rest of the words, his neighbor hurriedly covered his mouth. A large number of companions around him stared at him with angry eyes, so he had to give up in disappointment. Flores, who was squatting in the press area behind the billboard, finally felt a little relieved because of Juan Mata's goal. The hope of the Spanish team was back, and Flores' mind began to become active again. He felt that he should not be frightened by Crazy Lee, and should not let Crazy Lee have such an easy time. No matter what, he would ruin Crazy Lee's game. The former editor-in-chief of World Sports Daily, who was once forced by Lee Tongfan to crawl in humiliation in front of the public, thought about it for a while, and soon came up with a vicious idea. He slowly moved his position and quietly moved to the edge of the press area. This place is not far from the command seat of the Argentine team. About 5 or 6 meters away. He visually estimated the direction of the breeze on the court, and then quietly took out a stack of photos from his briefcase. These photos were prepared by Flores in advance. He originally planned to wait until the most humiliating moment of Crazy Lee's defeat at the Football City Stadium and scatter them among the crowd, but now he doesn't plan to do so, because he is no longer sure who will become the miserable loser after 90 minutes. On the field, Iniesta used a beautiful dunk to get rid of Fernando Gago's pressing. Flores immediately pretended to be excited and jumped up from behind the billboard. Beautiful, good shot, and at this moment, he pretended to be casual and threw all the photos in his bag high up. When the wind blew, it was like a burst of colorful confetti, flying to the Argentine command seat and the Spanish football fans behind. After doing all this, Flores pretended to be panicked and screamed and chased out, as if he wanted to get all the photos back, but the smile on his face clearly showed how good his mood was at the moment, because the embarrassing scene of Crazy Lee was about to come. There will be an update today. This is the most important thing in life, and it's almost over. The internet is almost connected. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. I'm just asking for votes. Chapter 653. Things won't end like this. Hundreds of photos flew out amid the clatter, like confetti flying all over the sky when promoting Glory Point. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines in front of the conductor's seat, carefully observing the situation on the field. Suddenly something flew over, and Leoli almost subconsciously caught it in his hand. He turned it over, and took a closer look. It was the photos of Wang King and American Mike talking and laughing in the coffee shop that were published on the front page of World Sports News. Photo. He looked up, and saw Flaws rushing over to pick up the photos with a fuss and a proud sneer at him provocatively. Then he turned around, and saw more photos flying up. In the stands, a lot of people fell in front of the conductor's seat on the sidelines. Lee Tongfan understood Flaws' thoughts instantly. This bastard did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Just look at the provocative and proud smile on Flaws' face. Everything is already revealed. He screamed and chased after him, trying desperately to explain something to the security guard who blocked him, while unleashing unscrupulously on Leoli, with one's own publicity. And soon, Flaws didn't know what method he used to convince the stadium security, and he was allowed to leave the press area and come here to pick up his own photo. At this time, even the golden mouths from various countries in the commentary box also discovered this scene. Damn, what is that bastard doing? Argentine commentator Canitas spotted Flaws walking toward Crazy Lee in the camera. He took off his commentary microphone and turned to ask God of War Batistuta sitting next to him. Batty also noticed this scene. He shook his head gently. Suddenly he saw the flying white pieces of paper. He immediately thought of something. There was an angry look in his eyes. He stood up suddenly and left without saying a word. Talk about seats, and other commentators are still exclaiming. Oh, there is a Spanish reporter walking towards Crazy Lee. What is going on? How come the on-site reporter is allowed to walk in front of the team's command box? It's Flaws. Are they going to fight? Accidentally showed up, right on the side of the court. I'm sorry, Crazy Mr. Lee, can you give me back the results of my work? On the sidelines, Flaws had a provocative smile on his face and pretended to be polite in his tone. He pointed at the photo in Leoli's hand and smiled like a harmless little white rabbit. Thank you. These photos are so important to me. Damn it, you know how much effort my colleagues put into getting these precious photos. Of course, I can even sign it for you, Mr. Flaws. Lee Tongfan's expression was not as angry as Flaws expected. He took out the black pen he carried with him, scrawled a sentence in Spanish on the back of the photo, then reached out and handed the photo back. Flaws was stunned and subconsciously took the photo. He suddenly felt a little confused at this moment, feeling that he couldn't see Crazy Lee clearly. He originally thought that the damn guy in front of him might get angry and fight, or curse angrily, because this Crazy Lee has always been so unscrupulous, arrogant. He would never show off to anyone he looked unhappy with, and he didn't know how to compromise or give in. Impulsiveness and violence were almost synonymous with Madman Lee. But why did he become so calm now? He looked down at the words on the back of the photo and his expression changed. What Crazy Lee wrote on it was, "Believe me, soon you will be on your knees confessing to God, wishing these photos had never appeared." Seeing these harsh words full of threats, it was like facing a beast hiding in the dark and preparing to devour people. He shuddered instinctively. Flaws couldn't help but guess, this Crazy Lee, how will you treat yourself? Looking for someone to plot against you? Or just hire a killer to kill yourself? But he is not afraid of any of this. He has already prepared for it. Thank you for your kindness, Crazy Mr. Lee. However, I'm very sorry about Ms. Wang King. Flaws took the initiative to bring up this matter. He wanted to give Crazy Lee's originally hurt heart another chance. Sprinkle a pinch of salt and make this big enemy suffer for a while. Don't be sorry, I should be thanking you. Crazy Lee's answer stunned Flaws again. Thank me? Yeah, thank you very much, because you allowed King to experience an interesting game again. Originally, I was worried that she would feel bored during the World Cup. You will understand soon, Mr. Flaws. He was suddenly confused, but Flaws wasn't about to give in. He took a step closer and smiled teasingly in a low voice. Oh, I can't believe it. So it's like this. It turns out that you Chinese women all like to play this kind of game. To be honest, I admire your tolerance for your lover's betrayal. I'm sorry. I'm curious, is it true that you are unsatisfied in some aspects as speculated by all the media? Boom! Exclamation mark. In an instant, a casserole-like fist suddenly appeared across the sky like lightning point. Then, two teeth filled with blood flew in the air for a moment. Flaws's face was like a smashed tomato that had been slapped hard with the back of a knife, red juice flying, and he fell backwards with a howl. Lee Tongfan turned around in shock. At some point, God of War, Batistuta, who was supposed to be the temporary commentator in the commentary box, appeared behind him. He was holding a photo he picked up from somewhere in his hand, with a look on his face. He had a very calm expression, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. But it was obvious that the punch just now was delivered by Batty. Unfortunately, Flaws, who was bent on irritating Leoli, was completely unprepared. He was taunting Leoli enthusiastically, and he was suddenly punched in the face. He was beaten badly and immediately fell on his back. On the ground, I looked at the sky and counted the stars stupidly for a while. My brain short-circuited, and I even forgot to moan. Lee Tongfan reacted quickly. He smiled at Barty with a strange expression. Hey, Gabriel, actually, I have a way to clean up this mess. At this time, Maradona and other coaches of the Argentine team also gathered around. Marshall Ma had an expression of great regret on his face. The former, the best young and dangerous boy in football, had just gone to pick up those photos with his colleagues. He didn't have time to beat up the Spanish bastard, but he was beaten by Batty. Be the first to do so. I hit him because you can't do it yourself. Batty handed the photo in his hand to Leoli, with a surprisingly calm expression on his face. For that, you must stay. He pointed to the Hercules cup placed on the special table at the entrance of the players' tunnel. Then, without waiting for the security guard to take action, Batty turned around and took the initiative to greet him. He said to the two black security guards, who were also a little confused, "Guys, according to the rules, do I have to go out and sit with you?" The black security guard obviously knew the famous God of War in the past and might even be a fan of Barty. He actually smiled and politely led Barty out of the stadium. At this time, Flaws finally came to his senses. He was still vomiting blood from his mouth and made a sharp scream. Did he say what he wanted to say? The gap between his two front teeth that had been smashed was exposed to the wind, and his words were unclear. King, dancing more like a madman. It wasn't until this moment that other people in the stadium reacted. There was a fight on the sidelines. Did Crazy Lee hit anyone? Ouch. God, what a bloody scene. Who is that guy vomiting blood and moaning? The camera zooms in a little closer. Oh, it's Crazy Lee's old enemy Flaws. Spanish reporter Flaws. Who beat him? Although the previous broadcast camera showed a scene on the sidelines, the camera soon returned to the fierce competition on the field. Many people only saw what Crazy Lee was talking to Flaws one moment, and the next moment, the victim was already screaming with blood in his mouth, a bruised nose and a swollen face. This made them immediately and unconsciously think of it. Could it be that this time, the enraged madman Lee finally couldn't help but kill his enemy? God, things would really get lively like this. Crazy Lee will pay a heavy price for this. Not even Grondona can protect him. The game on the field was still going on fiercely. The importance and intensity of the World Cup final made the linesman and the referee concentrate on the field. No one noticed this scene until the exclamations of the fans in the stands. It got louder and louder, and finally the British referee Howard Webber, who was alarmed, accidentally glanced to the sidelines and realized that something was wrong. He immediately blew the whistle and temporarily stopped the game. He also thought it was Madman Lee who beat someone. In this case, as the referee, he must take care of such things, but at this time, through slow motion playback, the commentators in the commentary box quickly discovered the whole story. There was a camera on the sidelines that clearly recorded everything that had just happened. After watching the slow motion playback, they all suddenly realized that it was not the hand of Madman Lee Dang. Even when the two people talked before, they were smiling, just like the closest friends chatting, but it was Batistuta who suddenly rushed out from behind. With a lightning punch like a lion, he severely knocked down the defenseless Flaws. When they saw Batty's fist hitting Flaws's face through the camera, each of the more than 200 golden mouths couldn't help but groan subconsciously. God, that was absolutely unreserved and powerful. Wasn't the cheekbone of the unlucky guy that was hit shattered by a perfect punch? However, this slow motion was not played back on the large electronic screen hanging in the stadium, probably because the on-site director considered it would arouse the fans' emotions. So most of the fans who didn't know what was happening were still buzzing in the stands and exclaiming. Only a handful of Spanish fans behind the Argentine team's coaching bench could see this scene completely, and they let out explosive boos! Referee Howard Webb came to the sideline with a dark face and asked the fourth official about the situation. But the facts he learned made Webber a little dumbfounded. It was a commentator who ran to the sidelines and beat up a reporter. It had nothing to do with Crazy Lee or even the staff of the two teams. At this time, the security guards had quickly taken away the attackers. What kind of thing is this? How to judge? The attacker has been taken away, and his identity is the commentator. The attacker is still screaming, and he can't hear clearly what he is saying. British whistle Howard Webb's mind was filled with love and marriage, and he thought blankly. After a long while, I suddenly remembered that Batistuta seemed to have another identity, a temporary member of the Argentina team's coaching staff. So he showed a red card to the player tunnel where Batty disappeared, which was an explanation, and then asked the security guards to take Flaws, who was still screaming, to the lounge to clean and bandage. Howard Webb shook his head and returned to the court, ready to blow the whistle and continue the game. However, he obviously didn't notice that he was carrying his back. When Flaws walked by, Crazy Lee suddenly gently patted his old rival on the shoulder, as if he was sincerely comforting an old friend who was depressed. He whispered something in the latter's ear. Flaws' body trembled slightly. Because what he heard was, "This matter will not end like this." With the help of security, Flaws finally disappeared into the player tunnel. As for the referee Howard Webber, he was actually a little lucky in his heart. Although Crazy Lee's reputation in England has seriously declined at this time, he still admires such a young head coach. Of course, although Crazy Lee is known for being crazy and arrogant, he will never take the initiative to attack under normal circumstances. The referee may use the referee to attack the opponent, which is why Webber has good intentions towards Leoli. From a personal emotional point of view, Webber still hopes that Crazy Lee can stand on the sidelines and direct the game. You must know that being the head referee to enforce such a world-class game with Crazy Lee participating is very important to every referee. Say, it's all a supreme honor. He doesn't want this honor to be lacking. The game starts again. But the aftermath of what just happened did not dissipate quickly. Lee Tongfan was still a little dazed for a moment. He still found it hard to believe that Barty was actually willing to destroy his image in front of the world's audience just for his own sake. You must know that such a punch is likely to instantly destroy the good image he has established in his career. Moreover, such a man who regards loyalty as his life and would rather be busy as a coach and commentator and only sleep a few hours a day to complete his contract with the Argentine TV station is actually not close to completing the contract. 2 hours later, I chose to break my promise in this way. Lee Tongfan's shoulders suddenly felt heavier than ever before. The game is no longer just about his own grudges and glory. This game must be won. And to win beautifully. For Buddy, for her, and for many others. At this time, suddenly there was another violent noise behind me. Lee Tongfan frowned and turned around and found that the Spanish fans in the stands behind the command seat, who had been frightened to death, actually started to twitch again. They were holding up some small photos and arrogantly mocking and provoking. Those little photos were obviously posted deliberately by Flaws just as a provocation. The content is all about wanking and the male protagonist of the cheating incident, American Mike talking and laughing in a coffee shop. Although the contents are all the same as those previously published by World Sports News, Spanish fans obviously found a treasure. They did not sing loudly and provocatively like the previous 2 times, but just laughed and held the photos high with expressions of gloating on their faces. Those who did not pick up the photos also paid exaggerated attention to the photos and then middle finger raised. When they saw Crazy Lee turning around, some extreme guys even deliberately tore the photo into 2 pieces, took the half with one king on it, deliberately brought it to their mouth, and kissed it greedily. They subconsciously wanted to anger Crazy Lee, although they themselves understand that this may not be able to help the Spanish team. It can always let the violent emotions in their hearts be vented. Okay, stupid pigs, you really pissed me off this time. Lee Tongfan watched carefully. He memorized the faces of those stupid pigs and was sure that he would never forget them even after the game was over. Then he turned around with a sneer. He walked all the way to the sidelines and raised his wrist to watch the game. Arrival time, 43 minutes and 28 seconds in the first half. What a coincidence, it's just the right time. Lee Tongfan suddenly felt that even the real god must be helping him in this game. Every time he was provoked, it was the right time to use points as you wish. The timing is just right, and every middle finger represents a prearranged tactic, based on the FM 2010 prediction function. This time, any cheating method can be used. So after waiting for a minute, Lee Tongfan raised his middle finger again. Curse middle finger appears 3 times. When they saw Crazy Lee raise his middle finger for the 3rd time, everyone felt as if the time and space in front of them had suddenly stopped. What was that guy thinking? When did the middle finger curse become so worthless? It had appeared no more than 7 times in the previous 4 years, and before the first half of this game was over, it actually appeared for the 3rd time. Doesn't he need to reserve all his magic power? Or he has been preparing in a low-key manner, just for this World Cup final? On the other side point in front of the command seat of the Spanish team, the old coach Bosch saw this scene almost instantly. His heart seemed to stop beating instantly. A feeling of helplessness and unwillingness enveloped him. He turned his head to look at Greed, who had been sitting calmly in the command seat, his eyes full of questions. Do you know what's going on? Greed's brows were tightly knitted together. He was trying hard to think about every detail of the passionate season 4 years ago, trying to find out the principle behind the cursed middle finger. However, he had studied this proposition countless times in the previous 4 years, and every time he found nothing. Greed shrugged at Bosch, saying that he couldn't solve such a problem either. His eyes were cast on the court point. The Argentine team successfully intercepted the ball, which was a precursor. The magic of the middle finger really began to invade the court invisibly again, without the slightest fluke point. Some people were desperate at this moment, while others were thinking, what kind of goal would it be? Who will score? Second update point, total of more than 9,000 words today. Completed the minimum point. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, new record. On the field point, the person who stole the ball this time was Argentine midfielder Fernando Gago. Unlike the human monster, Maggie Mascherano, who is always full of violent aesthetics in tackling and defense, after Gago experienced the growth of Newcastle, he appeared to be very intelligent in playing football. Lee Tongfan wanted to cultivate him into a Pirlo-style defensive midfielder. Later, although Gago did not reach Pirlo's attainments in passing, he was much better than Pirlo in defense. This time, he accurately judged Ventilator Xavi as the passing route, crossed the ball path in advance, and intercepted the football before Iniesta. A series of movements are extremely elegant, fully embodying the characteristics of Redondo. Second, Prince Elegant. Redondo on the sidelines also smiled when he saw this scene point. After stealing the ball, Gago quickly released the ball point, a straight and deep pass. The football was pushed towards Requelme point as the one with the best defensive ability among the 4 players in the Spanish team's midfield. Long passing, Xavi Alonso closely followed Requelme and absolutely did not allow the opponent's threatening figure to get the ball comfortably. However, this time, Alonso was completely fooled. Requelme did not stop the ball, but suddenly raised his foot and let the ball pass between his legs. The long passing behind him was caught off guard, and was also passed through the wicket. The football that should have been left behind was like a speeding car that rushed through the toll booth and continued towards the Spanish team's half. The person who caught the football was the beast, Tevez. Tevez had no outstanding performance in previous games, so this time he didn't pass the ball after getting the ball. Instead, he turned around deftly and missed Juan Mata's pressing. He suddenly started up like a rampaging tank and rumbled down, full of momentum. Tevez turned, passed Juan Mata, walked in the middle, suddenly changed direction, used his body to hold Pual, continued to rush down. Peak blocked Tevez's path, failed to pass, controlled the ball, passed the ball, passed to the wing. Agüero gets the ball. Tevez failed to break through and eventually passed the football to Agüero on the left point. Agüero used his personal speed to stop and pass, and once again ate Ramos, who was ill prepared. Real Madrid's deputy hurriedly turned around to chase after him, pulling and making various small moves, which was worthy of Agüero. Elio brought some interference, but at this moment, Agüero suddenly moved the ball in the opposite direction with his heel, and then his whole body suddenly stopped. Ramos was caught off guard and ran past. This time Agüero did not give Ramo another pass. C had the opportunity to adjust and made a half-high pass with his right foot. This cross was controlled very well. The football flies very fast, and the height is just around the waist of the defensive player, which is exactly the most uncomfortable height for the center back. If you are not careful when defending, you may cause an own goal. Pual hesitates a little in the forward movement, and the football with a searching sound, it rushed from his waist. The tall and majestic Peak was ready to force Pual at the back point, which was a little more adequate. He stared at the flight path of the football, making a quick judgment in his brain, and was about to use his toes to pick the football out of the baseline. At this moment, something happened. Suddenly a foot wearing blue sneakers suddenly appeared in Peak's sight. Before Peak could make his final move, this foot used an almost brutal stamping action to slam celebrations from the world towards the goal. This time it was really a change in the elbow and armpit. Peak had subconsciously made a defensive move. He had no time to retract it, but the outstretched toe missed the space. The football had been stepped on and turned at a very fast speed, heading towards the goal. It's Higuain. Shot. Look. At this ball the Real Madrid forward grabbed the shot before Peak. Casillas. Cassie reacted too quickly. He blocked the football with his foot. He beat his club teammates. The football bounced out, but it didn't leave the penalty area. There's chaos in the penalty area. Who's going to get to this first? On the field point, although the football shot by small smoking gun is not very fast and the angle is not very tricky, it is too fast from the goal, and ordinary people cannot react at all. Fortunately, Santa Cassi is not an ordinary person, although his body had lost its center of gravity, but he stretched out his foot in a panic and barely managed to block the football. Small smoking gun. Higuain couldn't control his sliding momentum and slid across the lawn and hit the goalpost. Peak lost his center of gravity due to a bye and fell to the ground. The Spanish team, everyone in the restricted area, was on their backs, and it was chaos. At this moment, Golden Retriever Lion King, Pual became the person closest to football. He turned around hurriedly, raised his thigh, and wanted to kick the football out to clear the siege, but suddenly his vision blurred. At the same time, a player wearing an Argentina jersey rushed over. Boom. Two people's feet touched the football at the same time. There's still a chance. Tevez grabbed this spot. It's the right foot. Oops. What a pity. Tevez was eager to grab points, so he didn't grasp his center of gravity well, allowing Pual to gain the upper hand, and the football slowly rolled out of the penalty area. There was an exclamation in the Spanish fans' camp, as if they were surviving a disaster. The series of dangers just now were so fatal that their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats in fright. Fortunately, Santa Cassi performed really well, otherwise the Argentine team would have scored another goal, and the consequences would have been disastrous. However, at this moment, the mutation reappeared. A huge wave of cheers erupted on the court. All Argentine fans and neutral fans jumped to their feet. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur, and that is Barcelona King. Messi has the ball again. On the field. Messi rushed towards the football that was slowly rolling out of the penalty area like a ghost. Iniesta and Xavi were chasing after him. The former even leaned forward, stretched out his arms and spread his fingers, trying to pull this demonic and deadly club teammate. However, he couldn't follow him at all. The speed of Messi. Faced with football, Messi adopted a very artistic approach. Rub it gently with the instep. The movements are casual and the weight is light, as if he has completed a breath point. And everyone celebrates. Drew a small parabola in the air, just around Casillas, who had just gotten up from the ground, and jumped with all his strength, and fell lightly into the net. Messi's whole action is extremely chic. Barcelona king. After finishing the shot, he didn't even look at the direction of the goal. He knew that the goal would definitely go in. He turned around and ran towards the sideline. He ran slowly along the white sideline. Johannesburg gold. The warm wind whistling in the ancient diamond mine caused the blue and white shirt on his body to make a sound. He stretched out his right hand to make the shape of a loudspeaker by his ear, with a calm and satisfied smile on his face, and listened. Listen to the cheers pouring down from the stands like ancient waves. Hat-trick. Hat-trick in the World Cup final. Incredible report card. As we all know, in the World Cup final, there was another person who had scored a hat-trick before. Englishman Jeff Hurst scored in the 18th, 101st and 120th minutes of the 1966 World Cup final in England, truly dominating the final. His 3 goals included the most controversial ever-ending goal behind, and also helped England taste the World Championship for the first time. Although there are countless superstars born since the birth of football, such as Ilian, Ronaldo, Dutch Flyer, Cruyff, Pampas football king Maradona, Brazilian football king Pelé, etc., none of them are. He is not a talented person who dominates the football world for a while. However, although there are countless geniuses, so far, only Jeff Hurst has scored a hat-trick in the World Cup final. But now, this record must be changed. The glorious hero of the Pampas, Leo Messi, will be far superior to the peerless geniuses of the past and present in today's game. Together with Sir Hurst, he will become countless professional players with amazing talents, and may spend their entire lives the Mount Everest that is hard to climb, even if you don't have enough energy. Lisbon, Portugal. Ronaldo sat in the living room feeling lost. The Portuguese team's defeat in South Africa made Ronaldo, one of the 4 kings, lose interest in going to sunny beach to surf and pick up beauties during the holidays. He returned to Portugal to heal in a low-key manner, while also relying on his home team, training at Sporting Lisbon's training ground to stay in shape for the upcoming La Liga season. Last season, Real Madrid was firmly beaten by rival Barcelona. Although Ronaldo himself performed well, he was always suppressed by his biggest competitor Messi. This was absolutely unacceptable to the arrogant Portuguese superstar, so he must keep yourself in good condition at all times and look forward to a brand new season. But what makes him both envious and jealous is that his rival Messi actually entered the World Cup finals with Argentina and performed a world-shaking hat-trick in the first half. The pace of pursuit has never fallen, but the distance seems to be getting farther and farther. The broadcast camera on the TV moved to the sidelines and crazily appeared. Ronaldo suddenly had a whimsical thought. If this person were to coach Real Madrid, maybe he would have hope if he wanted to stabilize Barcelona and Messi. At the same time, a high-end villa in Milan. Kaká's mood in front of the TV is almost the same as that of Ronaldo. Last year, he paid a sky-high price and came to Real Madrid with the expectations of hundreds of millions of fans. However, he did not perform at his peak level. He was plagued by injuries and did not even finish a full season. Countless media have described the term parallel import as a parallel import. Words that were extremely unfamiliar to him were connected with him. Kaká himself also felt that in the competition with Messi, Ronaldo and Juan Mata, he had gradually become a bit "it's beyond my capabilities." Kaká thought of the experience of his friend Ronaldo. Looking at the black figure on the TV screen, he couldn't help but think, maybe if that person comes to Real Madrid, my situation will be much better. There will be more in the afternoon. The broadband at home can be transferred here today. I'm so excited. Please vote. Chapter 655 lost. Chapter 653 is the magic of the middle finger still there? This time Lee Tongfan did not extend his hand to slap him. Because there is no need. He had already expressed what he wanted to express vividly in the previous 2 times. He just stood there quietly, with an expression of arrogance and disdain on his face, and his gaze was like a long knife slashing through the entire conductor. It was a very strange and incredible scene in the stands behind the seats. When Madman Lee looked over, even the fans who had torn up their photos and defiantly provoked Leo Lee did not dare to confront him immediately. They looked at each other and lowered their heads, even if they reacted quickly and glared back fiercely. Their expressions still couldn't conceal their fierce expressions. Regardless of whether they wanted to admit it or not, they were indeed afraid of the man in front of them. Under that silent expression, a middle finger is enough to defeat the toughest fan in the world. Point behind 1:3. There are still 45 minutes left in the second half. In this situation, there is still hope for the bullfighting soldiers to equalize or reverse, but if the demon-like man in front of them is angered, let him raise a cursing middle finger 4 times, then everything will be a disaster for the Spanish team. Before true despair, no one is willing to give up on themselves, so Spanish fans can only swallow their anger. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Lee Tongfan, who had been looking down at the tens of thousands of people coldly, suddenly seemed to have seen something extremely ridiculous. He stood there and laughed unscrupulously, laughing so arrogantly, laughing so proudly, laughing so hard, so joyful. The laughter is full of joking and ridicule, full of disdain and contempt. This is one person's ridicule to a group of people, scaring your opponents who were provoking you crazily and viciously just a moment ago like children who haven't finished their homework. You laugh heartily in front of them without hiding your pride at all. But your opponents don't dare reply. What a pleasant scene this is. Lee Tongfan laughed and almost burst into tears. Most Spanish fans can only choose to remain silent. It was a somewhat shameful silence. The game resumes quickly. At this time, the first half was almost over, and the pace of both warring parties became faster. The Spanish team has been completely pushed to the cliff. If they still want to win the Hercules Cup erected at the entrance of the players' tunnel, they must attack with all their strength and not even waste a minute. If they only place their hope on the second half at this moment, then maybe failure will happen. In front of us, the players in every position of the bullfighting soldiers are all experienced and experienced. They don't need the reminder of the head coach Vicente Del Bosque, and they know what to do at this time. As long as the game can end in the first half having pulled a goal back before, there was still a lot of room for improvement in the game for the Spanish team. They launched an offensive as fierce as red flames, and, blue and white, Argentinian players did not show weakness after contact in the past year, especially in the recent period. The Hammers have long been familiar with Lee Tongfan's coquettish and slutty style. At this time, they must take advantage of Messi's consecutive hat-tricks and the team's momentum. They are very determined to take advantage of your illness and kill you. As long as they attack the Spanish team's counter-attack head-on, or hold on to the 2-goal advantage with rock-solid strength, it is very likely that they will win in the first 45 minutes. The opponent's morale and confidence can be destroyed within a few seconds, and the team will be much better off in the second half, including injury time. There may be less than 5 minutes left in the first half. These 5 minutes are like gold for both teams. No one is willing to bow at this critical node. Sparks are flying on the field. However, the commentators in the commentary box seemed a little less than responsible, because at this time, they were still immersed in Messi's hat-trick before. Crazy Lee's middle finger hat-trick, Messi's goal hat-trick. Magical performance. It's hard for us to say who accomplished who, but there is no doubt that these 2 points alone are enough to make this game the best in all World Cups. A classic among the finals. French commentator Jane Dino looked intoxicated. This French gentleman, who was originally very arrogant, has completely fallen in love with this kind of game. In that passionate moment just now, he watched Messi smiling and celebrating, and watched Crazy Lee arrogantly laughing in front of thousands of Spanish people. Fans, for some reason, he suddenly found himself becoming a fan of Crazy Lee and Messi, and even wanted to hope that such a game would never end. And the performances of his colleagues around him are also similar. Crazy game. I wonder if Crazy Lee will still raise his middle finger. Before the game started, when all the fans stood up and applauded Messi for his appearance, and no one blamed him for being late, I had a vague premonition that there might be a new world champion in this game. Birth. And now, the facts have proved everything. I'm sure that the battle in Football City will definitely become the battle for Leo Messi. Perhaps Crazy Lee's middle finger should be renamed, not Cursed Middle Finger, but the Hand of God. He has created classic games and wonderful goals through his middle finger. He has also created superstars who shine brilliantly. As long as he raises his middle finger, miracles will happen. Isn't this inferior to the Hand of God who controls everything? If we were to select the most self-defeating news reports of this century, the previous report on wanking by Mundo Deportivo would definitely be in the top 3. The Catalans hoped to anger Madman Lee in this way, and their goal was achieved, but the enraged Madman Lee did not lose his mind, but became even more terrifying. If time could go back, regardless of the truth of the matter, I think they would never choose to expose this matter at this time. 3:1 The Spanish team is in trouble. The terrible Messi even showed a competitive level far beyond his club days. Madman Lee is crazy. This is the real peak battle. Amid the sighs of the commentators, the first half of the game finally came to an end with the whistle of the British referee Howard Webb. Although both sides went crazy in the last 5 minutes, and the sparks flew in the air, the score of 3:1 remained unchanged until the last second. The Spanish team unswervingly implemented the tactical intention of the old coach Bosch to advance in the middle and force a Martial, Demichelis, and they also got a lot of opportunities in the offensive point, but today, holy child, Torres was in a surprisingly bad state. He got a single shot and 3 excellent shooting opportunities within 5 minutes, but he didn't hit the ball into the goal frame, which made the efforts of the Spanish midfielders come to nothing. Another striker, David Villa, was in good condition but unlucky. The only shot he had was blocked by Zanetti and scored into the arms of the Argentine goalkeeper Romero. In comparison, the Argentine team got a little less chance point the moment before the whistle sounded. Beast Tevez fired a high-quality long-range shot, but in normal condition, San Casillas was still the most invincible man on the goal line, especially facing high altitude. Long-range shots, it was basically difficult to break the goal he guarded. The moment the whistle sounded, the Argentine fans and neutral fans in the stands cheered like thunder. Messi even ran to the stands where the neutral fans gathered to bow and thank them for their non-stop applause and cheers during the game. The Spanish players lowered their heads and walked quickly into the player tunnel. The old coach Bosch was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at the Madman Lee not far away with a serious expression, laughing and clapping and hugging his disciples one by one, sending the Argentine players into the locker room, but in his heart he was thinking quickly about how to deal with the omnipotent curse middle finger, how to weaken the impact of this field nuclear weapon on the morale of the Spanish players. If this cannot be done, then the second half of the game will be meaningless for the Spanish team, because no matter how hard you try, the opponent only needs a middle finger to turn your efforts into nothing. Such a cruel fact is enough to defeat the strongest warriors in the world. He must let the players understand, or use some way to make the players believe that curse middle finger is not invincible. Boss quickly thought of a waypoint. He was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly paused, turned back and said to Greed, who had been silent, "Maybe you should go up and say hello to that guy." He was referring to Crazy Lee. Greed turned around and looked at Lee Tongfan, who was laughing as wildly as 4 years ago in the distance, and stopped. It would be good to say hello. It has been 4 years. This is the first time in 4 years that he has stood on the sidelines of the game and had close contact with this guy. Now, he is an enemy who is eager to kill. I hope this guy will not blame himself for the extreme behavior of the media and fans. Seeing Greed walking towards him, Leo Lee greeted him with a smile. He opened his arms and gave his former best partner a warm hug from a distance and asked with a smile, "Old Jet, you are not here to beg for mercy for Bosk, are you?" "No, I will not show mercy." Greed smiled and carefully looked at Lee Tongfan up and down, as if he was looking at a long-lost lover. His eyes were full of the brilliance and brightness unique to a handsome and elegant man, which made old Lee feel creepy. Then he said, "You are still the same guy as before, so arrogant that people want to bite you a few times. But don't be too careless. Bosk is not so easy to deal with. The score of 3:1 is not safe, and at this point, he smiled meaningfully, I'm afraid your cursed middle finger magic power is about to run out." Lee Tongfan's heart choked slightly. However, his expression did not change at all. Did the old guy see all this? Bosk is obviously also a master of psychological warfare. Many of his remarks before the game were directly aimed at Lee Tongfan. His words were very sharp and sarcastic. Therefore, old Lee was not interested in him and directly called him an old guy. Greed knew the temper of crazy Lee and did not care. He shook his head. I guessed it myself, but you know, I will tell him. There are always annoying things that happen unexpectedly these 2 days. The things about these two people are really tedious. Tomorrow, I will return to my previous state. I will prove it. I'm forcing myself to death. Chapter 656 The Effect of Lies. After talking to Greed with a smile for a few words, it was not easy to say much because of the tight rest time for the middle class. Leoli and Maradona walked into the player tunnel. When Lee Tongfan first appeared, he was indeed a little surprised that Leo suddenly appeared in front of the Spanish team's command seat, but he was only slightly surprised. Greed really knew him very well and was also very familiar with his character habits and way of thinking. Even his preference for setting some fixed tactics was known to Leo very clearly. However, 4 years have passed. In addition to the unchanged friendship between the two, Crazy Lee is no longer the Crazy Lee of the past. Many things have changed. If Bosk thinks that he can hold Lee Tongfan's lifeline by relying on Greed alone, then he has miscalculated. Of course, Lee Tongfan was not angry at all for his old friend standing in the enemy's command seat to secretly calculate him. If Leo were placed in ancient times, he would be an extremely stubborn and loyal guy like Wu. His attitude towards work is simply pious, and he clearly distinguishes between public and private. This is just his character. When we walked to the door of the Argentina team's locker room, we could already hear faint laughter coming from inside. We pushed the door open and saw the Hammers gathered in the widest area in the middle of the locker room, jumping and making a fuss. Barcelona King, Messi was placed on several stacked benches, and the bandage on his head was wrapped into the shape of a crown by someone. Goalkeeper Romero, like the most loyal guard, knelt on one knee in front of Messi and kissed his shoes, then wiped them carefully with his own dry towel, shouting, "Leo, your majesty, the great king of football, it is you who gave us victory." Then a group of Hammers also laughed and worshipped, "Long live the king of football." Barcelona King's hat-trick in the first half made everyone in the team seem to have clearly felt the hot temperature of the Golden Hercules Cup. There was less than an hour left for them to lift the trophy that symbolized the king of the world. As a professional football player, being able to lift the trophy once in a lifetime is enough to remember for a lifetime. It is impossible to say that the players are not grateful to Messi. At this time, Leoli and Madashui pushed the door in. The Hammers saw that they were in trouble. Everyone knew that the boss was a guy who was crazy outside the game, but extremely serious during the game. This scene would definitely be regarded by him as a manifestation of pride and arrogance. It seemed that a bloody scolding was inevitable. The Hammers hurriedly sat back in their seats. Romero was so excited that he didn't care about pretending to be a guard for His Majesty Messi. He threw away the towel in his hand with a strange cry, like a chicken that saw an eagle, and slid to his seat with his butt sticking out. Only Messi, who was held high by his teammates, wanted to get down for a while but couldn't. The expression of the Barcelona king, who had just set a new record in the World Cup final, froze on his face. Extremely embarrassed, Lee Tongfan's eyes swept across every player sharply. Captain Javier Zanetti felt that he should set an example as the captain. He stood up and tried to explain something for his teammates. "Lee, we are actually, Lee." Tongfan waved his hand to stop Zanetti's words. The atmosphere in the locker room suddenly became strange. Just when the Hammers were annoyed and thought that the boss was going to lose his temper again, the seriousness on Leoli's face suddenly disappeared, and he was replaced with a lewd smile. He walked quickly to Messi and raised his hands high. "Long live the king of football." Messi, the superstars of the blue and white army, were stunned. A few seconds later, they reacted and immediately jumped up from their seats, bursting into a warm cheer, and the locker room became lively and joyful again. Lee Tongfan's face was full of smiles at this time. There was no need to spoil the mood and talk about bullshit discipline or mentality. The team was about to win, so they had to release the excitement in their hearts. They had gone through so much trouble to get to the Football City Stadium, and the game had already reached this point. How to deal with the next 45 minutes. These battle-hardened superstars, in fact, were like a mirror in their hearts. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Listening to the cheers of acquaintances and boasting from the opposite locker room, the Spanish players hung their heads in frustration. They fought hard in the first half. Although they had been mentally prepared for this encounter with Crazy Lee, it would be the most severe challenge since this World Cup. But no one expected that when reality really came, it would be so cruel. That person is like an unreachable mountain. No matter how hard they try, every time they think they have climbed to the top, they find that they have only climbed to the low hills around the huge main peak that towers into the clouds. That person only needs a middle finger to defeat everything. Such a reality has caused a deep frustration and despair in the hearts of the bullfighters. Bosk sighed quietly in his heart. The current situation is definitely the worst since he coached the Spanish team. His confident speeches to the media before the game are more like the ravings of a mental patient. How ironic is this? But now is obviously not the best time to reflect. He must use a little trick to boost the team's morale. Bosk glanced at Greed, then cleared his throat, coughed, and saw the players. When they all looked up at themselves, they said seriously, "The first half of the game was a disaster for us. Messi is indeed a great player. I think many of you understand this. Experience, Del." Bosk brought Messi out in order to first try to stabilize the confidence of the players. Having said that, it certainly plays a role. The Spanish team has the most players playing for Real Madrid and Barcelona. These players are either Messi's teammates or Messi's mortal enemies. They know the abilities of Barcelona King very well. When I heard the coach say this, I immediately felt a sense of identity. Well, regarding this, I think I have to apologize to you, because it was my tactical omissions that allowed Argentina's core to score goals calmly. But things will not be so simple in the second half. Del Bosk said at this point. The whole person's momentum suddenly rose. I have found a way to contain him. At this moment, I think all of us should be grateful to Juan, because his wonderful goal preserved the final victory for us. Hope. Bosk's continuous attack not only eliminated most of the players' fear of Messi, but also made them realize, yes, in fact, we still have a goal. The gap is not very big, and, since we were able to score in the first half, we will definitely score in the second half too. The atmosphere in the locker room finally relaxed a little. Bosk breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his words finally had an effect. Of course, this is only the first step. Messi's problem is still second. Even the score difference is not the most important. The most important thing is that he must let the players really let go of their or of that person's middle finger. This is the most fatal key. If he can't do it, let the players always play with awe of their opponents, then the final result will never be better than the first half. If he wants to boost morale, it will only be at just painting cakes to satisfy hunger. However, trying to get rid of Crazy Lee's middle finger curse has been a headache for many world-class coaches. So far, no one has ever succeeded. Faced with such a problem, Bosk, really, do you understand the truth behind this? The answer is, I don't understand. However, there are many things in this world that you do not necessarily need to fully understand before they can be solved. The method adopted by Bosk is very simple, that is, lies. I know that what you are most worried about right now is that guy's middle finger curse. But what I want to tell you is that you can completely get rid of your worries in this regard, because there will definitely be no middle finger curse in the second half thing, Bosk said with full confidence. The players of the Spanish team immediately raised their heads. The head coach said what they were thinking. But why did he have so much confidence about that guy's middle finger curse? It's actually not a very mysterious thing. Grad and I had some speculations before the game, and in the first half of the game we finally discovered all the interesting things. At this point, Bosk called up the video of the first half that had been edited by his assistant, and began to analyze the 3 goals after the 3 middle fingers bit by bit. Each goal was analyzed from various 3-dimensional angles. Analysis. Bosk's language was very charming. He observed the players' faces while analyzing. And what finally reassured him was that at the end of the sentence, the players' faces finally showed expressions of enlightenment. It worked. Boss quietly cheered up, but in order to increase the persuasiveness of his explanation, he pushed out Grad. You all know that Grad once cooperated with Crazy Lee for a year, and he also the coach who was the first to come into contact with him knows Crazy Lee the most. I think his words can prove whether what I analyzed is the truth. Vincent is absolutely right. A smile appeared on Greed's face. Don't worry about the middle finger anymore. The second half will be your own time. At this point, he turned and asked Juan Matter, hey, Juan, what do you think? If Grad is the one who knows Crazy Lee best among the coaches, then the person who has the best relationship with Crazy Lee among the players is none other than Juan Matter. Angel Wings is firmly imprinted with Crazy Lee. Moreover, since he scored a crucial goal in the first half, if Matter can say a few words at this moment, it will be very convincing. I agree with the judgment of the two gentlemen. Moreover, no matter how many goals the opponent scores, as long as we score more goals than them in the end, victory is ours. We are not afraid of being inferior to others, but we are afraid that the game is not over yet. You just give up first. Juan Matter raised his head, his eyes always full of fighting spirit. This answer made Bosk very satisfied. But Grad was slightly shocked. He notes that these two sentences are what Lee Tongfan likes to say most. 4 years have passed, and that guy is still like the leader of a cult, able to easily capture the hearts of players. It seems that Matter's admiration for Lee has never weakened at all. 15 minutes later, the second half of the game finally started with the whistle of the referee Howard Webb. Standing in front of the command seat, Bosk was calm. He had done everything he could do, and the morale of the Spanish team, which had been hit to pieces, was completely restored. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the lie he made up in the locker room will work, and if that's the case, the Spanish team will have another chance, guarantee. No matter how many words are left, the game will definitely end today. Suddenly I saw that the Blood Red got voted for 5 monthly tickets, and I was so excited that I couldn't control myself. Work hard. Recommend the new book The First Head of History by the Angel of the Underworld. The Golden Finger is very good. Haha, his last book The Godfather of Football was very exciting, and this book is even more imaginative. Chapter 657 The Birth of the King of the New World. At the beginning of the second half, the noise in the stands broke out again. The two teams were like two gamblers who had lost all their money. After each team raised new capital, they started a new round of crazy gambling for the World Cup quietly placed on the special table at the entrance of the players' passage. They would risk any blood and sweat. Bosk changed the starting lineup of the Spanish team. The adjustment was made to the offensive players. The poorly formed, Holy Child, Fernando Torres was substituted, and the 1.94 meter tall athletic Bilbao center forward Lauren got a chance to play. The Spanish team's formation is still 4-4-2, with Juan Matter and Iniesta on both sides, Xavi in the middle, and, long passing, Xabi Alonso taking more responsibility for the team's defense. This is a typical 4-4-2 formation with two wings flying together. The game was going on hotly amid the chatter of the commentators after 3 middle fingers in the first half. The Spanish fans behind the Argentine commentary booth have become much more obedient. They dare not provoke Crazy Lee anymore, but instead shift all their energy to cheering for their players. They sang some songs that often appear in La Liga to motivate players. However, the Spanish have a natural disadvantage in this regard, because the Spanish national anthem Royal March has not had lyrics for more than 250 years since its release, so the fans cannot uniformly sing the national anthem to cheer for the team. Compared with the March of the Motherland resounding throughout the world by the Argentines in the opposite stands, the momentum is too much lower. On the field, the Argentine team used the kickoff right in the second half to organize a threatening offensive. Unfortunately, Little Smoker Higuain was a little impatient in handling the ball at the end. He could have adjusted the rhythm and shot easily, but it seemed that the wonderful performance of Barcelona King Messi in the first half brought great pressure to the shooters of Blue and White Army. Higuain was too hasty and rushed to shoot, but Casillas finally pressed the ball under him. After getting the ball, the Spanish team immediately launched an offensive. Bosk's tactical intention after the halftime break was fully reflected in this attack. The Spanish team really started to go to the side. After Xavi got rid of the ball, he immediately passed it to Angel Wings. Juan Mata on the right side point this time. Mata did not seek cooperation with his teammates, but directly relied on his personal ability to force down point. The first person to be passed by unexpectedly was Gago. Mata used a simple but deadly man ball split and directly ate this club teammate alive with speed and ran along the side. The stand screamed immediately. Another individual performance by Juan Mata broke through Gago. Zanetti, come up and defend. On the field point, Juan Mata kicked the ball a little too far, 5 or 6 meters away from his body. Argentine captain Zanetti rushed up to press and was about to clear the ball before Mata, who knew that Angel Wings increased its speed again at this time and poked the ball with his toes 0.01 seconds before Zanetti touched the ball, and the ball rolled over from Zanetti's left side. Then, Mata dodged and rushed past Zanetti's right side. Another man ball separation. Argentina's right side was blown up. Juan Mata, look at this ball, how to deal with it. The screams of the commentator and the exclamations of the fans mixed together, indicating that the game on the field has entered another new climax. When the ball was about to roll out of the baseline, Juan Mata chased back with amazing speed. At this time, Argentine central defender, Roque Samuel stepped forward to make up for the position. Mata dunked the ball back, shook the angle, and did not try to pass the ball again, and directly kicked the ball to the middle. Whoosh! Celebration flew past Samuel's forehead. Middle point athletic Bilbach center forward Laurent, who had just replaced Torres, used his body to resist Marshall to Michelis and headed the ball directly. Laurent is a rare big forward among Spanish players. He has good footwork and is particularly good at heading. Because he has been suppressed by super forwards like Villa and Torres in the national team, he rarely gets opportunities, but his strength is definitely at the level of the main force of the Giants. This time, Juan Mata's cross was at an excellent speed, and he caught a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The header was urgent and fast, and it directly hit the bottom edge of the crossbar of the goal in the opposite direction like a cannonball. Mata dribbled past Samuel, shook, passed again, in the middle. Laurent, we got the ball. Goal. 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 Goal recovered. Less than 5 minutes into the second half, the tenacious Spanish team scored again. The score is now 3:2, and the gap is once again 1 goal. Wow. Wow. This is really something we didn't expect. The suspense of the game is back now. Let's see how Argentina will deal with it. Has Bosch found the fatal weakness of Crazy Lee? With 40 minutes left, Spain has seen hope again. On the field point, Laurent celebrated wildly. After scoring point, he was so happy. He originally thought he would have no chance to play. Who knew that he replaced Torres at the beginning of the second half, and this was almost his first touch of the ball, and he actually scored a goal. It's simply a super fantastic performance! Exclamation mark. If he was only slightly famous in La Liga before, then once this goal is scored, fans all over the world will firmly remember the name Fernando Laurent Torres, because this goal was nothing less than a desperate situation for the bullfighting soldiers, and you must know that he scored the first time he touched the ball. But it was the door of Crazy Lee's team! Exclamation mark. This is simply a real-life version of becoming famous in one shot. With his long golden hair flying in the wind, Laurent rushed to the sidelines and hugged the coach Del Bosque excitedly. He was so grateful to the wise old man in front of him. If it weren't for Del Bosque, let alone appearing in the final, he might not even have a chance to participate in the World Cup in South Africa. Spanish commentator Servants looked very proud when he saw this scene in the commentary box. The media all say that the atmosphere of the Argentine team is harmonious, and they all praise Crazy Lee's high prestige among the players, because every player will choose to be the first to hug Crazy Lee after scoring a goal, which is almost becoming the case in this World Cup. It created a scene. But look at it now. The atmosphere of the Spanish team is much better than that of Argentina, which is just showing off. This is the true expression of the players' emotions. I don't want Crazy Lee to be just showing off. After losing the ball, the Argentine team players felt confused. The importance of the game and the negative effects of conceding the ball were magnified in an instant. The Hammers felt a little ashamed when they thought of their proud celebration in advance during the halftime break. Everyone's eyes turned to the sidelines. Now they need it most. Just one glance at that person's instructions, and you seem to be able to feel safe all of a sudden. Lee Tongfan also noticed the player's condition. He smiled and made a gesture, indicating that it didn't matter if he lost the ball like this. The existing tactics remained unchanged, and he continued to fight against the Spanish team resolutely. Don't be afraid. Seeing that the boss was calm and composed and didn't take the conceded goal to heart at all, the players suddenly calmed down a lot. Zanetti loudly called on his teammates to return to their respective positions and prepare to kick off the attack. Crazy Lee doesn't seem worried at all about conceding the ball like this. Some commentators were keenly aware of this. In fact, not only the commentator noticed it, but also Coach Del Bosque discovered this after the passionate celebration. The narrowing of the score gap made him ecstatic, but at that time, he did not forget to observe the expression of his opponent. This is Bosque's habit. From his expression, he can judge his mentality and his opponent's possible tactical changes, so as to preemptively strike. But Crazy Lee's smile made him a little unpredictable. Will he use the cursed middle finger again? The old coach was so stimulated by that middle finger that he almost became a little nervous. You must know that all his adjustments and efforts during the halftime break were based on the fact that Crazy Lee will never curse the middle finger again in the second half. If this foundation breaks, then the morale that Spain has finally built up will disappear in an instant. This is also the price of lies. However, there is one person who is not as sensitive and worried about gains and losses as Del Bosque. Flaws, who had been cleaned and bandaged, returned to the press area on the sidelines after the intermission. As a victim, he was not expelled by the referee. After seeing the Spanish team score, he made no secret of his pride and excitement. He jumped up exaggeratedly behind the billboard and roared like an angry fighter. He even headed in the direction of the Argentina coaching bench. Twisted my butt. The game soon resumed. What reassured Del Bosque was that 4 or 5 minutes had passed since the kickoff, but Crazy Lee did not raise the middle finger. That made him want to die for the 4th time. The old coach breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his seat. Sit down. He is getting older, and he cannot stand on the sidelines to observe and direct the game at close range like Crazy Lee does during normal games. He does not have the energy. However, less than a minute after Bosque returned to his seat, he jumped up again. Although he laughed at himself before for not having enough energy, this time he jumped higher than anyone else. Because Argentina scored a goal. Gonzalo Higuain. Argentine commentator Canitas roared crazily in the commentary box, as if he was competing with servants. The Real Madrid forward scored a single goal ball! Exclamation mark. This time he completely defeated his club teammate Casillas. Look at the slow motion. Oh, this time it's a Guro's pass, a deft heel knock. It seems that Atletico Madrid's forward knows Pique and Puyol very well, and he doesn't know anything about it. Give them any chance to fight. Higuain's backup is also very timely, typical Argentinian cooperation. The Spanish team scored a goal to close the gap at the beginning of the second half, but the blue and white army immediately counterattacked. Such a goal made the Spaniards desperate. 4:2. The score gap was narrowed again. It's as big as 2 goals. Barcelona's main centre-back combination with Puyol and Piqué was completely blown away. This is an incredible game. A World Cup final with a huge score. This time Crazy Lee didn't raise his middle finger, and Argentina still scored. Does the Spanish team still have hope? If they want to enter overtime, they must score 2 goals in the remaining 30 minutes, and ensure that their opponents do not score. Courtside. Bosque felt a little bitter in his mouth. I just recovered a goal, and in the blink of an eye, everything was in vain. Is there anything more shocking than this? Fortunately, Crazy Lee did not use his bug-like middle finger this time. I hope it will have less impact on the players on the field. He turned and looked at Grad, who was sitting in his seat, and shrugged. Although he accepted Bosque's invitation to join the Spanish team and cooperated with the old coach to perform one play after another to inspire the Spanish players, this does not mean that he believes that Bosque can defeat Crazy Lee. As a Spaniard, He hopes that his homeland's team can eventually reach the top of the world, but if the opponent is Crazy Lee, to be honest, Grad doesn't have much hope. Only those who have personally worked with or against that guy know what kind of terrifying existence Crazy Lee is on the sidelines of the football field. Despite his rich coaching experience, Del Bosque has always used Crazy Lee as his imaginary enemy. With less homework, it can even be said that he is the one who has studied Crazy Lee the most among all opponents. However, doing this does not mean that you can defeat that guy. Up to now, Greed felt that he could no longer help Del Bosque and the Spanish team. Facing that man, he felt powerless more than once. Flaws behind the billboard was dumbfounded this time seeing the red Arabic numerals on the electronic scoreboard above the court turn into a dazzling 4:2 in the evening, when the sun had not even completely disappeared below the horizon. Flaws suddenly felt a deep cold. He no longer worried about the fate of the Spanish team. At this moment, what suddenly came to his mind was what Crazy Lee said while stroking his shoulders in the first half. "This matter won't end like this." He recalled with astonishment that, although he was smiling at the time, Madman Lee actually said these words in a tone as cold as ice. That kind of look was like looking at a person who had fallen into a bloody world. A dying man in the swamp. "Maybe I should get out of here." Flaws turned his head and looked at Crazy Lee, who was laughing and celebrating with the Argentine players in the distance. He hesitated and then gave up the idea. The game quickly resumed. Time passed, and the Spanish team, eager to counterattack, launched a desperate counterattack, while the Argentine team did not seem to have the slightest intention to back down and be conservative. Sparks flew in the back and forth. Fortunately, the referee Howard Webb controlled the situation better and the atmosphere was, although it exploded, the players' actions were not violent. In the blink of an eye, the entire game has reached the 67th minute point. The Argentinian fans in the stands were excited and looking forward to the end of the game as soon as possible, while the Spanish fans were singing and shouting anxiously, hoping that time would pass as slowly as possible so that the team might still have hope of staging a miraculous comeback. However, their hopes soon turned to despair. On the field, another Spanish offensive came to an end. Juan Mata's cross still landed accurately, but this time, Marshall Demichelis interfered well with Laurent. The athletic Bielbach center's header did not have the power to reach the goal. Goalkeeper Romero's arms. Buzz. This scene caused an uncontrollable burst of exclamations from the stands, and the next scene that happened on the field made the exclamations not only not stop, but also get louder and louder, like the surging huge waves in the storm tide, lapping the coast one after another. Because the blue and white army on the field took advantage of this opportunity to launch a quick counterattack. This time the Argentine team's attack almost didn't pass through the midfield. Romero would be like an Olympic shot put athlete. He rounded his arms after a few steps and threw the football hard, high, far, and fast. Accurate, right at the feet of Beast Tevez. Full of a hungry sense of honor and desire for performance, the Beast immediately started up like a super powerful hammer. It exploded with a rumble. He used his strong body to squeeze away the Spanish right back Capdevila, who came up to press him. Then turned around and accelerated, getting rid of this opponent easily. Then he started running. The Spanish team pressed forward heavily in the previous attack, so much so that after Tevez broke through Capdevila immediately, the Beast was faced with nothing but plain terrain, with no one defending. Spanish fans are shocked. The only players left in the own half of the Bull Soldiers were Ramos, Puyol and Peak. Ramos was too far away and had no time to intercept. Puyol waved Peak back to block the breakthrough route. He stepped forward to interfere with Tevez, hoping to slow down the Beast and allow his teammates to successfully defend. Who knew that Tevez must have held back his energy this time? Facing the defense of Golden Retriever Lion King, his speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he suddenly burst out with amazing stamina. He made a simple half change of direction and turned slightly sideways. The body slammed directly from Puyol's side. At this moment, Puyol felt as if his body had been hit by a speeding truck. His shoulders felt severe pain. Before he could turn around and make a small movement to interfere, the opponent had already rushed over. Tevez, so domineering, he ate Puyol alive. Beckenbauer, who was still retreating while observing the situation, did not expect that the old captain would be broken through so easily. He was shocked and rushed forward to press without thinking. Who knew that at this time, Tevez actually passed the ball, attracting Pique to him. Tevez made a diagonal pass. The ball was passed to Messi, who was following behind. Ramos, the last remaining defender of the Spanish team, blocked the emergency fire, but Messi definitely touched the ball this time and sent the ball forward gently. 2-on-2 in the front court. Success. Single shot. Beast Tevez gets a one shot on the field point. After passing the ball, Tevez didn't pause at all and continued to run wildly. The tacit understanding with Messi for many days made him extremely confident that his partner could definitely pass the ball. Sure enough, he passed Pique, who turned slightly slowly and ran 3 seconds. In 4 steps, Messi's pass came over and was delivered to his feet comfortably. There is no more defensive player in sight. The beast felt the blood burning all over his body. The first World Cup final goal of his career was so close to him, making him full of motivation. Still far from the goal point, Tevez took a big step forward, using his super explosive power to further widen the distance between him and Pique, who was chasing behind him. Then he fully adjusted and glanced at the attacking goalkeeper Casillas with the corner of his eye. Then he chose a rough angle and fired furiously. The strength is overwhelming, and the world is unparalleled. The football was like a meteor falling from the sky, hanging directly in the upper right corner of the goal point. Casillas' eyes were blurred, and he only had time to wave his hand. It looked futile and desperate. Hundreds of millions of Spanish fans around the world also felt ice cold in their hearts as San Casillas waved his hand and made money. The ball went in. 5:2. The game is over. 3 goals difference, less than 25 minutes remaining. All suspense is gone. What a pity. The Spanish team paid the price for their aggressive attack. It's expected. With 2 teams that are extremely inclined to attack, whoever takes the lead means a disaster for the other team. If you want to attack desperately, you have to be ready to be beaten by your opponent. Awakening. 2010 World Cup champions Argentina. The cheers in the stadium stands were like the roar of a terrifying 10,000-meter wave. The Argentine fans shed tears of joy at this moment. Everyone believed that it was only a matter of time before the national team lifted the World Cup for the 3rd time in its history. Got it? Spanish fans also shed tears. Sad tears. Time passes bit by bit. They are like little girls waiting for someone to buy a match of their own, looking forward to the last impossible miracle. At this time, even the worst fans have no intention of provoking their opponents. They open their eyes wide, watch every second of the game carefully. But there are no miracles. What they are waiting for is an even more painful disappointment. Leo Messi. Another goal. 4 goals. 4 goals in the World Cup final. He set a record. He created an unprecedented record. The commentators went crazy when they saw Messi receiving a cross from Bucero in the penalty area and pushing it into the near corner of the goal. This is definitely a game that belongs to Messi alone. A World Cup final that belongs to him alone. No one can do better than him. Messi defeated Spain all by himself. There is no doubt that little flea is now the well-deserved #1 star in the entire world of football. Kaká, Ronaldo and Juan Mata fell behind in the competition with him. The gap between the 4 people is now it's getting bigger step by step. Leo Messi, become the king here. The 3rd world-class golf champion is born. 2 in 1 point. This final is basically over. Thank you all for supporting me, a dull knife who has been a little busy lately. The status is recovering. I recommend 2 books. One is a sports article, Domination of the Midfield, written by a guy who has written many books. It is said to be a bit boring in the early stage, but very invincible in the later stage. You can check out Figure 1 for fun. Another book is Basketball King by the old author Booming. Book number 1,919,083. A very loving basketball competition article, which is on the list. Brothers, if you have unsuccessful recommendation votes, you can go and give them a few. After all, competition is a small group, and it needs everyone's irrigation to grow. Brothers and sisters are happy. Chapter 658, a record that is unprecedented in history. Messi's Big Four not only shocked the commentator, not only drove the fans into madness, but also caused the bullfighting soldiers Spanish team to lose their fighting spirit in an instant. Although indeed, as Del Bosque said, in the second half, the madmanly was no longer there. Raising his unstoppable, cursed middle finger once made the Spanish players regain their confidence under the encouragement of coach Vicente Del Bosque. But what's the use? Even if the man didn't raise his middle finger, his team was still scoring goals wildly. One goal after another made the fans extremely excited, but also stunned, and even a little unbelievable. What was happening on the field is it really the World Cup final? Rather than an unimportant game such as a friendly match, a teaching match or a goal performance, the Spanish team's morale and confidence were wiped out under the iron heel of Barcelona King. The Pampas Eagle flaps its wings, and no one can fly higher than it. With about 5 or 6 minutes left before the end of the game, the Spanish team has gradually slowed down its offensive pace. The score of 6:2 created the largest score record in the history of the World Cup. What they ushered in was not the glory that thousands of people worshipped, but will be remembered as a shame that will never be washed away in the long history of football development. However, this shame does not seem to end just like that. In the 89th minute of the game, Argentina scored again. The one who scored this shot was Atletico Madrid forward Sergio Aguero, the only one among the 4 front court forwards of the blue and whites who did not score in this game. He received the midfield ball from magician Requelme, made continuous breakthroughs on the right wing, forced his way inside, used his speed to eat up Capdevila, and succeeded with a powerful shot from a small angle. The Spanish team seemed to have completely lost their fighting spirit at this time. This was very obvious in the defense just now. When Aguero got the ball, Capdevila was the only one to defend for the first time. The Golden Lion King was beaten by the Blue and White Army. And Pickenbauer, Barcelona's main centre-back pairing, looked lost. They didn't even step forward to press the defense at the first time. In the past, such an opportunity would not have posed any threat to the Spanish team's goal. The army was defeated like a mountain. Shenkasi looked so weak and weak even as he waved his fists and roared. Aguero scored. He contributed a hat-trick of assists in the previous game. This goal is the best compliment for him. This goal also means that each of the 4 forwards sent by Crazy Lee in the finals have scored in the finals. Ball. This is an incredible thing. 7:2 exclamation point. Argentina once again set a new World Cup final scoring record. In the 1970 World Cup in Mexico, Selecao, Brazil defeated Legion Azzurri, Italy 4:1, setting a record for the most goals in a World Cup final. But now Crazy Lee and his disciples completely breaking such a record. It can even be said that they not only broke the record, but also created a record that may never be broken in the future. Got 7:2. I don't know what kind of team there is able to score so many goals in future World Cup finals. Messi's 4 goals are also unprecedented. Before the game, many senior celebrities were optimistic that Leo Messi could surpass Maradona in this World Cup and win the title of king under the guidance of Crazy Lee. And this is also the case. Barcelona King has shown the world to showing the true style of a football king. The Spanish team has lost its ability to resist, and the Argentine team is still attacking relentlessly. Do they still want to score? While the commentators were thinking about history, examining reality and looking forward to the future, using their lyrical technique, a uniform countdown sounded from the stands of the Johannesburg Football City Stadium. In addition to the Spanish fans, more than 60,000 other people stood up in their seats and cheered with their hands raised. 10.9.8.7 The players on the field slowed down because the offensive and defensive rhythm of both sides was too fast. The English referee Howard Webb, who was covered in sweat, put the silver whistle in his mouth, raised his wrist, and looked at his watch. The time for victory was coming. 4, 3, 2, 1, push, push, push. 3 loud whistles, 2 short and 1 long, pierced the night sky of Johannesburg, and the entire stadium became a sea of madness. The blue and white flag was a symbol of glory, waving slowly and urgently in the stands, like a ship breaking the waves. The battleship returned victoriously, full of momentum. The Game is over. A new world champion is born. They are Argentina. Argentina defeated Spain with an incredible score of 7:2 exclamation point quote left square bracket. The blue and white army have reached the top of the world for the third time. They are the king of the world at this moment. The smoke of the 2010 South African stadium finally dissipated at this moment, and the new king stands here, accepting the worship of the world. Crazily has fulfilled his promise to the Argentinians, and also completed a sweep of all the championships he has participated in, since his debut 4 years ago. Almost as long as he leads the team to participate in the competition, others want to win more championships. There is no doubt that this game is another high point in Crazy Lee's career. The Hercules Cup is the best response to Spain's Mundo Deportivo. The Catalans shot themselves in the foot. The commentators repeatedly explained the significance of this final amidst the cheers of the fans in the audience. All kinds of complimentary words have been heaped on Litongbium, Messi and the Argentine team. No amount of praise can be overstated for the new king that has been born. Except for the Spanish commentator servants, who were standing still in his seat. The other golden mouths were all extremely excited. Of course, the craziest one among them was a man after God of War. Batistuta was sent off. The Argentine commentator Calatus, who had been fighting for nearly an hour, swayed and cheered crazily. His long blonde hair was like a dancing yellow flame under the lights of the Soccer City Stadium. On the field. The moment the whistle sounded, the Argentine team's command system and benches erupted. The coaches and substitutes rushed to the court with open arms. At the end of the game, Inter Milan's new prince, Diego Milito, midfielder Pastor and defensive midfielder Cambiaso were all kindly replaced by Lee Tongfan to experience the glory of the championship. At this time, the Argentine players on and off the field hugged every teammate they could come into contact with. As a member of the coaching staff, Wizard Veron burst into tears. He held Messi's forehead and gently kissed him. Kiss and thank this young and great player for his contribution to Argentine football. The Spanish players stood there blankly. Ventilators. Avi looked at the dazzling 7:2 score on the huge electronic scoreboard above the stadium and wiped his face with his hand. To this day Xavi can't believe that the Spanish team actually ended up with such a humiliating score. Who lost a crucial game that could change the history of Spanish football? Athletic Bilbao center Laurent, who once brought hope to the Bull Soldiers, shed tears of disappointment. Captain Casillas comforted him. Long passing, Alonso lay on his back on the grass for a long time, unwilling to get up. El Nino, Torres' back was full of loneliness, while the team's top scorer David Villa sat on the ground with his head lowered. Coach Del Bosque walked into the field to comfort his players one by one. The cheers of their opponents resounded around them. Reporters swarmed around the winner. The spotlight and microphone belonged to Argentina. The Hammers raised Lee Tongbam high and paraded around the field amidst the cheers. The reporters closely followed afterwards. The cheers in the stands were like huge waves. This scene was like a mighty emperor inspecting his loyal subjects. Music sounded in the field. It's Waka Waka this time for Africa by the Latin Queen Karaki. The loud and clear singing voice seems to be coming from the far end of the clouds, injecting a vast and wild atmosphere into the entire crazy stadium, making people feel instantly moved. Feeling the vitality of the African continent, stadium staff began to arrange the podium. The podium is designed as a streamlined shape with 2.5 months connected by a curved white belt. Under the rostrum of the west stand of the stadium, it looks like a giant ship cruising in the sea of people, with bright colors and smooth shapes. At this time, amidst the sounds of heavenly music, a cute little black girl walked out from the crowd in the stands. What she held high in her hand was the shining golden Hercules Cup that countless people were obsessed with. This little girl is the little ball boy that Messi carried and ran to the stands before the game started. Originally, the South African World Cup organizing committee arranged for a beautiful domestic female athlete to win the Hercules Cup on the podium. However, after the scene that touched the whole of Africa happened at the beginning of the game, South African President Zuma personally requested that this be called the little girl. Rosalicia will complete this process. In Zuma's view, this is obviously another good opportunity to promote the image of the South African government. The little girl is smiling like a pure angel. In the camera, Her eyes were as clear as water and her childlike smile came from the heart. Once again, she easily moved everyone. The fans in the stands burst into cheers and applause. South African President Zuma and FIFA President Sepp Blatter, who was wearing a big white scarf around his neck, came to the rostrum. Also here as award-giving guests were several big figures, Prince Felipe of Spain, Queen Sofia, and the current beautiful President of Argentina, Cristina Fernandez Kirchner. In terms of political status alone, Cristina is definitely the most important guest point, because she is not only the head of state and government of Argentina, but also the commander-in-chief of the Argentine Army, Navy and Air Force, an absolutely powerful figure. The arrival of the strong woman Cristina definitely exceeded many people's expectations. The beautiful president had a charming smile on her face and greeted the Argentine fans and players on the field with a smile. The award ceremony will begin soon. First of all, I would like to apologize to the Spanish fans, because this modification deprived the Spanish team of 2 crucial championships in its history. But this is just a novel. In reality, the glory and glory of the Spanish team are eternal. P.S. Friendly recommend a book point in the history of the 3 kingdoms category. The author is a newcomer and 4 chapters are updated daily. Point book title: 3 Kingdoms, The Divine Stick Against Heaven. The following is the introduction. KOKO. I'm from a wealthy family, and when I'm angry, the world will be shocked. Guo Jia curled his lips. I have traveled through time, so I'm more familiar with history than you are. Lu Bu curled his lips after hearing this. I came here with advanced weapons. Don't you want to give it a try? Cut. Liu Bei curled his lips. I majored in acting, and also majored in business administration. Can you do it? Damn it. Zhu Jiang's eyes widened. I have a master's degree in agriculture and machine riveting. Can you do that? Cool Maoming. Zhao Yun curled his lips. Brother is a top student at the military academy. This is the 3 kingdoms. I will destroy you all. Dung. Zuo scratched his head and smiled. I'm a corrupt official. Even if I'm awesome, I can torture you to death. I'm a demo. I'm a descendant of a grandson, and I've been doing this for generations. Sun Giant sneered. Snort. I'm still the queen of Kangsheng, so don't pretend to be in front of me. Kang Rang said with a cold look on his face. Stop arguing. If you continue to argue, I will ask you all to go to the kindergarten class. Brother came with the modifier. Ding Horan disdainfully appealed to humanity. Brothers who love the 3 kingdoms can go and take a look. Thank you all. Chapter 659. Salute the new king of the world. The music playing in the stadium was still that in Queen Sherika's African moment. England referee Howard Webb took 2 linesmen and 2 assistant officials to the podium first. They walked forward step by step along the staircase opened by the staff from the crowd. It was about 200 meters from the side of the stadium to the podium. More than 600 security guards in blue overalls stood shoulder to shoulder to open a passage no wider than 1 meter in the crowd, allowing those who came forward to receive the award to pass through. Fans on both sides rushed over frantically, holding up mobile phones or cameras of various brands, trying to record every bit of this crazy and hot moment. Howard Webb and the other 4 referees squeezed out of the crazy white forest of arms and stepped onto the podium. After receiving the commemorative medals belonging to the coaches, the 5 referees walked slowly down the passage, opened by the staff on the other side of the podium, and returned to the field. The referee was destined to be a supporting role, and after returning to the field, he stood neatly in the corner. The next link was for the runner-up team, the Spanish team, to come on stage to receive the award. At this time, the Spanish fans who came to their senses gave their favorite players a slow and firm applause. Although the final result was not satisfactory, the team unfortunately missed the World Cup in the last step, but in the past month, bullfighting soldiers brought them too much happiness and unforgettable moments. It is an honor to be able to enter the final among thousands of troops. At this time, the Argentine fans and neutral fans showed their warm side. The fans of the Blue and White Army quickly abandoned the fierce confrontation in the game and stood up to applaud the runner-up team. Captain Casillas walked in front, and behind him was Respirator Xavi. The runner-up Spain team stepped onto the podium. Today's game is really a pity for them. Before this, their performance was perfect. Unfortunately, in the final, they met Crazy Lee, a god who has never failed on the football field. Son Casillas, contributed 66 effective saves in all 7 games of the Spanish team, ranking first among the goalkeepers of the top 32 teams. The Spanish team's defense is not perfect. This can be seen from today's game, but Casillas escorted the Matadors to the finals with his magical performance. What impressed us most was that he saved the Paraguayan penalty in the quarterfinals and saved the team. Today's game can't be blamed on him. Crazy Lionel Messi, the most amazing coach and the most amazing player in the world, teamed up to defeat him! Now appearing in the camera is Respirator, Xavi. The Barcelona midfielder master originally had great hope to compete with Argentina's commander, Riquelme, for the best midfielder of this tournament, but unfortunately, the complete defeat in the final ruined all hopes. Juan Mata, today's Spanish the best player of the Spanish team, scored a goal and provided an assist in the World Cup final. This is absolutely a phenomenal performance. He deserves his title as one of the 4 heavenly kings in world football. Unfortunately, such a wonderful performance cannot save the team. He is still young and has a long way to go in the future. We look forward to his performance in the league! Iniesta, Capdevila, Xabi Alonso. The last ones are Pique and Puyol. These 2 main central defenders of Barcelona club were beaten by their teammates today. The 2 of them were completely unable to defend Messi. Leo was called Barcelona King by the media, and he deserves it! Beautiful Sophie Princess Aisha was comforting the old coach Bosk. Although she was responding politely, I think the old coach's goal was definitely not the runner-up. I wonder if this meritorious old coach can still win the World Cup in his lifetime! The World Cup runner-up for the Spanish team is no different from going home after qualifying from the group stage. Although the fans in the stadium gave them a tide of applause, the Spanish players still looked depressed. The silver medals were casually placed on their chests. Everyone looked at the glittering World Cup on the other side of the podium reluctantly, just like looking at a lover who was about to break up and leave. The runner-up award ceremony was very short. It was basically just a formality. In less than 3 minutes, when the old coach Bosk was the last one to go down the human flesh channel on the other side, it announced the end of the whole process. At this time, the atmosphere in the football city stadium suddenly changed. The music was instantly switched, and the melodious tune of Queen's classic song We Are the Champions sounded. The cheers from the stands were like a tsunami that was gradually rising from the distant sea level. The whole stadium was like a handful of salt sprinkled in a slightly hot oil pan, and it boiled in an instant. All attention was focused on the players of the Blue and White Army on the field. At this time, the players of the Argentine team had already changed into the Sky Blue Championship commemorative jerseys that the sponsor Adidas Group had prepared long ago. Although they were tired, they looked extremely excited. The Hammers laughed and waited for the championship award ceremony to begin. According to the tradition of Adidas, before the finals of each World Cup, if the team they sponsor finally reaches the finals, they will design and produce championship t-shirts in advance. At the 2006 World Cup in Germany, both Italy and France that reached the finals were Adidas sponsored by the team. Adidas bet on the French team that time, but it was Italy that won the championship, causing a big own goal. Spain and Argentina in the finals this time are also teams sponsored by Adidas. But this time Adidas' prediction was correct. The blue and white t-shirts worn by the Argentine players now look very eye-catching during the broadcast. The cheers in the stands grew louder and louder, and the whole world was waiting for the new king to ascend the throne. The reporters were invited to both sides of the passage by the staff. The spotlights were flashing constantly. The reporters frantically shouted the names of the winners with their loudest voices, hoping to attract their attention and take a photo from an excellent angle. At this time, we are the champions. There is no reason to fail. You have brought me fame and wealth and everything related to it. I will keep moving forward and moving forward. We are the champions. That resounded throughout. The audience reached its climax, and the DJ's soulful and passionate voice sounded, "Let us welcome the heroes of the championship team Argentina, and come to the stage to receive the award." The climax of the entire final award ceremony has finally arrived. The coronation ceremony of the new king of the world, Argentina, has finally begun. At the front was goalkeeper Romero. Alkmaar's young goalkeeper was almost crying with excitement. He was born in 1987 and has only been able to play for his country since Maradona took charge of the Blue and White's opportunities, and latterly Tongfan, who liked to use young people, also gave him many opportunities to lift the Hercules Cup as the main goalkeeper. For the 24-year-old, it was simply an adult fairy tale. Behind Romero are Fernando Gago, Otamendi, Bucero. The new world king is born. All the fans are cheering. FIFA President Blatter placed the World Championship medal on the 24-year-old young goalkeeper Romero. This is definitely one of the most glorious moments of Romero's career. It is said that his performance in the World Cup has impressed many rich clubs. The Premier League Red Devils and Manchester United are very interested in this new generation goalkeeper, and Alkmaar obviously can no longer keep this new star. Otamendi is another young player who entered the country in the hands of Maradona and became famous in the hands of Crazy Lee. His worth has skyrocketed from less than €6 million at the beginning of the World Cup to about €15 million. It is said that Inter Milan is preparing to recruit this Samuel's successor. Crazy Lee is like a superstar maker, cultivating new stars one after another. South African President Zuma presented the trophy to Bucero. Sophia Fei-Wang hung the medal on Gago's neck. The beautiful Argentine President Cristina is always smiling. This is a great moment for Argentines. The appearance of the strong woman Cristina here is obviously very beneficial to her personal image. This is a wise choice. Small smoking gun. Higuain lowered his head and put on the medal. Agüero had 3 assists and 1 goal in the game. He is a superhero second only to Son of God, Messi, and the hero of Argentina's victory. Prince Felipe of Spain presented him with the award. Riquelme, a super midfield master. Magic is another veteran star who has rejuvenated under the leadership of Crazy Lee. A World Cup championship is the best compliment for his career. Demichelis, Di Maria, Pirotti, familiar names appeared one after another in the mouths of the commentators and live DJs. Through the broadcast footage of more than 260 TV stations in 98 countries around the world, each picture was either young or vicissitudes of life, ordinary or handsome, simple or simple. The face appeared in front of the fans, and it was deeply engraved in the history of the World Cup. The cheers never stopped, and the applause was like an endless tide. At this time, Messi smiled, waved his arms, and walked towards the podium point. There was a huge earthquake in the stands. The fans went crazy, and the crowds were crowded. It was like an ancient behemoth making waves underwater in the violent ocean. The atmosphere was like a burning flame. People almost relied on this player in today's game. The new football king who single-handedly defeated the Spanish team is full of admiration. And walking closely behind Messi is Madmanly, the savior of the Argentine team. The 2 decisive figures who were crowned and enthroned by the Pampas Eagles walked towards the podium step by step. This scene immediately exploded in the audience. Although the security personnel tried their best to maintain the passage, there were still countless fans crazily pushing towards the passage. Being able to get in close contact with these 2 super idols, fans almost built a ladder. If there is a major contributor to Argentina's ability to win the World Cup, then this person is not the one who scored 4 goals in the final and scored Messi, nor is he the one who managed the team's midfield in an orderly manner. Not the impregnable Mascherano and Fernando Gago who swept the entire defense, but Madmanly. Argentinian commentator Canitas replaced him with a soulful and provocative voice. Tone. Although he has caused a lot of trouble in the past year, and even braved the disapproval of the world, to disband the team's coaching staff and drive away those veteran coaches. But now we have to admit, everything Madmanly did was for the Argentina team. He is a selfless man, no doubt about it. I think Grondona should try his best to keep Crazy Lee in his job. This man is the foundation on which the Blue and White Army established an era of dominance in world football. Look at Messi's completely different role in the Argentina team before performance and you will understand how important he is to the team. The cheers in the stands continue to rise, and even Johannesburg, shrouded in darkness, was alarmed. At this time, more than half of the fans sitting on the top of the slag heap watching the game in the distance had left. After nightfall, the temperature in South Africa changed. It was very low, and the remaining loyal fans were all wearing thick down jackets and gritting their teeth and persisting. They wanted to see the old captain Javier Zanetti personally lifting the Hercules Cup with his blood boiling. On the podium, Lee, is this the first time I have awarded you a medal? FIFA President Sepp Blatter smiled and hung the glittering championship medal around Leoli's neck and asked in a low voice, Uncle Boo is in a very good mood. FIFA has been promoting national football and offensive football in the past, and the just concluded World Cup final is obviously a very good publicity. Both the Spanish team and the Argentine team are holding high the banner of offensive football. Especially Crazy Lee's Argentina team, which has been winning big scores since the beginning of the World Cup, obviously fits Uncle Boo's thinking. Lee Tongfan was not modest at all and shook hands with Uncle Boo. To be honest, I can't remember the specific number of times, but I'm sure this time won't be the last time. The two hugged cordially again, and then Leoli walked along the awards podium, shaking hands with South African President Zuma, Spanish Prince Felipe, Princess Sofia and others, and finally came to Argentine beauty President Cristina Point. The beautiful president wears light makeup and has acquired fragrance. Her long-term position as a decision maker gives her an outstanding temperament, giving people a noble and inviolable feeling. Leoli originally just wanted to shake hands and walked over. Who knew that this beautiful president actually bent down and hugged Leoli? MLGBD, I was actually molested like this. Old Lee, who took advantage and behaved like a gentleman, pretended to be a gentleman. The beautiful president smiled and said while hugging him, Lee, thank you for everything you have done for Argentine football. You will become the most popular guest in the Pampas! Exclamation mark. Leoli, whose vanity was greatly satisfied, instantly fell in love with this low-profile strong woman. He didn't care whether she was just showing off, but she made people feel very comfortable. The guy also said politely, this is mine too. It's an honor and I would also like to thank the Argentina team for giving me the opportunity to appear in the World Cup and direct the game. After walking past the guest seats, Leoli came to the prototype platform on the far right side of the award podium point. After receiving the medals, the players of the Spanish team will return to the field along the right channel, but the players of the Argentine team stay on the white platform that seems to be floating in the sky. The captain of the Blue and White Army, Javier Zanetti, was the last one to slowly walk to the podium, and the eyes of the whole world were focused on him. As the captain of the team, Zanetti will take over the role from Blatter and lead countless heroes. The Hercules Cup was bent at the waist, raised high above the head, and accepted the worship of hundreds of millions of fans. Zanetti first received his medal from South African President Jacob Zuma. Then he came to the front of his teammates, crossed the guardrail of the prototype platform, and stood firmly in front of everyone, waiting for FIFA President Sepp Blatter to award the glittering Hercules Cup to Argentina team. At this time, the music of We Are the Champions that resounded throughout the audience suddenly stopped. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a heart beating violently came from the stadium speakers, and the huge electronic screen hanging on the south side of the stadium suddenly turned dark. Just when the fans were surprised, a string of white fonts appeared. Uruguay, 1930, 1950, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Italy, 1934, 1938. Brazil, 1958, 1962, 1970, 1994, 2002. Italy SID. One by one, the white names jumped out on the big screen with a heavy sense of history. They were a series of historical marks recording the names of glory and former world kings, until finally, the name of the Argentina team appeared. Argentina, 1978, 1986, just behind 1986. The speed of the subtitles suddenly became extremely slow. The drum beat, which sounded like the sound of heartbeat, got faster and faster. More than 100,000 hearts in the audience seemed to be following this rhythm started beating violently together, and sure enough, soon after, the Arabic numerals flashed one by one, 2, 0, 1, 0. As the last Arabic numeral 0 appeared, the audience burst into uncontrollable cheers. Blatter touched the Hercules Cup on the podium, came to the Argentine players, and slowly handed the trophy in his hand to Blue Javier Zanetti, captain of the White Army. But at this time, the mutation reappeared, as if they had already discussed it. The players of the Argentine team suddenly lifted the leader madmanly to the front row, and stood together with the captain Zanetti. The Inter Milan veteran held Lee Tongfan's shoulder tightly with one hand. The other hand reaches for the Hercules Cup. The scene could not be clearer. The players hope that the head coach and captain can lift the Hercules Cup at the same time! Exclamation mark. The Argentine fans in the stands cheered wildly when they saw this scene. This was their response. Some even jumped and shouted, "Crazily! Crazily! Crazily!" Brat smiled. This is the first time in history that the World Cup trophy has been lifted by two recipients at the same time. Crazily's right hand, Zanetti's left hand. Two big hands grabbed the base of the Hercules Cup and raised the trophy, which represents the highest collective honor in football, high above their heads! Exclamation mark. In an instant, "We are the champions" resounded throughout the audience again! Exclamation mark. Golden confetti sprayed out from both ends of the podium, flying into the sky, rendering the entire podium resplendent. Just as the fans cheered and cried with excitement, the most brilliant fireworks suddenly bloomed over the Football City Stadium, like shooting stars streak across the night sky, creating the most brilliant fireworks on this night. Under the illumination of lights and fire, the two men holding the Hercules Cup high looked like demons coming to the world, shocking everyone's minds. That's when the new king is crowned before the whole world! Exclamation mark. The live DJ's passionate and inciting music sounded again, and it was like a match thrown into a gasoline barrel, detonating the Johannesburg Football City Stadium on July 18, 2010. 2010 South Africa World Cup champion Argentina team, friends, pay tribute to the king of the world. I'm sorry. It seems that I always say sorry, and I hope everyone can forgive me for being careless. I've been so busy lately that all sorts of strange things have happened one after another. Chapter 660 FLORES and -039 End. The flames all over the sky are still erupting hotly. Various magnificent patterns and colors illuminate the city of Johannesburg tonight like a fairyland on earth. From a bird's eye view from the sky, the splendid football stadium is like a temple of light nestled under the endless night, majestic and inviolable. Within the stadium, the trophy was passed around in the hands of the Argentinian team's soldiers. Everyone was like hugging the fairy girl they had worked so hard to get, greedily touching the Hercules Cup that symbolizes the status of the king, lowering his head to kiss, and raising his head to kiss the trophy. He raised it high above his head and roared excitedly, venting his excitement for the past month. Tonight, they are the center of the world. Tonight, they will receive the worship of hundreds of millions around the world. Cheers came again, and the picture on the giant electronic screen in the south of the stadium changed. The wonderful pictures and touching scenes of every game since the start of this World Cup disappeared, and countless smiling faces with waving arms appeared on the big screen. Oh, this is Buenos Aires Monument Square, the Argentine commentator Canitas first exclaimed excitedly. He felt unprecedented excitement at this moment. Argentine fans celebrated the team's championship in Monument Square. I can't see the sea of people on the side. The fans were setting off fireworks inside the venue. The players celebrated wildly, and the Hercules Cup came into the hands of the coaches. Kempis took the trophy with his palms trembling slightly. He had raised this symbol of the king once as a player, but that was a long time ago. Kempis never thought that he would have the opportunity to do so for the third time. Lift this highest honor for the second time. Prince of Elegance, Redondo, Wizard, Veron, Child of the Wind Kanagia. At this moment, they all quickly lost their previous composure and elegance, singing and dancing like excited children, and the most exciting one was assistant coach Liebing. The moment he followed his colleagues to the podium and lowered his head to let Blatter hang the golden medal around his neck, Liebing felt like he was in a dream, an incredibly gorgeous dream. I actually lifted the Hercules Cup, taking the heavy trophy from Kemp's hand and feeling the cool touch from his fingers. Liebing felt that every drop of blood in his body was burning crazily, and an unprecedented impulse surged over him instantly. In his heart, Liebing suddenly felt that he was full of motivation. How crazy would it be if one day he could rely on his own ability to win this trophy? At this time, reporters have been allowed to leave the press area, To interview these stars up close, Chinese reporters frantically surrounded Li Tongfan and Li Bing. There were even more people around Li Bing, except for brother Shan, who was holding the golden Hercules cup in his hand. The reporters wanted to capture this rare picture, in addition to the historical data and footage left behind. Of course, Li Tongfan himself has been repeatedly reported too many times. Chinese fans are no longer surprised that Crazy Li has created miracles one after another, and they think it is natural. Li Bing is obviously a new gimmick. Another Chinese lifts the Hercules Cup. TSK. Listen, such a news headline is so good, it will definitely set off a frenzy of heated discussions in the country. There were also Spanish reporters who went to interview the matadors who had disappointed looks on their faces. However, the Spanish players, who missed out on the Hercules Cup in the last step, obviously have no intention of being interviewed at this moment, with indifferent expressions on their faces. Among them, the reporter of World Sports News is the least popular, leading the team after Flores tried several people in succession. He finally determined that he was rejected. The Spanish players hated this guy who had no self-awareness at all. Most players believed that it was World Sports News and Flores, the shameless pair, who angered Madmanly in a bad way that did not belong to football. Only then did this god on the sidelines of the football field burst out with thunderous fury and gave the team 3 fatal blows in the first half. He thought it was Flores who ruined the Spanish team's character and luck, and of course, some players, such as Casillas, Ramos and Juan Mata, etc., have very good personal relationships with Leo Li and Wang Qing. They have no good impression of people like Flores, so why would they accept an interview with him? Flores is now at getting into the bellows, and both ends are angry. Shit. They are all a bunch of shit who were scared out of their wits by Crazy Li. Flores cursed angrily in his heart. He still felt that he had done nothing wrong. Weren't those previous reports just to help the Spanish team? Now even his own people don't appreciate him at all. This is really disappointing to him. No wonder these guys can't defeat Crazy Li. It's not that they are inferior to others, but that they are afraid of the damn Chinese from the beginning. Flores was instantly irritable and put all the responsibility back on the players. He is thinking about how to write an article to criticize these losers after returning to China. Just at this time, are you Mr. Flores? A strange voice came from behind. Speaking authentic Spanish. Flores turned around in surprise and found that 2 men in black suits had appeared behind him at some point. He subconsciously responded, "It's me, I'm exactly," and saw one of the men coming from behind. He took out a white document from the briefcase. This is a summons from the Madrid High Court. Ms. Wang Qing believes that you have violated her reputation by fabricating malicious news in previous news reports. You will be sued for defamation. This, the summons from the court, will be held in 5 days. I hope you can appear in court on time. This is impossible. That woman has no evidence. Flores was stunned. Everyone says this when they receive a subpoena, but based on what we have, the evidence for this prosecution is very strong. Good luck, Mr. Flores. Oh, by the way, take this and yes, sign here. The man in the suit handed the subpoena to Flores, then took out the receipt form and pen and asked Flores to sign it. The Catalan was stunned by the information revealed in the other party's words. He subconsciously took the pen and signed, still thinking quickly about why things turned out like this. The reporters around him, who had extremely sensitive professional senses, had already discovered this scene. Amidst the clicking sound of the camera shutter button, this scene was completely recorded. Flores was shocked and turned pale. The child was frozen in the cameras of more than 100 reporters. Damn, he cursed harshly and quickly left the field. Several reporters actually abandoned their original goals and relentlessly caught up to ask questions about what had just happened. You must know that the grudge between Flores and Crazy Li is also a big selling point that attracts the attention of fans. At this time, Flores suddenly felt that these damn reporters were so damn annoying. What Flores couldn't figure out was how the woman named Wang Qing found sufficient evidence in such a short period of time. The cheers and applause in the stadium continued. This is a night for the winner! 7 hours ago. Los Angeles, USA. Wang, this matter is my fault. Let me explain it to Lee. I will definitely make it clear to him. If not, David can also explain this matter to Lee. He is also a witness. In the living room on the first floor of David Beckham's Beverly Hills mansion in Los Angeles, Spice Girl Victoria looked anxious. At this time, World Sports News exposed the rumor about Crazy Lee being cheated on for about more than an hour, but it had already spread to the United States. At such a crazy speed, you have to admire the craziness of the entertainment gossip industry. But, Hot Girl knew that this was completely a misunderstanding, or even a conspiracy. What happened is simple. Due to the poor public security in South Africa, and to avoid having a similar negative impact on the England Women's League, which would affect the players' energy and state, as the head coach, Lee Tongfan strictly prohibited players from bringing their families to South Africa. He even set an example by making an exception. After a barbecue family dinner was held at the HPC Sports Center, Wang Qing left South Africa. The two elderly people Li Ying and He Feng returned to China at this time. In order to avoid being harassed by the boring and crazy reporters in China, Wang Qing arranged for the two elderly people to come to Los Angeles for vacation at the invitation of Hot Girl Victoria. Due to the relationship between Lee and Beckham, the two women actually got along quite well and got along like sisters. Hot Girl, in order to show her friendship as a landlord, she held a big party in her mansion and introduced many of her friends in the United States to Wang Qing. Even her famous neighbor Tom Cruise came to join in the fun. During the party, Wang Qing met many new friends, including some of Hot Girl's close sisters in Los Angeles. Among them, a young actor named Dicarol Amisha was the most enthusiastic. She had a very good chat with Wang Qing at the party, and even left each other's contact information at the end of the party. This is actually what happens a lot at parties like this. The next day, this woman named Amisha asked Wang Qing to drink coffee. Out of politeness, Wang Qing agreed. The girl, who had no sense of precaution against outsiders, showed up at the Better Cafe on time and met at the reserved location. An American man named Mike introduced himself as Lamisha's boyfriend, claimed to be a crazy fan and an admirer of Crazy Lee, and chatted with Wang Qing for a few words. The process is that simple and takes about 4 or 5 minutes. Then Lamisha appeared, and the three of them spent about an hour in the cafe, and then Wang Qing got up and left. The photos reported by World Sports News were obviously taken secretly during those 4 or 5 minutes when Lamisha was not around. Why did a reporter appear at that time? There is no such thing as a coincidence in the world. This date is obviously a long-planned conspiracy. Later, in an interview with World Sports News, Lamisha's boyfriend Mike repeatedly claimed that he and Ms. Wang Qing spent a pleasant afternoon, and both sides admired each other very much. Such nonsense is obviously acceptable. It was fabricated, probably in exchange for favors from the Catalan media. Anyway, with the red mouth and white teeth, and the photos, there was nothing Wang Qing could do about it. And it is obvious that the woman named Lamisha is also one of the executors of the conspiracy, because Victoria knows that he does not have a boyfriend named Mike at all. Hot Girl Victoria felt very guilty at this time. She hoped that she or Beckham would explain this matter to Crazy Lee. If it really ruined the relationship between Wang Qing and Crazy Lee, it would be a crime. Although the outside media has been giving mixed reviews to Hot Girl, it is obvious that no one can deny Victoria's persistence in love. She definitely does not want to become such a shameful sinner. However, Wang Qing's reaction surprised Victoria a little. She looked very calm from beginning to end, without any anger or grievance after being framed. She even stopped Victoria's proposal and said with a smile, "No, Victoria, there is no need to explain to him, because I know that Lee is absolutely. I won't believe such clumsy and inferior lies." Wang Qing was full of confidence when he spoke. With a smile on his lips, Victoria was stunned and said doubtfully, "Wang, maybe it's time to explain. After all, the media has reported so much, just in case nothing will happen." Wang Qing is very sure. The golden sunshine of the afternoon shone in from the floor to ceiling windows in the distance, and the girl's delicate face looked so flawless. Hot Girl saw a color called happiness and trust on such a young and beautiful face, which made her fascinated. None of them knew that at this moment, Crazy Lee, who was sitting on the bus from the hotel to the final venue, was also saying something to Maradona very firmly. Diego, if you knew what we had been through together, you would believe her as much as I do. I don't know how those photos were obtained, but that definitely does not mean her betrayal of me. I only know, if I have the slightest doubt at this time, it would be the most shameless and ruthless betrayal of her. Seeing hot girl, dazed look, Wan King chuckled and said, Victoria, you don't have to blame yourself for this. It's not your fault. Let's play a Sherlock Holmes detective game next. It will definitely be fun. I need your help. You mean? Victoria's eyes lit up. Indeed, those shameless liars should not be allowed to succeed so easily. Tell me, what help do you need from me? First. Update point, keep coding point, please give me a vote. I really need it. Brothers and sisters, please give me your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, The Streets Are Empty. Time moves forward point when Lee Tongfan pointed at Floor's nose and cursed in the pre-match press conference hall of the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg. In a famous hotel room in Los Angeles, the American Mike looked at the two people in front of him with a pale face. A woman who looked at Shura like a devil. The horror in her heart was indescribable. How could this happen? Damn, cold sweat broke out on Mike's forehead point. If the two women in front of him hand over the video being played to the legal department, he will undoubtedly be sentenced because all the evidence is so sufficient. According to Mike's own understanding of American law, there is no chance at all possible point at this time. Wan King was sitting on the chair by the window with a calm expression point. Her crystal clear fingers like green onions gently shook the goblet she was holding, and the red liquid swayed gracefully inside. Occasionally she opened her seductive red lips to taste it, but her eyes kept wandering on the scenery outside the window. Not looking at Mike point for the first time, Mike, an American man, discovered that this woman had a kind of ice-cold calmness about her. The spring breeze of intimacy, when they first met in a coffee shop not long ago, had long since disappeared without a trace. How about it, Mr. Mike? Do you want to continue reading? On the other hand, hot girl, Victoria asked coldly with anger on her face, with a look of disdain and sarcasm on her face, as if she was the one being wronged by the media. She raised the remote control in her hand to temporarily stop the video. No need, Mike answered in a panic, while cold sweat broke out from his forehead and back. His mind was thinking rapidly. Since they did not hand over the video to the police, it meant that they did not intend to prosecute him. Do you want to extort money? Definitely impossible. Mike then immediately rejected his ridiculous speculation in his mind. If any of the husbands of these two women plucked a hair from their thighs, it would be thicker than his own waist, and he would not be short of money at all. Then it was for what? It has to be said that Mike is indeed a very smart man. He quickly figured out the key. Yes, they don't care at all about a little person like me. If they guessed correctly, they planned and reported this incident. The world sports news in question and the Spaniard named Flores who has a grudge against Madman Lee are their targets. If this is the case, it means there is still room for discussion. Thinking of this, Mike finally breathed a sigh of relief. The American man stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and quickly expressed his position to ladies. He thought of a title that he thought was more appropriate and kept his attitude very low for fear of arousing the other party's resentment. I admit, all of this was intentional and I was instigated by others. As long as you don't prosecute me, I'm willing to tell everything I know. God is my witness, all of this was instigated by that damn Spaniard. At this time, Wan King finally looked away from the window. She smiled at Mike and said, "Tell me, the more detailed the better. It's best if you can provide some evidence that we are satisfied with." 10 minutes later, after sending the completely avatar-like American man out, Victoria felt for the first time the mysterious, tense atmosphere of a police interrogation of a prisoner. She took a long breath, turned around and excitedly raised a V-shaped victory sign to Wan King. Incredible. You succeeded. We succeeded. At this time, Wan King no longer pretended to be calm as before. She jumped up cautiously, stood up and picked up the so-called evidence left by Mike from the table, and looked through it carefully. She was as happy as a child. With a blush on her cheeks, Wang King carefully packed these important information in his bag, preparing to hand it over to his personal bodyguard for careful preservation. He wanted to help his beloved husband fight back against World Sports News. During the prosecution process, these things would definitely be decisive evidence point. After getting these things, the two left the hotel and rushed to Los Angeles International Airport without stopping. Wang King's idea is very simple. It is to let the shameless combination of flaws and World Sports News receive a summons from the court immediately after the World Cup final. Let them reap the consequences and pay the price for their stupid behavior. Wang King believes that his my sweetheart will definitely be able to win in the finals, and this incident can be regarded as a championship gift for him. We can't let him fight everything alone. If I don't choose to fight back, who knows if some clown will pop up in the future and hurt him through me. I just want to let the whole world, everyone knows that Crazy Lee's woman is also a crazy woman who cannot be messed with. Sitting on the plane from Los Angeles to Madrid, Wang King looked through the oval window of the plane at the farther and farther land and the dreamy clouds under the sun, feeling very good. You are simply a born conspirator. Victoria's expression, sitting next to Wang King, was still full of excitement. Just think about how Wang King used a fake video to scare the American named Mike out of his wits. Not only did he honestly explain the cause and effect of the matter, he even took the initiative to produce some evidence. Think about it, it's like something out of a movie. Hot girl, Victoria felt extremely stimulated by something that would only happen during sex. Wang King smiled proudly. Victoria, didn't you say that I'm a language genius? In fact, my greatest specialty is not language, but my very strong memory, a strange super talent, almost to the point of photographic memory. Victoria nodded knowingly in agreement. Indeed, I can remember everything that happened in the coffee shop a day ago. I can even remember the content and tone of the words, the clothes of the people around me, and the seating arrangement. This is more than just photographic memory. It is almost the same as a video recorder. It's just as terrifying. Only this kind of memory can restore everything that happened that day. You and Lee are both crazy geniuses. Hot girl, Victoria is one of the few strong women in the entertainment industry. From a pop singer to a well-known fashion designer now, her journey from idol to power has been very unsatisfactory. After seeing the high profile and scenery of him and David Beckham, how could you notice how much Victoria has paid for everything today? But now, even such a strong Victoria has to express her admiration for the husband and wife team of Crazy Lee and Wang King, feeling inferior to them. In fact, everything that happened in the hotel was very simple and incredible. Wang King's super memory allowed her to almost completely remember the whole process of everything that happened in the coffee shop that day. With Victoria's help, Wang King easily found a person who was very similar to American Mike and rehearsed what happened at that time and recorded it. The video production is so real. The cameraman recorded the video from the perspective of a candid cameraman from behind Mike and could only see Wang King's face clearly, and Mike's body shape and clothing completely matched. From the events of the past day, Mike himself, I probably remember a lot. All the conversations in the video were correct. The two people didn't say anything at all. I admire each other very much and are willing to have further relationships. And other disgusting words, which are the most common greetings. When the fake video was played in front of Mike, the American man panicked. He completely believed the authenticity of the video, and this video completely exposed the lies he told in an interview with a reporter from World Sports News. If Wang King hands the video to the US police for investigation, everything will soon come to light and prosecution will be carried out. If so, Mike, who spoke nonsense to the media, would inevitably be imprisoned. And this is why Mike obediently confessed everything, as if he had seen the big bad wolf's little white rabbit, knowing full well that he had also taken the initiative to leave some remarks about Frank. Fatal enough evidence for laws and World Sports News just a fraud. It's a pity that Mike, who had a guilty conscience, was completely manipulated by Wang King and surrendered without the slightest notice. Soon. The plane arrived at Madrid Airport, Spain. Lee Tongfan and his assistant went to the airport to greet him in person. Spark Agency is already considered a very famous football player agency in Europe. It includes already famous superstars such as Juan Mata, as well as promising new stars such as Belgian demon boy Lukaku and Hazard. It is the meat and potatoes that many European wealthy families are vying to show their goodwill to point. Lee Tongfan's status has also risen as a result, and he is fully able to compete with gold medal agents such as Portuguese giant Mendes and Italian Rayo. He has great connections and reputation in European football. The group left the Madrid airport and went straight to the court. The previous prosecution process had been completely completed by Lee Tongfan's lawyers. After Wang Qing presented the relevant evidence to the court could file the case and issue a summons to the defendant. The process is even simpler under Lee Tongfan's operation. Wang Qing and Victoria almost completed it in less than an hour. Then Lee Tongfan followed his sister-in-law's wishes and used some of his connections in Spain to convince the court to send someone to deliver the summons in advance. So this small court summons was delivered to Flores a few hours later, just in time for the award ceremony at the end of the World Cup final at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg. Even some reporters who captured the moment Flores received the summons in the stadium and pursued the man relentlessly were specially arranged by Wang Qing. Crazy First Lady Lee's counterattack was as powerful as thunder, like a program written by a smart computer, link by link, so precise that it was almost impeccable. In the process of dealing with this matter, the beautiful woman who has always been as gentle as water and quiet as wind showed a decision making and planning ability that even the strong woman hot girl, Victoria, was ashamed of. This further strengthened the relationship between Victoria and Crazy Lee, a couple's determination to maintain an intimate relationship. Of course, what's more important is that hot girl really feels that she and Wang Qing are very close, just like biological sisters. This is a very wonderful fate. After the Argentina team won the championship, they did not stay in Johannesburg anymore. That night, they took a bus and returned to the HPC Sports Center of the University of Pretoria under the escort of the South African police. Here the whole team and all the staff had a party all night long. After winning the Hercules Cup, all bans on the team were lifted, and the players could enjoy fine wine and various entertainment activities. The more than 1,000 bottles of fragrant beer stored in the bar of the sports center were quickly consumed. Fans gathered outside the HPC Sports Center. Some were setting off magnificent fireworks, while others were singing songs and refused to disperse all night. The carnival lasted until the next morning, when the physically and mentally exhausted players fell asleep holding the golden championship medals, and at noon on the 19th, the Blue and White Legion took the special plane that had been contacted by the Argentine Football Association from Pretoria Airport. With a huge roar, they left the place where they had sweated and sweated for their dreams and flew into blue sky and white clouds, flying to the Pampas. At this moment, the last team left South Africa. The 2010 World Cup in South Africa finally came to a successful end with the cheers of Argentine fans. For the Blue and White Army, this was a perfect World Cup trip. They defeated all opponents and created countless achievements record. They won the pinnacle of glory. Now, they are returning home in glory. The plane arrived at Buenos Aires International Airport in Argentina that afternoon. When the plane, painted blue and white with the Argentinian flag printed on its wings, slowly landed on the runway of Ezeiza Airport. The excitement of Argentines was felt all over the world, and thousands of Argentine fans showed up at the airport. In every corner of the world, people are waiting crazily for the arrival of heroes, as if they are welcoming the arrival of gods. More than 3,000 fan representatives and reporters were allowed to come to the designated area next to the track, waiting excitedly for the players. When Messi and Madman Lee walked out of the cabin side by side holding the Hercules Cup, and just missed the cabin door, the crowd was boiling. The security guards could no longer hold back the crazy fans. The crowd surged up like a wave and swept over them. The whole plane was packed with people. This afternoon, Buenos Aires is packed with people. The world media has just begun to summarize and comment on the shocking World Cup final that just ended, the nuking of the world, blue and white, everything that happened after the final, and the World Cup that just ended. They set off crazy reports. After every World Cup, countless players' worth increases greatly. Countless supernovas rise to fame, and countless superstars illuminate the entire green sky. For the European giants and various football clubs around the world, the World Cup is even more important. It's like a harvest pasture, where they can harvest their favorite players. The summer transfer period has just begun, and the shock of this summer is about to take place. Second update point: let's do 8,000 words today. Chapter 662: Where will Crazy Lee go next? The departure of Argentina, the new king of the world, has restored the peace of the past to the land of Africa. However, in the mainstream European football world, the storm set off by the media has just begun. FIFA has not announced the official best results of this World Cup, but the major media have made up their own best results. The awards can't wait to be handed over to the players and teams. There is no doubt that Argentina is the winner of this World Cup. Reuters, which stole the show in its coverage of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, once again went before many professional football media. However, this time they did not hold any award selections or use long speeches to praise the players and the team. Instead, they broke a big sensational news without saying anything surprising. Crazy Lee returns to Real Madrid, the article wrote. Crazy Lee's legendary experience at the Bernabeu and his crazy performances in the past few years, especially in the just concluded World Cup finals, have made fans of the Galaxy battleship and Lafayette, Florentino Odu believes that Crazy Mourinho is no longer the head coach Real Madrid needs most, but Crazy Lee is. Crazy Lee's coaching contract with the Argentina team will expire soon, and Real Madrid will not have to pay liquidated damages. It is reported that in order to grab the god on the sidelines of football from Inter Milan and Liverpool, Florentino is willing to pay him an annual salary of 18 million euros after tax to impress him. The two sides will start negotiations on the return of Crazy Lee to the Bernabeu in the near future. No accident. In the next season, after 4 years, Real Madrid fans can finally see the figure of God on the sidelines of the football field, in front of the Bernabeu coaching bench, and that extremely coquettish middle finger. You must know that Real Madrid fans have always regarded themselves as the home team of Crazy Lee, and the chain effect brought about by this signing is also very obvious. There were rumors that Mourinho, who joined Real Madrid, was forced out of his job by Crazy Lee, so he is very likely to continue to stay at Inter Milan. Of course, the Premier League teams Tottenham, Manchester City and Liverpool are also eyeing the madman and Spanish tactician Benitez, who is rumored to be likely to be sacked, is also one of these teams. Popular candidates this summer. Heavyweight transfers in football will also be a highlight of the transfer market. This Reuters report immediately detonated the entire European football world. Crazy Lee's contract with the Argentine Football Association is about to expire. This is actually no secret. Although the chairman of the Argentine Football Association, Grondona, has repeatedly emphasized that Crazy Lee will definitely renew his contract with the Argentine team, many people know that Crazy Lee has no plans to do so. He stayed on as national team coach for too long because his interest was in playing for his club. There have been many media speculations about which club, God on the sidelines of football, will coach, and Real Madrid is certainly one of the candidates. But when Reuters pointed it out so confidently, and at the same time even revealed the details of the contract, it's still first. There is no doubt that this news has some people excited and some worried. Of course, the fans of Real Madrid are excited. In the past 2 seasons, since Guardiola took over Barcelona, the Galacticos have been severely suppressed by Guardiola before they fully woke up after experiencing the mythical season. There is no chance to turn around. Although C. Ronaldo, who can compete with Messi in the player field, joined Real Madrid last year, Pellegrini, who has a good hand, did not surprise the fans of the Galacticos. Faced with such a huge humiliation, coupled with Messi's performance as a king in this World Cup, has made many Real Madrid fans full of pessimism and worry about the upcoming 10-11 season. They see no hope of fighting against Messi and Guardiola. However, if Crazy Lee could come, everything would obviously be different. This man left too many good memories at the Bernabeu. Moreover, he was responsible for Messi's victory in the World Cup in South Africa. His crazy and bold genius 3-2-1-4 offensive formation was watched by countless fans. Fascinating. Since he can single-handedly put Messi on the throne of the top of the world, why can't he put C. Ronaldo, who is not weaker than Messi, on the throne of God? Moreover, just thinking about Crazy Lee's undefeated myth, Real Madrid fans screamed with excitement, as if they had seen the league championship and the Champions League trophy in the 2010-11 season. While some people are still doubting the authenticity of this matter, Marca, known as the mouthpiece of Real Madrid, is also involved in reporting on this matter. The deputy editor of Marca, the former among the Spanish journalists, Carlos Ruben, the Crazy Lee #1 dogleg, conducted a fan survey with great energy. In this one-day online survey, more than 500,000 Real Madrid fans participated in the question and answer, and as many as 95% of them believe that the return of Crazy Lee is the most decisive signing for Real Madrid during this summer transfer period, which is directly related to the Galaxy battleship's ability to overwhelm its old rival Barcelona, and only 5% of the remaining fans chose to support the madman Mourinho, who had great success at Inter Milan just last season. Many media have been caught up in crazy reports on this matter. It seems that after just experiencing a wonderful World Cup, even the Blue and White Legion, Argentina team, which won the Hercules Cup for the third time, finally won the World Cup in Johannesburg. Son of God, Messi, who suddenly became the king of the city stadium, is not as eye-catching as Crazy Lee. A head coach's reputation has reached such a level throughout history, except for the madman Mourinho, no one else can compare to the madman Lee. Many European football journalists flocked to Buenos Aires like a swarm. July 20th. A large-scale float parade was held in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. On the street leading to the monumental stadium, a blue convertible bus, which was urgently converted from a bus serving the team during the World Cup, carried the heroes of the Blue and White Army who returned with honors in the glittering World Cup, like an aircraft carrier cruising in the sea, slowly driving among the crowd. The whole tour process was violent. Thousands of arms waved wildly, forming a large white ocean with no visible edge. The palms were white waves. There was no edge to be seen. Almost all the citizens of Buenos Aires came here, and there were more people from all over Argentina who came to the capital to watch this historic float parade up close. On the temporary stage of the Monument Park, the Argentine female president once again appeared in front of the fans. Although many people thought that this strong woman's attendance at the award ceremony of the World Cup final was a show, just like German Chancellor Merkel, she still insisted on her love for the Blue and White Army. The brief speech of the female president Cristina ended with a continuous and intense cheers, when the captain Javier Zanetti loudly and proudly announced to all Argentine fans, "I assure you that Pampas football is still the best football in the world." The whole blue and white country was boiling. The climax of the whole event came at the end. The honorary citizen medal, originally awarded by the mayor of Buenos Aires, was personally worn by the Argentine female president Cristina on Crazy Lee. Crazy Lee is the 8th foreign citizen to receive this honor since Buenos Aires set up the honorary citizen award. He is the only Asian to receive this award, which can be regarded as a record, after helping the Blue and White Army to defeat super teams such as Germany, England, and Spain. Crazy Lee's prestige in Argentina is no less than that of local stars such as Kempes, Maradona and Messi. Seeing Crazy Lee wearing the city's honorary citizen medal on his chest, more than 400,000 Argentine fans on the scene cheered and shouted. The reports of European media continued. At this time, FIFA's official best was finally released. The best team of the 2010 South Africa World Cup. In the goalkeeper position, Casillas finally won the election by relying on his previous excellent performance, overpowering the Argentine goalkeeper Romero. Although some Argentine media criticized Casillas for relying on his huge fame to suppress Romero, according to the official statistics, except for the 7 consecutive goals in the final, the Real Madrid goalkeeper made more important interceptions and saves in each game than Romero, and he deserved the position of the starting goalkeeper in the best team. In the defender position, Spanish fullback Ramos, Argentine central defender Samuel, English central defender Stephen Taylor, and Argentine captain Zanetti were selected as the starting 4. Almost no one was dissatisfied with this choice. Ramos won in the balance of data on both ends of defense and assists. Samuel's stability was the best, and Stephen Taylor scored the most goals among central defenders. Of course, his defense was also excellent. Zanetti went to the World Cup at the age of 36 and was able to score goals and assists, which can only be described as a legend. The midfield was the most controversial point. Argentina's midfielder, commander, Riquelme, and Spain's ventilator, Xavi, were both selected. The other two were Blue and White Army midfielder Mascherano and Brazilian superstar Kaká. This list of 4 people caused great controversy in the media. Many outstanding players such as Sneijder of the Netherlands, Alan Smith of England, Podolski and Thomas Müller of Germany were not selected, which caused dissatisfaction among media in various countries. But FIFA quickly took out data to speak and responded to the doubts as 4 forwards. Barcelona king, Messi's selection is undisputed. Chapter 663. Another crazy transfer. Messi's partners are more selective. Uruguay veteran Diego Forlan, rookie Suarez, England forward Andy Carroll, Michael Owen, Spanish forward David Villa, etc., etc. These are all previously selected to the best team. A player with a very high voice, but this time FIFA gave the final answer. Based on cold data, Uruguayan forward Suarez showed super high efficiency and reasonable ability to handle the ball in the few games he played, and finally overcame other competitors to become Barcelona king, Messi's partner. As for the coach standing on the sidelines, there is absolutely no doubt about this. Crazily won this title with an unparalleled attitude. Perhaps for him, this best team has no meaning at all, because maybe only the honor of the best coach can attract the slightest attention from the madman. In addition to the best team, other more valuable awards were also announced at the same time. Fortunately, this time they did not rely on cold data. Messi undoubtedly won the Ballon d'Or. In addition, Barcelona king also won the Best Forward award with an outstanding performance. In fact, before the game, many experts and media predicted that this World Cup will be the ultimate battle between the 4 kings of football and the winner will be crowned king. In the original analysis, Messi was the most favored, and Argentina, the team, is strong, and the team's coach is madmanly, who is best at utilizing the players' abilities. Among the odds offered by the all-pervasive European sports betting company specifically for the 4 players, Messi is also dominant. Except for Messi, Kaká and Juan Mata also have great opportunities, thanks to the strong strength of the national team. It is a bit tragic for Portugal to hold C. Ronaldo, although his personal strength is superior among the 4. However, the Portuguese national team's soy sauce color is too strong, which puts him at an absolute disadvantage in the competition, and the final result did not exceed the expectations of experts. C. Ronaldo was eliminated in the quarterfinals, and Kaká also fell out of the finals. Although Juan Mata entered the finals with the Spanish team, he was not reused before and performed well in the last game, but it could not change the fate of the team's defeat. It is not so much that Angel Wings lost to Barcelona king Messi, but it is better to say that they lost to their former mentor madmanly, the god on the sidelines of the football field. 3 middle fingers, allowing Messi to complete the hat trick without any suspense, which is simply not something that human power can resist. Most of the media clearly agree with Messi's election. At this time, the media in Catalonia, Spain once again sided with Messi. Daily Sports sent overwhelming praise to Barcelona king. From now on, Messi is the active player in the world, the greatest player ever. Gazzetta dello Sport also expressed the same view. Judging from everything that happened at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg on July 18th, Messi has accomplished something that even Maradona could not do. Now we can call he is the king of football. For Leo, German Kicker magazine, Maradona once brought a beautiful dream to the Argentinians. Now he has woken up from the dream. God has brought an incredible Messi to the world. The French Mirror believes it has always been difficult for us to find an accurate word to describe Messi. Maybe the word ball king is the best explanation. The best midfielder was still won by Argentina. The new king of the world magician, Riquelme, was undoubtedly elected based on his dominance in this competition. Whether it was scoring goals or attacking, the data he created in 7 games were better than any other goal any midfielder on the team can compare. FIFA's official comment is also in place. Truly dominate the world champion midfield with a classical attacking midfielder. In addition to defense, Roman has achieved the ultimate in what an attacking midfielder can do. There is no doubt that this is the peak of his career. Allows us to see the shadow of Zidane at his peak. The best defender is still a player from the Blue and White Army. Inter Milan captain Javier Zanetti defeated Spanish defender Ramos, who ranked first in statistics, and Lam, who ranked second, to win this honor. However, there is no controversy about this. Crazily has completely established the authority of Javier Zanetti in this Argentine team. This allows Zanetti to play a role not only in competitive aspects, but also more often for Inter Milan veterans. He is the soul of the team, especially in the game. When Argentina struggled to reverse the German team, the role of such spiritual leadership was particularly obvious. Regarding the selection of the best goalkeeper, according to media reports, there is also some disagreement within FIFA. Unlike the selection of the best team, which mainly relies on data, the award of the best award will take more into account the player's individual contribution to the team. For example, although Zanetti is only ranked third in statistics among all the top 32 defenders, he can still defeat Ramos and Lam, who are first and second. This is the reason. In the end, the winner of the Golden Glove announced by UEFA was Argentina's 24-year-old young goalkeeper Romero. After all, another candidate, Casillas, had already broken the record in the history of the World Cup by conceding 7 goals in a row in the final. The record for conceding the most goals in a World Cup final. The Rookie of the Year award was won by England centre Andy Carroll of the Three Lions, although Carroll is considered by many extreme England fans to be the culprit of the Three Lions semi-final defeat due to his embrace of Crazy Lee. Judging from his role in the England team, he is well deserved. Another contender, German youngster Thomas Müller, unfortunately failed to win. Of course, the official best result did not cause much excitement, and the fairest result in the world will also cause people's criticism, which is inevitable. However, the media is still more keen on hyping up some things they like. In addition to the explosive news about the scandal between Madmanly and Real Madrid, there are also other adulterated affairs between stars who have become popular in this World Cup and wealthy clubs. It is also the target of their keen gossip. The Spanish team, which was frustrated at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg, talked about a consoling bright spot, angel wings. There are rumors of a scandal between Juan Mata and Real Madrid. Marca stated in the latest issue of the article he wrote scorchingly, as the latest local phenomenon and superstar to emerge in Spanish football. And also from the Real Madrid youth training camp, it is not surprising that there are scandals between Angel Wings and Galacticos. Even before this for 1 or 2 seasons, Florentino had the idea of bringing Mata back to the Bernabeu, but due to Mata's feelings for Crazy Lee, he stayed in Newcastle, and now things have taken a turn. Crazy Lee has no relationship with Newcastle, and it is rumored that he may return to the Bernabeu. There is no doubt that under this situation, Juan Mata is closer to Real Madrid. You might as well think about it. If the team Mata plays for is Real Madrid, so do we still need to worry about his status in the Spanish national team? Will he be able to get it until the team encounters difficulties, like in the just concluded World Cup? What a poor opportunity to play as the mouthpiece of Real Madrid. The article in Marca has always been regarded as the vein of Real Madrid's transfer strategy. Once this matter was exposed, it immediately won the approval of many people in the industry. Many fans excitedly believed that both Real Madrid and for Mata personally, this transfer is a win-win choice, and the only problem now is Real Madrid willing to pay a high transfer fee for Juan Mata? You must know that Angel Wings' brilliant performance in the Premier League in recent years has caused his value to soar rapidly. Without a check of 50 million euros, Florentino wants to take this Newcastle freshman away from St. James Park. I'm afraid it's not easy to become an iconic figure. However, such doubts did not last long. Florentino's generosity once again shocked the world. Money has never been a problem for Real Madrid. The Buddha who didn't feel sorry for him made a lightning move. An article in Marca was published just a few meters away. In less than 2 days, this Zidane-level transfer was completed in a flash. Angel Wings, Juan Mata joins Real Madrid for 50 million euros. As soon as the news came out, it shocked the entire world of football. Everyone feels the determination of Real Madrid. After all, since the glory of the mythical season, the failure in the league for several consecutive years and the Dream 8 in the Champions League have made this giant of the century frustrated for too long. This is another super transfer worth 50 million. In recent years, the value of players has increased at an absurd rate, which is no longer an exception. And who would have thought that the person who created such a sky-high transfer was actually created by a young player who was no more than 25 years old. Many people had to lament the power of the double-edged sword of commercial football. Juan Mata's transfer has been warmly welcomed by Real Madrid fans. Many die-hard Galacticos fans regard the return of Angel Wings as a sign of the team's ambition to compete with Barcelona, which dominates La Liga. The Four Kings Bernabeu in football already has Kaká, C. Ronaldo and Juan Mata. These three shouldn't be a problem when used to deal with Messi, the new world champion who just won the title in South Africa. Right. The media saw more from this transfer. Everyone knows that the relationship between Juan Mata and Crazy Lee is as close as father and brother. Previously, Marca reported that Crazy Lee returned to take charge of the Galacticos. However, this transfer was regarded as Crazy Lee who has not yet taken office. A signal for Lee to rebuild Real Madrid. Perhaps this is the condition for Crazy Lee to coach Real Madrid. Now that his direct descendant Mata has come to the Bernabeu, can Crazy Lee be far behind? Just when people were raising such questions, Marca once again broke the latest news. Make up for yesterday's update point. Today everything is closed just for coding. I hope there can be more point. Compensate. Apologize. Chapter 664. Major rotation of commanders. Crazy Lee arrived in Madrid to formally discuss the signing details. This is the headline news that Marca immediately rushed to publish in the most eye-catching position on the homepage of its website. The article said, after participating in the grand celebration ceremony of the Argentine team and various domestic entertainment in Argentina, Crazy Lee's figure indeed appeared in Madrid. Our reporter found that he was stationed at the Marolina Hotel not far from the Bernabeu Stadium. Perhaps the time until the official announcement of Crazy Lee's return can be calculated in hours or minutes. In order to increase the persuasiveness of the article, Marca added photos to the article. The wind was sunny and the light was very good, so the photo was very clear, so that almost everyone could clearly recognize it. The man in black and sunglasses who poked his head out of the silver grey Mercedes-Benz sedan was none other than God on the sidelines of the football field, Madman Lee, because that guy has a strong sense of madness and treachery in his movements that no one can imitate. And beside him, the four tough Chinese bodyguards with black hair and yellow skin further proved that the person in the photo must be the Crazy Lee. The focus of football was instantly focused on Madrid. Fans of the Galaxy battleship are looking forward to the news of the signing with great excitement. And less than 4 hours later, the news did come out. Real Madrid announced the signing of the club's new head coach on its official website. However, what shocked everyone was, we are honored to announce that Mr. Jose Mourinho will become the team's new head coach. Mr. Mourinho signed a 2-year coaching contract with the club. There is no doubt that Jose is a great head coach, and what he achieved last season, we all believe it will be a win-win situation. The new coach is Crazy Mourinho, not Crazy Lee. How can this be? The entire European football world is in an uproar. Repeated reports by Real Madrid's mouthpiece Marca have led many people to believe that it is a certainty that Crazy Lee will move into the Galaxy. Even many Real Madrid players expressed their welcome to Crazy Lee when being interviewed by reporters. The arrival, however, now that the news has been revealed, Madman Mourinho, who was originally thought to have lost the possibility of coaching Real Madrid, actually defeated Madman Lee in this battle for the coaching position. Such a dramatic change made many people feel that on their wedding night, they finally dismissed the guests who were making noise in the wedding room, and then they untied the bride's hijab while drooling with enthusiasm, only to find that the lady in front of them was not the one the matchmaker had promised, but someone else. A dinosaur next door called Ruha, that I didn't like at first. Of course, saying that a madman is like a flower is a bit too much. You must know that a madman is much stronger than a flower. However, many media and fans still find it difficult to understand Florentino's choice. In his eyes, is the World Cup winning coach not as good as Inter Milan's Triple Crown manager last year? Many people are speculating that it was because Real Madrid and Madman Lee broke down that they settled for the next best thing and chose Madman. Or because of some other ulterior reasons. Just when many people were curious and speculating A Real Madrid club official who did not want to be named explained to reporters. In fact, the club and Mourinho reached a draft agreement long before the start of the World Cup. At that time, they were eager to provide the Galaxy with the battleship-found Florentino, who could compete with Barcelona's helmsman. In order to prevent Moratti from succeeding in retaining people, he even set a huge liquidated damages in the draft. During the World Cup, Crazy Lee also had no idea whether to coach Real Madrid. Without a clear statement, the board of directors was worried that any further delay would affect the team's reconstruction and preparations, so they finally chose Madman. This explanation does make sense. But many nostalgic Galaxy fans still miss Crazy Lee. They believe that, no matter what kind of liquidated damages, they should pay it. After all, there is only one head coach in the world who has reached the height of Crazy Lee, and Mourinho. Although the Portuguese once claimed to be the most special one, but you must know that there are not many coaches who have defeated him in European football. Madman took office amidst such unpopular public opinion. Next, people began to care about the fate of Juan Mata, whom Florentino just spent 50 million euros to buy. Crazy Lee is not here, and the relationship between Crazy Mew and Crazy Lee is not very harmonious. If they are thrown into the cold palace, then, however, Mourinho's explanation when asked about this question at the inauguration press conference that day dispelled everyone's doubts. I know many people are talking about the relationship between Lee and Juan, but what I want to say is yes, Juan is a player I like, and the one I suggested Perez bring in. Madman. Mourinho and Real Madrid received their marriage certificate. The abandoned Triple Crown winner Inter Milan was a bit miserable. After the attempt to retain them failed, they turned their attention to other possible targets. At this time, Madman Lee is still the first choice, and countless media and fans are looking forward to Moratti being able to keep Crazy Lee until Misa. But less than a day later, the coach of Inter Milan was born. After Spanish tactician Rafa Benitez was sacked from Liverpool, he quickly joined Inter Milan. Before anyone could react, Liverpool, which fired Benitez, announced their new head coach candidate. The 63-year-old England coach Roy Hodgson took over Benitez's coaching and took office, becoming the new coach of the Red Army. Now, many people really can't understand it. Real Madrid did not choose Crazy Lee because of the relationship between liquidated damages and time. Inter Milan did not choose Crazy Lee. Perhaps it can be explained by the fact that Crazy Lee and MOG had openly cursed him before, which made him unpopular in the eyes of Italian fans. And Benitez is also a well-known and powerful general, but actually even Liverpool, which has been relatively depressed recently, would rather hire a coach like Hodgson than recruit Crazy Lee. Have Liverpool's senior management been kicked in the head by a donkey? While some fans and media were still wildly speculating on the reasons for this, The Sun quickly revealed one of the important reasons. It's not that Liverpool club didn't contact Crazy Lee. On the contrary, in Belly when Knights dismissed Get Out of Class, many people within the club believed that Crazy Lee was the best candidate and once offered the most attractive contract in the team's history. However, the Chinese still refused the Red Army's kind request. His reason was very simple: I don't want to coach a Premier League team, and I don't want to be Newcastle's enemy in the Premier League. As soon as this news came out, it explained many people's previous doubts. At the same time, many Newcastle fans once again missed the man they loved and hated. After Crazy Lee left, some extreme Magpie fans once angrily accused him, thinking that he had abandoned the love of Newcastle. But at this moment, hearing that Crazy Lee rejected the Red Army Liverpool for such a reason, many fans began to calm down and think about Crazy Lee's contribution to St. James Park. Countless fans suddenly discovered that no matter from which perspective, Crazy Lee has never been sorry to Newcastle. If it weren't for Crazy Lee, the Magpies might have been reduced to the first division to hang out. Where could they gather so many people? Star? Where can I win the UEFA Cup? Where can the long-lost Premier League champion come from? Countless Newcastle fans are beginning to look forward to the return of Crazy Lee to St. James, but this time, it seems really impossible. After the consecutive changes in the head coaches of several major giants, the European transfer market has become confusing. However, at this time, there are still many media and fans paying attention to the whereabouts of Crazy Lee Point, now that he has missed out on giant clubs such as Real Madrid, Inter Milan and Liverpool, and it seems that he will not coach Manchester City, Tottenham, Villa and other teams that are directly competitive with Newcastle. Then this god on the sidelines of football, which team will he coach? Could it be like before? Buying a small football team for green investment, of course. At this time, many fans and media are still curious about one thing: Crazy Lee came to Madrid, Spain. What on earth did he come to do? This doubt did not last long, and soon the well-informed media revealed the reason. Wang King sues Flaws. World Sports News was sued to court by Madam Lee, a madman. The so-called cheating incident was fabricated by Flaws. The former editor-in-chief of World Sports News faces charges and may be jailed for 3 years. If proven wanking, the conspirators must pay the price. Crazy Lee: I just want Mad Dog Flores to go to jail. The Spanish media soon broke the news to the whole of Europe about the purpose of Madman Lee's trip, and many figures of wanking were also spotted in Madrid Point at this time. Many Madrid media suddenly brought up old stories overwhelmingly, and began to report on the so-called wanking secretly met with a handsome American man in Los Angeles, and Crazy Lee's marriage changed on the eve of the final, reported by World Sports News and Flaws before the World Cup finals. News and the media pointed their finger at Mundo Deportivo this time, believing that this Catalan media fabricated facts, deliberately slandered others, and violated the professional ethics that news media should abide by. At the same time, Marca was also involved. They reported the news that after the World Cup final, Flaws received a court summons at the Football City Stadium with a livid face, and attached a clear photo. From where it can be seen from the photo how embarrassed and shocked Flaws was at that moment. More details were soon unearthed. Point: almost all of Europe knows that on July 24th, the High Court of Madrid, the Spanish capital, will hear this case. If Wang King succeeds in his prosecution, then World Sports News and Flaws will avoid encounters, and it is very tragic. Second update point: keep coding like crazy. Chapter 665. The 66-second picture. Madwoman. Time soon came to the day before the trial of this prosecution case that attracted the attention of almost the entire European football world. This is another typical case of celebrities suing the news media. Many similar things have happened in European football before. However, considering the particularity of the media industry, generally the plaintiff can only win a little compensation, even if he wins the lawsuit, or even just a few words of apology from the media being sued. This case is more like a farce. Point: celebrities only apologize, but the media seems to be more willing to be sued by celebrities, because in this way they can get free super exposure and publicity opportunities, especially super celebrities like Crazy Lee who have tens of millions of fans around the world. Sports stars have a huge influence, surpassing any advertising endorsement. For World Sports News, it might as well be free publicity. Point: therefore, the Catalan media appears confident. Point: in the news reports for several days, World Sports News continued to respond to this prosecution. They firmly claimed that they had not violated any media ethics and that everything they reported was based on the facts. There is no trace of past grudges, but there is absolutely no fear of any malicious prosecution or provocation. Point: Dennis Luo, the editor-in-chief of World Sports News, has appeared in extremely high-profile public places for several days in a row, accepting interviews from reporters or TV media, and building momentum on his own. Crazy Lee just wants to win back his poor dignity. As a man, I understand him very well, but this does not mean that we will surrender to him and report every news in a timely, accurate and factual manner. The purpose of World Sports News, the one who loses the case in the end, must be Crazy Lee. There is no doubt about it. The Spaniards should all be on our side, because Crazy Lee is provoking the entire Spanish media industry. Our report at the time was accompanied by the most convincing photos, and they were definitely not composites. We will submit these negatives to the court when the time comes. The evidence is ironclad. We are waiting to see the scene where Crazy Lee loses the lawsuit and looks green. I sympathize with Crazy Lee, but he'd better ask his wife about this matter. Miss Wang King resorted to desperate measures, but obviously this will not improve her situation in any way. As a married woman, she should pay more attention to her behavior. Crazy. Lee should pay more attention to his own career. He seems to be satisfied with his achievements. Our media has made Crazy Lee famous, but he is so ruthless, which really makes us feel chilled, almost. Every day, the pot-bellied editor-in-chief of World Sports News will pollute the fans' vision and hearing with his fat face. Everyone understands what Dennis Rowe is paying attention to, but no one expected that as a Catalan as the leading media in Asia. As the editor-in-chief of Mundo Deportivo, one of the most influential and authoritative sports media in Spain, Dennis Rowe actually uses this kind of dirty trick that is only used by tabloids, to attack his opponents and promote himself. The other parties involved, Lunatic Lee and Wang King, did not respond at all to the cynicism of the prosecution target. It seemed like he was disdainful, but also like he was unable to argue. Seeing that the time for the court session is approaching. At this time, the European transfer market is once again making waves. On July 23rd, Real Madrid took action again. This time, it was still Newcastle, the upstart Premier League club, who was poached by Florentino. The team's German midfielder Sami Andila put on the Galacticos jersey. Khedira, who replaced Ballack and performed well in the World Cup in South Africa, moved to Real Madrid for €20 million. Although Khedira is not an absolute main player under Black Swan, Rijeka due to the presence of Fernando Gago and Brazilian midfielder Felipe Melo, the German midfielder played a key role in the World Cup in South Africa. The performance is very dazzling. This transfer is Newcastle's second release of a star after Angel Wings, Juan Mata, and it is regarded by countless wealthy clubs as a sign of the opening of Newcastle's player supermarket. The stars at St James Park are facing many temptations. Real Madrid's work did not stop there. Florentino once again showed his true nature as a giant in the transfer market. Just when people had not yet reacted to Khedira's transfer, Real Madrid made another move at the same time. Announced the joining of new German midfielder Ozil. Previously, giants such as Juventus, AC Milan and Inter Milan were all interested in the new core of Duce Chariot. They flirted with each other for more than a while, but in the end, they just watched the big beauty they got and kept silent. Real Madrid got it into their hands, and the wealthy families were all depressed. Of course, while they were depressed, they also wielded their home more and more powerfully. The European transfer market is full of chaos. July 24th. The sky in Madrid is boundless blue, the wind is a little strong, and the light clouds are floating here and there like white gauze. When the sky was dimming, there were already many reporters waiting in front of the gate of the Madrid High Court. Various instruments were placed. Some anxious men even made noises in order to grab a favorable interview position. Blushed. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of Crazy Lee in floors by 9 o'clock in the morning. Hundreds of journalists who had been waiting so hard finally welcomed the person they wanted to see. When Crazy Lee's business Mercedes-Benz drove in from a distance first, the crowd was shocked. There were even some fans who came purely to cheer for Crazy Lee. They held up banners and shouted slogans and rushed forward like a tide. Ever since the mythical season 4 years ago, Crazy Lee has never lacked admirers in Madrid. The business Benz made a beautiful flick and stopped steadily. The people who got out of the car surprised everyone, because in addition to the crazy couple Lee and Wang King that people expected, there was actually another couple who are equally famous in today's football world, David Beckham and hot girl Victoria. What is even more surprising is that there is also the American Mike, the protagonist of the cheating incident. This handsome looking American man didn't seem to be in good spirits. He was a bit droopy. He lowered his head and did not dare to face the reporters' cameras. Reporters rushed in frantically and questions were thrown at them like cannonballs. Lee, how confident are you about today's prosecution? What do you think of Flaw's claim that he will definitely win? Miss Wang King, please tell me that the reason you threatened to sue was to put Flaws in jail. Is this true? Why is Mr. Mike here? Is he a tainted witness? Hey, David, why are you here? The reporters were like sharks that smelled blood, and they gathered around tightly. The fans enthusiastically sang Crazy Lee's song loudly on the outside of the crowd, laughing and greeting Lee Tongfan and others from a distance. Beckham also performed very well during his time at Real Madrid. Seeing this former Bernabeu superstar today is an unexpected surprise for the fans. Some female fans even ignored the fact that Beckham was staring at him. screaming and squeezing towards the handsome guy, hoping to take the opportunity to get an autograph or take advantage of him. The scene was extremely crazy. Lee Tongfan thought depressingly, MLGBD, pretty boys are still more popular these days. How can a man as rich as me not make female fans scream? Damn, Wang. King saw Leo Lee's depression and smiled. At this time, the crowd was in a commotion and the sound of engines roaring in the distance was heard. Everyone looked back and saw 3 cars driving in the distance and parked in the parking lot. The people in the cars came out, and they were none other than World Sports News big fat bold editor-in-chief Dennis Rao and Flaws and his team. Seeing the arrival of Flaws and his party, Lee Tongfan sneered without saying anything and turned around and walked into the court. Today's court hearing is still the same as 4 years ago. It is closed and not open to the media. Therefore, reporters can wait outside the courtroom. Wang King also glanced at his litigation opponent in the distance, who was walking proudly, suddenly took the microphone from a reporter nearby, pointed at Flaws in the distance, and said with a smile, "Someone just said that I just want to let that mad dog goes to jail? Yes, that's not wrong at all. That's exactly what I think. Of course, the most important thing is that I want to tell those other mad dogs to anger me, because Crazy Lee's women are also crazy. What would it be like for a beautiful woman with exquisite temperament to call a man a mad dog and describe herself as a madman with a smile, as if she were casually talking to an old friend she hadn't seen for many years?" Scene. The reporters around were in a daze. By the time they reacted, Wang King and others had turned and walked into the court. Flaws and others obviously noticed the backs of Crazy Lee and his group. The reporters surrounded them and asked questions again. Flaws looked very confident when facing the microphone. "We have made sufficient preparations, and we will definitely win the case, because we are the party representing justice and truth. Do you have any explanation for the accusations against Crazy Lee and Wang King?" Flaws' face showed a look of regret, grievance, and disdain. "This is just my job. I did what I should do. If a journalist is sued for this, then the world will really, it's so ridiculous." Boom. Before Flaws finished speaking, someone threw a boot fiercely through the crowd, hitting him in the mouth, where he was talking nonsense. His nose bled immediately, and his upper lip was also bruised, leaving him with nothing left. The next words were never spoken again, and I couldn't help but scream, "Who is it?" The bald, fat man Deniselio was shocked, with a bit of panic on his face. He looked around with a stern look outside. The fans holding flags and slogans outside laughed. It was obviously thrown by one of them. Deniselio hid in the crowd on his side to avoid being attacked again. He suddenly became less confident. "There will be another update." I continue to code. "It will be later. Brothers who are anxious, don't wait, just get up and watch it in the morning." The weather has changed a lot, and I have a cold. Chapter 666. The truth is revealed, and the waves surge. This is Madrid. It is the home ground of Galacticos, and most of the fans who came to the gate of the court today are the craziest Real Madrid supporters and fans of Crazy Lee. The Catalans want to run wild here, and want to criticize here. The hero in the hearts of fans. What else can he do if he doesn't get violently K? Throwing a boot is fine, but if you throw a stone, it is estimated that Flaws was not covering his lips and screaming at this time, but was directly carried into the ambulance and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The cameras in the hands of reporters clicked to record this scene. The fans outside obviously didn't want to let Flaws and others go. So they sang a song they had written long ago. 4 years ago, there was a dog crawling here. Wang 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 wang. The shameless Catalan dog. Today he is here again. Wang 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 wang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. One has a broken nose. The dog. Such a song was shouted loudly by hundreds of fans. Flaws and others' expressions suddenly changed. The content seriously stimulated the overly sensitive self-esteem of Catalans. Spain's national problem is already very serious. The confrontation between Barcelona and Real Madrid has long been more than a simple competition between football clubs. It involves various complex factors such as race and politics. Laporta, the chairman of the Red and Blues, wants to use Barcelona's influence entering Catalonia's political scene. However, in the face of so many crazy Real Madrid fans, Bucero and his assistants and lawyers could only dare to be angry and dare not speak. Flores originally wanted to say something angrily, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw people outside. The strong men looked at me coldly with their muscular arms, as if they opened their mouths and spit out even a note, they would tear him into pieces without mercy. Under the murderous gazes, Flores honestly shut his mouth. The door of this courthouse was a place that was unforgettable to him. 4 years ago, because of that damn curse, he had to humiliately crawl around like a dog in front of Madman Lee, and he was also banned from engaging in the news media industry for 2 years by a court ruling. That incident not only tore Flores' dignity, but also ruined his originally promising future. Otherwise, where would the position of editor-in-chief of World Sports News be occupied by a stupid fat pig like Dennis Luo? Returning to the old place, today he once again walked to the court with Crazy Lee. Damn. Madman Lee, I won't just give in. No matter what, I will ruin your reputation, ruin your family, and destroy you. If you don't take revenge, I will never be a human being. Flores was so angry that he almost broke his teeth. But he didn't think about who caused this boring feud first. 4 years ago, there was a dog crawling here. Wang. Amid the threatening looks and insulting songs of the fans, Flores and his team were like castrated male dogs. They originally planned to bark a few times, but now they could only tuck their tails in despair. Dare to say anything nonsense again, push away the reporters and escape. Entering the court proceedings lasted for more than 3 hours. The sun is rising higher and higher, and the temperature is gradually getting hotter. The scorching sun is scorching down hard. The entrance of the court, which is almost not covered by vegetation, is sunburned like a hot steamer. Looking at it, the concrete floor is like a hot steamer. It's like smoke, but no reporter wants to leave easily. They carried cameras and microphones, trying their best to get the best position, tightly close to the court door, just like the migrant workers who lined up in front of the ticket window to buy tickets during the Spring Festival in China. Their whole bodies, every cell in his body, was tensed up and down, his expression tense, waiting for Madman Lee or Flores to come out from the door so that he could seize the first opportunity to ask questions. The fans are much more relaxed. They packed up what they were holding and ran to a coffee shop or water bar in the distance. They drank cold drinks while blowing on the air conditioner and watched comfortably from a distance, just waiting for someone to come out before leaning closer. 12:30 p.m. The door of the dark courtyard opened with a bang. It was not a huge sound. It was like a huge stone suddenly thrown on the calm water. The originally silent door suddenly burst into noise, but it was only a staff member who came out. He was startled by the formation outside the door and ran away. The reporters almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Fuck. But then, the door opened again, and people finally saw the scene they were looking forward to. Crazy Lee and Wang King walked out of the door first. Although they both wore sunglasses on their faces, it could be clearly seen from their expressions that the outcome of the trial was obviously beneficial to the prosecution, because both of them were proudly laughing, while David Beckham, Hot Girl, and others behind him also looked relaxed. Crazy. Mr. Lee, is the result different from your expectation? Miss Wang King, are you satisfied with the result? Did Flores go to jail? Will the other party appeal? The reporters swarmed forward, and the lucky man who was crowded in the front shouted questions, trying to extract a sentence or two of useful information. But Crazy Lee's 4 wolf-like bodyguards did not give them any chance to get closer, and their arms were like iron pliers. He separated the crowd and escorted a few people to the Mercedes-Benz. At this time, die-hard fans gathered around again. Hey, Lee, have you dealt with that Catalan bastard? Someone shouted in the distance. Facing the fans' fan comments, Lee Tongfan finally stopped. He took off his sunglasses, waved to the fans in a friendly manner, and looked at Wang King beside him with a smile. When the fans turned their questioning eyes to the latter, Wang King smiled happily and raised his eyebrows at the fans. The raw white fingers made a V-shaped victory gesture and replied loudly, "We won. Thank you, my cutest guys. Yeah, the Fans cheered. Leoli and his party refused to be interviewed by reporters, got in the car and drove away from the crowd. At this time, someone else came out of the court gate. The reporters, who were originally extremely disappointed, turned their heads and looked at each other, and they were all happy. I saw Dennis Luo, the editor-in-chief of World Sports News, staggering out like a fat pig with his backbone broken, with the help of assistants and lawyers around him. His face was extremely poor, and he was mentally exhausted. Looking at it like that, if others didn't support him, he would probably be as soft as a puddle of mud and unable to move. Among the group, reporters did not see flaws. Is it true that Flaws was directly sentenced to prison? Everyone gasped. Although they had thought that World Sports News would lose the lawsuit, they never expected that Flaws would actually be sent to prison by the Crazy Lee couple. The damage to the reputation of stars by ordinary media reports will never lead to this. As a result, there is only one possibility now: Flaws really did something that violated the law. This is big news. Previously, Lee Tongfan hid a lot of things behind the scenes in order to smoothen the prosecution process, but now these reporters have finally discovered that there seems to be a bigger secret that has not been exposed from the beginning to the end of this story. Like wolves that had been hungry all winter, they rushed forward crazily and surrounded the World Sports News group in the middle. We must figure out the reason Crazy Lee ran away, but we can't let Dennis Luo go. This is what the reporters who took the chicken blood thought in their hearts. Flaws lost the case and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. World Sports News compensates Wang King €1 million. Conspiracy to harm others ultimately harms oneself. Flaws destroys his own future. The Catalans lost their pants and fell for the second time in front of Crazy Lee. Flaws has a despicable character, and 2 years in prison is already a light sentence. World Sports News is playing with fire and burning itself, constructing a conspiracy and losing professional ethics. The shocking news was like thunderbolts piercing the sky. While the whole of Europe and China were still paying attention to the follow-up reports of the prosecution incident, major media in Madrid, Spain, reported the final result of the incident. I don't know where they got the inside information. The entire incident from beginning to end, the whole thing was dissected in front of fans all over the world. It was Flaws who planned the cheating incident. The record of the incident is completely a heinous conspiracy. The so-called American Mike is just an accomplice found by Flaws for paying €50,000. This is completely a conspiracy that ruins the morality and reputation of professional media people. The whole thing happened like this. It is reported that the editor-in-chief of Mundo Deportivo, Mr. Dennis Luo, knew the truth of the matter before agreeing to report. It is obvious that the Catalan media finally colluded with Flaws. According to the final verdict of the Madrid High Court, Flaws was sentenced to 2 years in prison for defamation. There is news that he is preparing to actively appeal, but most experts believe that the evidence of the matter is conclusive, and Flaws simply cannot. There is no chance of winning the appeal. Here is Marca's exclusive reveal for you, telling you the real Wang King. She is not only the tough beauty who raised her middle finger with Newcastle fans in the stands for her husband, but also a strong and wise woman. When a woman was questioned and reviled by the whole world, she used her actions to wash away all the grievances. Do you want to know the twists and turns of the story? The supplement of Marca is only €1 and tells you everything. The strong woman, hot girl, Victoria said in an interview with the Los Angeles Times that Wang King is her idol. Tell you a story about love and trust. The days when Madman Lee and Wang King shared weal and woe. This is truly beautiful love. Amidst the overwhelming media reports and publicity, more and more fans know the truth about the cheating incident that almost shocked the whole world before the World Cup in South Africa. After the unconditional love between Madman Lee and Wang King, while moved by trust, even some people who were not fans of Crazy Lee felt furious and came forward one after another to see Flaws and World Sports News for their ugly behavior. Things seem likely to intensify further. Illness comes like a mountain. The weather changed the day before yesterday, and it was a bit hot. I wore a vest to coat in the morning. The result of the cold weather was catching a cold. Yesterday I felt fine in the morning, but in the afternoon I felt dizzy and tearful, with a runny nose and a sore throat. I persisted in writing the last chapter until about 1 o'clock, but it was not finished. When I woke up and saw Xiaodeo's wife who had not rested yet, I was furious and forced to unplug the power and turn off the computer. I know she was doing it for my own good. I had to rest early. I got up early this morning to finish the manuscript. I will continue today and try to write more. My physical condition seems to be better now. I hope it won't relapse. I apologize and forgive me. Chapter 667. They are all old. The great man has long said, the power of the masses is endless and terrifying. This is most vividly reflected in the experience of world sports news. First it was the media in Madrid, then almost the entire Spain, and then it quickly spread to the entire Europe and even the world like an unstoppable biochemical virus. For a while, almost all the media were willing to report a few words on this matter, plus own comments. Crazy Lee's huge reputation around the world determines that news like this is what attracts the attention of fans the most. It also determines that, as long as newspapers and periodicals report on this matter, their sales will increase in large or small ways. It also determines that in the midst of the turmoil, world sports and flaws in the media have become a huge tragedy, especially in China. Countless fans expressed their anger in various ways. Let that bastard Flaws meet the 70 yards. We firmly demand that Flaws come to a Chinese prison to serve his sentence and let him try hide and seek. World Sports News apologizes to Chinese fans. My contact information XXXXXXX. I call on the fans who are truly passionate to organize a group to go to Barcelona, Spain, and throw shit at the office building of World Sports newspaper. I am a peaceful person. I suggest that Mr. Dennis Lowe, the big fat pig, if you are still worried about obesity, you can try to use clenbuterol to lose weight, or eating more shuanghu ham is also a good idea. Let these SBs drink Sanlu milk powder. Let them eat dyed steamed buns. In addition to leaving all kinds of strange messages and abuses with Chinese characteristics on the internet, some angry Chinese fans took direct action. After checking the hotline number of World Sports News, they made overseas phone calls to strongly protest and intimidate. Chinese students studying in Spain also organized a large-scale demonstration and interaction through the internet to protest against the actions of World Sports News. Some Spanish Crazy Lee fans also joined in. Even the ambassador of the Chinese embassy in Madrid, Spain, is said to have protested privately that Chinese citizens should not be subjected to such humiliating treatment, and the relevant people should come out and apologize. Faced with numerous criticisms, World Sports News finally couldn't hold on. The huge loss of reputation and the continuous decline in newspaper sales made the newspaper group's board of directors unable to sit still. They immediately held a press conference to announce the group's decision to formally fire editor-in-chief Dennis Rowe, in addition to the timely payment of the €1 million awarded by the court. World Sports News will publish an article on the front page the next day, sincerely apologizing to Crazy Lee and his wife, Ms. Wang Qing. This press conference means that Mundo Deportivo has finally decided to obey the ruling of the High Court of Madrid and gave up further opportunities to appeal. It also marks the incident that shocked the world a week ago before the World Cup final. Madman Lee, the incident of tragic love change is basically over. There is no doubt that Crazy Lee won again. This is not the first time that the Catalans have failed miserably in a contest with a god on the sidelines of the football pitch. When Real Madrid announced the new coach candidate, some media once called the Portuguese madman Mourinho the biggest traitor and enemy of Barcelona in a century, but now it seems that the label of biggest traitor maybe madman can wear it, but the biggest enemy, maybe it should be Madman Lee, suppressed by the mythical record in the 06207 season. Barcelona had to fire the meritorious coach. Black Swan, Rijkaard, sued the Catalan media twice in a row, poached Black Swan to Newcastle, and defeated them in the World Cup. The Spanish team, dominated by Barcelona players, these are the masterpieces of Crazy Lee. The official announcement of World Sports News pulled them away from the whirlpool of this matter, but Denisero and Flaws were obviously not very willing to accept such a result. Denisero, who was kicked out by World Sports News, was after acquiring Flaws in 2007. He was the second editor-in-chief of the newspaper to be ruined because of Madman Lee. His choice was the same as Flaws' choice, unrepentant. Deniselio kept appearing in front of reporters' interview microphones and cameras. With an innocent expression, he scolded World Sports News for burning bridges and blaming Madmanly for his brutal behavior, just like a slut who was abandoned because of Hang Sing's affair. She attributed the responsibility for her affair to her husband's incompetence. "They shouldn't have abandoned me. It's a sign of cowardice. All Catalan compatriots must support me in continuing to fight against Madmanly. I will not be afraid of provocation from any Chinese. I have the noble professional ethics of a news media person. I must insist on using my pen and mouth to tell the truth. Crazy Lee is a despicable and shameless villain. He is playing a conspiracy." Poor Dennis Rao kept pouring out the bitter water. At this time, Flores, who had been provisionally arrested, contacted the best lawyers in Spain and actively prepared to appeal. Like Dennis Rao, he also insisted that he will never give in to Crazy Lee. However, just 2 days later, the bald fat man Deniselio suddenly and unexpectedly shut his mouth. No matter how provocative the reporters were, he was unwilling to make any more remarks against Crazy Lee. It is said that a crazy fan of Lee sent an anonymous threatening letter to this man. The bloody skull and a shiny bullet scared Deniselio's courage. Later, it is said that this old man's fate was also very miserable. After experiencing this turmoil, he used to be the editor-in-chief of the authoritative media World Sports News and was laid off and unemployed. He struggled to find a job. He was actually fired by several relatively unknown tabloids after being unemployed one after another. The wife he originally married, his young model wife, who was more than 20 years his junior, also filed for divorce and took away his property of more than 3 million euros. Coupled with alcoholism and gambling, he eventually fell into poverty. A colleague once lamented in an article and wrote, "That was a fatal mistake. If Dennis Rao had not provoked Madmanly, his smooth tactics and good communication skills would have at least made him famous in the Catalan media. The industry has been prosperous for most of my life. What a pity. This is something for later. Let's not mention it for now." Flores is still fighting a trapped beast, actively contacting lawyers to work hard for his freedom in the next 2 years, while Crazy Lee and Wang King went to the Caribbean coast for vacation after finishing the lawsuit and temporarily disappeared from the media and in the sight of fans at this time. The media and fans began to turn their attention to the transfer market. Real Madrid's previous blitzkrieg caused the major European giants to speed up the pace of signings, cleaning and reconstruction. Barcelona first came out with a piece of news that was expected by people, but also made many people feel infinitely sad. King Thierry Henry left Camp Nou on a free transfer and joined the New York Red Bulls of the Major League Soccer League. Also leaving with him was Barcelona's versatile backcourt player, Maximum. The departure of King Henry made countless fans shed tears for their former rival once again. After experiencing Ronaldo's departure, the unparalleled genius who once dominated Highbury has aged, leaving only those wonderful moments for the fans. The goal remains in the memory, deep in the brain. I hope the Gun King can enjoy the joy of football in the United States, which is known as the football desert. In addition to Henry's departure, Barcelona also broke the news of a superstar leaving the team. Swedish superstar Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who joined Barcelona last season with the world's second highest value, was purged by the Red and Blues. Although Ibrahimovic scored 20 goals and 9 assists for Barcelona last season, this talented player, Scorpion, has always been difficult to integrate into the tactical system of Camp Nou, and the addition of Spanish forward David Villa, who performed well in the just concluded World Cup in South Africa, further reduced the Swedes' living space. In the end, Ibrahimovic, the rent before purchase method, was transferred to Serie A giant AC Milan, and the buyout fee was only 24 million euros. In 1 year, the value of Scorpion shrank by 42 million euros. Ibrahimovic is not the only star that has shrunk in Barcelona. The Ukrainian centre-back Zygrinski, introduced by the meritorious coach Guardiola, also returned to the Shakhtar for 15 million euros. During this period of time, European football transfers have been turbulent. Ivory Coast strongman Yaya joins Manchester City for 27.5 million euros. Joe Cole joins Liverpool for free. World champion Mascherano joins Barcelona for 22. million. David Silva rejects Real Madrid and Barcelona, goes to Manchester City for 28.75 million. To Gold Balotelli went to Manchester City for 25 million. Cloud 2043 10,000 flowers fall at the City Stadium. Cycling Prince Robinho transfers to AC Milan for 16.2 million. Frustrated Brazilian midfielder Magic Diego returns to the Bundesliga. There is no doubt that this summer is an extremely noisy transfer period, with major giants launching a tug-of-war. As time goes by, step by step, the aftermath of the World Cup is slowly dissipating, and teams from the 5 major European leagues are beginning to warm up activities before the start of the season. At this time, Real Madrid is still arguing with Inter Milan about the transfer of fullback Macon. Inter Milan's new coach Benitez is still asking boss Moratti for money to renovate the team. Liverpool El Nino Torres is trapped in despite the dilemma of leaving and staying. Real Madrid's purge activities are still going on vigorously. On the day after Flores failed in his appeal and was sentenced to 2 years in prison, the famous Spanish football media Marca once again broke the shocking news. Real Madrid's iconic figure, Lord of the Rings, Raul, was purged from the team and joined the Bundesliga giants Schalke 04, coached by Magath, and another vice-captain Guti was not able to escape the fate of the purge. Golden Wolf bid farewell to the Santiago Bernabeu and signed a 2-year contract with Turkish club Beşiktaş. The superstars are leaving their stage step by step. Time is ruthless. They are all old. I highly recommend the new book Rebel, which is always sitting on the lid of the competitive genre. Gege's old book Waste was once a wonderful masterpiece not to be missed among kiddie and competitive literature. This new book, launched with painstaking efforts a year later, has the momentum of The Return of the King. The writing style and plot are guaranteed, and the updates are timely. Everyone can go and cheer for me. Collecting new issues is the greatest motivation for writers. Competing is not easy. Please support me. It's okay to grow it, but you must collect it to give us some confidence. Gu Oda said on Weibo, those who write about competition are all very miserable. They can't afford to be hurt. I agree with him. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Invitation from the 3 Wealthy Families. The transfer season in the summer of 2010 became sad because of the departures of Henry, Raul and Guti. Commercial football has brought out super valuable superstars one after another, but the human touch is still there. It becomes increasingly faint against the background. It is hard to imagine that an iconic star like Raul would leave Real Madrid one day. Many people expressed regret for the departure of Raul and Guti, and even they were on the Caribbean coast with their beloved wife working. Madman Lee, who was on vacation, also took the time to express his regrets and blessings for the two's departure. There is no doubt that they are all great players. I miss the years of working with them in the 2006-2007 season. It is an honor for me to be able to cooperate with such players. Crazy. Lee is like fighting against a madman. Saying such words at this time is simply a slap in Mourinho's face, because not long after taking charge of the Bernabeu, madman Mourinho's strength once again made people rush. Disgusted, even some die-hard Real Madrid fans are dissatisfied with the arrival of madman. Previously, they did not get Madman Lee because of the arrival of Madman, and now they have driven away the leader of 10 years. New hatred plus old hatred. The environment at the Madman's Bernabeu is not considered harmonious. Mourinho was obviously dissatisfied with Madman Lee's instructions. When he was interviewed by Carlos Ruben, deputy editor of Marca, he responded coldly, "Crazy Lee's era at Real Madrid has long been in the past. If I were like him, by now if I still can't find a job, I will think about my future carefully instead of pointing out what my peers are doing like a voyeur." These words are absolutely sharp. When Mourinho was coaching Chelsea in the Premier League, he once scolded Professor Arsene Wenger as a despicable voyeur. At that time, the gentle professor was so angry that he didn't expect that this hat would be slapped on Madman Lee again today. On my body, a madman is indeed a madman. People were waiting to see the verbal sparring between the two madmen. But Crazy Lee seemed unwilling to quarrel with Mourinho anymore. After expressing regret over the departure of Lord of the Rings, Rawl, and Golden Wolf, Guti, he disappeared from the media. Crazy Lee's performance this time surprised many people. Madman is somewhat of a gentleman. After all, many people know that when Madman Lee was coaching Real Madrid, he had good personal relationships with Rawl and Guti, especially Guti, who had a weird temper, and many previous head coaches. There were rumors of disagreements, but the then fledgling Madman Lee was always praised. However, many discerning people can clearly see that the feud between Madman Lee and Madman Mew has been forged, because the god on the sidelines of the football field is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp, and the conflict between the two is obviously over. It accumulated bit by bit, and one day the two of them collided head-on and exploded like a volcano. The two most dazzling coaches in European football in recent years are bound to have a shocking battle in the blink of an eye. More than a month has passed. The 5 major European leagues have been in full swing for a long time. After a few rounds, the records of the major giants have been mixed. Not much has changed in Ligue 1. In the Bundesliga, the youth team Dortmund is surprisingly outstanding, ranking first in the standings with an unbeaten record, while last season's champion Bayern Munich had a poor start and fell to 6th place in the standings after 2 consecutive draws. However, at this time, people did not unconsciously. The Bundesliga giant, which had great success in the Champions League and the league last season, is slowly sliding into the abyss of decadence. In La Liga, Madman Mourinho's Real Madrid got off to a poor start, with a stalemate at Mallorca in their first game. However, the defending champion Barcelona is still unrivaled and ranks first in the standings with 4 consecutive wins. Valencia, which became a player supermarket during the transfer period, gave many people a small surprise. Instead of falling, they beat Real Madrid with 3 wins and 1 draw, scoring a winning goal. The Premier League is still a mess. Under the leadership of Carlo Ancelotti, the blue team Chelsea has exploded with huge energy. They have defeated their opponents by big scores in a row, and are firmly ranked first in the league standings. Other strong teams such as Manchester United, Manchester City, Arsenal, Tottenham Hotspur and Liverpool all won and lost, and were far understepped by Chelsea. In Serie A, the defending champion performed well under the guidance of new coach Benitez. Except for a dull draw with Bologna in the first game, they won the remaining 3 games, especially in the 4th round against newly promoted Bari. At that time, the 4-0 victory gave people a vague glimpse of the style of the Triple Crown last season. Other Serie A giants have lost and won, but have not widened the gap yet. At this time, the Italian and European media sang praises for Benitez's coaching achievements, believing that after losing Mourinho, Moratti finally found a super coach who could continue to lead Inter Milan to glory. He believes that Benitez, who has a calm personality, is the best candidate to succeed Mourinho, and there is no doubt that Inter Milan will steadily impact on the second great international era under the guidance of the Spanish tactician master. The major leagues are filled with smoke. The fierce battle situation has gradually weakened people's attention to Madman Lee, the best coach of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, because during the summer transfer period that has ended, this super coach who was supposed to be the one that the rich and powerful clubs were vying for has surprisingly been. He has not reached an agreement with any team. After ending his contract with the Argentina national team, he has been idle at home. A head coach who does not appear on the sidelines is obviously not able to attract the attention of the media and fans. Even the god on the sidelines of football is no exception. However, Lee Tongfan was not idle during this period. He returned to China to live for a period of time, gathering with relatives and friends, and also participated in an exclusive interview with the Imperial Court's Wute Secret Service, and once again set off a campaign to select football teenagers for the Buenos Aires Crazy Lee Football School. In the land of China, activity different from the first time. The number of places this time has been increased to 80. With the experience of selecting players for the first time, this event went relatively smoothly. CCTV has not stopped reporting on the entire selection event. The sports channel's program about this event has been revised again, and is named with the Madmen playing football together with Lee adopted some commercial cooperation and packaging methods, which immediately completely defeated talent shows such as Supergirl and Fast Boy on Mango Channel. and even the ratings of CCTV3's Avenue of Stars were severely stepped on, and it is said that Grandpa B had a headache because of it. Moreover, fans across the country have been paying attention to the dynamics and training results of the first batch of students in Argentina. In the past year, major media have continuously spread news to the country, which has made many fans who really like football rejoice. The lucky ones who were selected to the football school received the most scientific training. One of them, a 16-year-old boy named Zuchelin, had even passed the trial training invited by the Serie A giant Inter Milan, and signed a contract to join this century-old giant. Youth team, and 6 other teenagers of suitable age have been favored by European clubs. This simply created a rare blowout of Chinese players' external output in recent years. Many people believe that, even if these young players who have undergone systematic and scientific training from Crazy Lee Football School cannot become stars capable of making waves in the top European leagues, they will not be able to find their own position in various professional football clubs. It would be too difficult. Obviously, this is enough for them to realize their football dreams and support their own lives. At least they will not be like many teenagers from domestic football schools. If they cannot enter a professional team, years of training will delay their culture. Instead of taking classes, he became a major difficulty in finding a job and fell into poverty. Moreover, Crazy Lee Football School will not ask for huge tuition fees like domestic training institutions. Crazy Lee paid for all training fees out of his own pocket. Most of the players only need to pay for their own living expenses. In fact, in football schools, as long as food and accommodation are provided, living expenses do not require much. For a small number of particularly needy students, you can also apply for special scholarships. The way the school recovers costs is also very simple. That is, it charges training fees to the clubs that come to select players. This fee is assessed based on the player's ability. Football schools have a complete evaluation system, and generally they are based on the consideration of students' careers. Consider that the school does not set too high limits in this regard. Player selection activities continue with great fanfare in China. This has set off a long-lasting football craze in the country. Countless teenagers with football dreams dream of getting the opportunity to enter Crazy Lee Football School. This school has become the holy temple of dreams that Chinese players yearn for. After a short stay in China, Li Tongfan returned to Argentina and temporarily lived in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, accompanying his 2 elderly people and his wife, living a short and leisurely semi-reclusive life. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months past 2010 has come to December. At this time, the competition among the 5 major European football leagues has become increasingly fierce, and various situations that people did not expect have emerged. In the Bundesliga, Dortmund maintained an astonishing victory and topped the standings. Defending champion Bayern Munich had a poor record and fell out of the top 6. Van Gaal faced heavy criticism and the team was in constant internal strife. In the Premier League, due to the sudden changes in the club's management and the long-term absence of core Iron Man Frank Lampard, Chelsea, the blue team, was overtaken by Manchester United in points. The upstart Manchester City has a good record, and the veteran powerhouse Tottenham is hot. San Antonio relied on the outstanding performance of Real Madrid's abandoned Van der Vaart and the Welsh demon child Bale to perform amazingly. Arsenal is still tepid, while the Red Army Liverpool has handed over a disastrous report card, far away from the top 4. Even according to this trend, if this continues, we will lose our qualifications for next season's European competition. The Serie A season is even more surprising as the season progresses. AC Milan climbed to first place in the league under the coaching of Allegri. Ibrahimovic, who was sold off by Barcelona, performed well and was praised by the media and fans some time ago. Benitez was completely in disaster. The treble champion was humiliated by Tottenham in the Champions League, suffered consecutive defeats in the league, and his position in the standings plummeted. Gazzetta dello Sport is already counting down to the dismissal of the Spanish fat man. The winter transfer market in European football is about to begin. All the major clubs in the 5 major leagues are brewing a storm. This winter will obviously not be too calm. The storm is quietly forming. December 2, 2010 point, when the outside world had almost forgotten the god on the football field. In the corner, no media knew that on the desk of Crazy Lee's study, there were 3 faxes from big clubs inviting him to coach. The first fax came from the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich. The poor performance of Green Hollywood has made the club's top management intolerable to Van Gaal, the meritorious coach last season. Seeing that the team's situation is further deteriorating, maybe at the end of the season, not only will there be no hope of winning the league championship, but even the Champions League qualification may be lost. This is simply intolerable. It is said that even the players can't stand Van Gaal's iron-blooded high-pressure rule. The first person Bayern Munich thought of when they were thinking about changing their coach was Crazy Lee. Through a fax from Tarosi Tang, they sent the coaching invitation to Lee Tongfan. The German offered a 4-year top coaching contract with an annual salary of 10 million euros. As long as Crazy Lee nodded, he would immediately fire Van Gaal to make room for Old Lee and welcome Old Lee to the Allianz Arena. The second fax came from the Premier League giants Liverpool. Roy Hodgson's experience at Anfield proved to be a complete failure. The departure of Little Marco, Mascherano and other strong players and the impact of the financial crisis made the Red Army panic. The record and the atmosphere in the locker room fell into a terrible vicious circle. This supergiant with the most influence in the English league is experiencing pain, and Hodgson obviously does not have the qualifications to turn the tide in terms of ability or fame. The person Anfield thought of at this time was Crazy Lee. Although the relationship between Liverpool and Madley has not been friendly in the past few years, Madley is no longer the head coach of Newcastle. No one will doubt that if Madley really stands on the sidelines of Anfield, Liverpool fans will not sing praises. The Red Army offered a 3-year contract with an annual salary of 7 million after tax, and the third fax came from Milan, Italy. Oil tycoon Moratti obviously couldn't stand the Spanish tactical master Benitez stubbornly abandoned everything left by Madman Mourinho, eager to prove that he was not weaker than Madman, and made the whole Inter Milan a mess. Prince Diego Milito, Sneijder, Macon and others who performed well last season have fallen sharply, and the Champions League is also facing the danger of being eliminated. Moratti decided to change the coach. Like Bayern Munich and Liverpool, Inter Milan has also set its sights on Lee Tongbum. In fact, in the entire European football world, no club would consider the Crazy Lee if they want to change coaches at this time, except, of course, clubs that feel they are not qualified to hire this magical coach. Inter Milan is willing to offer a huge contract of 12 million euros per year after tax for 4 years, which is completely beyond the value of Mourinho when he was the coach. Lee Tongbum is facing a choice. Deus is in a Weibo, pink contender, newly opened. Please follow me. By the way, I can't hold on tonight. My cold is getting worse. I will work hard tomorrow, and I will update this sooner or later. Chapter 669. Saving signing contract. Leoli lazily came out of the door and was stunned when he saw the few people in front of him. It could be him. This sincerity is indeed enough. The sultry man never expected that Massimo Moratti, the Italian oil tycoon and the boss behind Inter Milan, would appear at the door of his home at this time, and he would be half dead in his slippers and humming a tune. He came out in disgrace without shame. Leoli gave to Alusi Tang, who was still covering his face, a look of "I'm very hurt," then pretended to be calm and walked to Moratti, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "Massimo, see you. I'm very happy to meet you. But I was thinking angrily in my heart, MLBBD, this is such a huge shame. I should have known better to come out with a different pair of shoes." Moratti laughed and held Leoli's hand. "You are wearing cool slippers, and I'm wearing a windbreaker. For Buenos Aires at this time of year, they are all inappropriate and strange attires, so it's okay. However, you'd better invite us in as soon as possible if those reporters find out." Lee shuddered. Thinking about the apocalyptic scene of reporters surrounding the entire villa like a tide, frantically taking photos, asking questions and shouting. Leoli also felt that it would be better to welcome these special guests into his home first. Leoli didn't feel rude just now because of Moratti's status. In fact, even if the president of the United States really comes, as long as the sultry man doesn't like him, let alone wearing slippers and coming out to greet him. I'm afraid he won't even be willing to open the door of the courtyard. The real reason is, Moratti is a respectable elder. Although he is not a fan of Inter Milan, Leoli has always respected Moratti. Before the 2009-10 season, whenever people talked about Moratti, their evaluations were always mixed. Some people say that he is a big spender, turning Inter Milan into a black hole for stars. That year, he acquired former world footballer Ronaldo for €30.5 million, Italian striker Christian Vieri for €50 million, and world-renowned striker Christian Vieri for €23 million. Defender Fabio Cannavaro, more than €20 million, to acquire Argentinian striker Crespo. Unfortunately, despite collecting so many superstars like a stamp collection, Inter Milan's results have always been unsatisfactory. The best one was in 1998. They defeated Lazio and won the UEFA Cup. The worst time was when they ranked 7th in the league and lost their European qualification in the 1998-99 season. Some people also say that Moratti is a fan who truly loves football. Although Inter Milan's record has always been unsatisfactory, it is precisely because of Moratti's huge investment without any regard for return that the Nerazzurri has always had a large number of world-class superstars, always maintaining huge popularity around the world. At that time, the tragedy of Inter Milan continued. Later, various Italian football clubs were exposed by the media as being financially unsound. Among them, Inter Milan was accused of losing about $1 billion every year, and players' salaries were even paid privately by Moratti. So the evaluation of Moratti's poor business skills arose again, and as a result, he resigned from the chairmanship of Inter Milan in 2004. Until November 8, 2006, the Inter Milan board of directors voted to appoint Massimo Moratti to take over the chairmanship, to replace the former Inter Milan chairman Facchetti, who passed away in the same year after retaking office. Moratti has obviously become much more rational in managing the team. The Calciopoli incident in 2006 gave Inter Milan a championship, and in the following time, Inter Milan achieved 3 consecutive league championships, especially in the just concluded 2009-10 season. Madman, Mourinho for this. Only the team brought a dream triple crown, and Moratti also received the honor of standing on the championship podium with the players at the Bernabeu to receive the medal, because of his huge love for Inter Milan for decades. Chance, this is a first for a club president. In Lee Tongfan's view, Moratti treats Inter Milan like his most doted child. Maybe the way he expressed love was not correct. Maybe he also made stubborn mistakes like an authoritarian parent. But no matter what, no one will doubt Moratti's love for Inter Milan. This is love so great that many club owners feel ashamed that they cannot match it. Facing such a great elder, Lee Tongfan felt that no matter how much he respected him, it would not be too much. In the living room, Moratti pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and went straight to the door to explain his purpose. Lee, I think you should understand the purpose of Marco and I coming here. Inter Milan needs a truly great head coach now. To save it, we think you are the best person to do it. Moratti emphasized the words truly great very seriously. That's because before, when the Spaniard Benitez joined Inter Milan, he once used the word great to describe the former Red Army coach, but now the facts have proved that no matter what Benitez had before, how great, he is almost turning last season's great triple crown winner into a puddle of mud. Sitting next to Moratti is Inter Milan's transfer manager Marco Branca. This middle-aged man is affectionately called Emperor Blanca by Inter Milan fans because he has made brilliant deals in the transfer market. In fact, he is also a gentle and handsome man wearing glasses. He took out 2 contracts from the briefcase he carried with him and handed them to Leoli with a smile. Lee, as long as you are willing to appear in front of Misa's home team coaching bench, all Inter Milan fans will fight for you alone. Cheers loudly, Lee. Tongfan took over the contract, but he didn't look at it, but put it down on the coffee table. Amidst the confused looks of Moratti and Blanca, Lee Tongfan smiled and explained, there is no need to look at the contract. As long as I meet my 3 conditions, even if I'm given the lowest salary among Serie A head coaches, I will willing to coach Inter Milan. Oh. Moratti's face showed an unexpected look. Tell me about it. First, I need full management rights of the team, and the selection of tactics and personnel cannot be interfered by anyone. Second, I need at least 50 million euros in transfer funds to build the team within the winter transfer period. Thirdly, whether it's the way I deal with players or my attitude towards the media, I need the club to stand by me in any situation. You know, my relationship with the Italian media is not very good. Moratti and Blanca looked at each other and laughed. I originally thought that Madman Lee would put forward some excessive conditions. If the Lion really proposed a sky-high price contract, maybe the two of them would hesitate. But these three conditions put forward now, these things have long been regarded as it's the basic terms that are written into the contract. This is also the credit of Emperor Blanca. A transfer master Inter Milan had entertained the idea of inviting Crazy Lee to coach him a long time ago. So Blanca has studied Crazy Lee's character and preferences thoroughly, and he has long seen that a coach with a personality like Crazy Lee does not care about salary. It is the authority of the head coach in the team. So after Inter Milan decided to invite Crazy Lee this time, the contract drafted followed this path. And now Crazy Lee's demands are even lower than the contract. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief and thought in their hearts. It seems that Crazy Lee is not as difficult to speak as many media reported before. The car speeds on the way from Crazy Lee's villa to Buenos Aires Isa International Airport. Moratti couldn't help but once again opened the coaching contract signed by Crazy Lee, feeling happy in his heart. The depression that had piled up in my heart recently due to the team's poor record was gone. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It seems that this contract is the safest guarantee to regain everything that belonged to the Triple Crown last season. He turned to look at Marco Blanca, who was also a little excited, leaned on the back of his seat, and asked with a smile, "Emperor Blanca, is this your first time to have close contact with Crazy Lee? Tell me what impression you have." Blanca smiled. "It's surprising. I used to see that unscrupulous madman on the sidelines of the game. Today, he feels like an old friend who has been lost for many years. I don't know why. I found that I could trust him unconditionally." Moratti smiled and put his hand on the car window, clasping his index fingers rhythmically, and suddenly exhaled and said, "I feel the same way. When I saw him coming out wearing slippers, I suddenly felt crazy. Lee is actually a very simple kid, just like Ronnie." At this point, his tone changed and became firm again. "When I go back, I'm going to talk to Rafa about terminating the contract. Well, it's up to you to come forward in this matter. I don't want to see the bitter-faced Spaniard again." Also, according to the contract, the news that Crazy Lee is in charge of the team can only be disclosed to the media after December 15th. Disclose. Blanca nodded and smiled again. "To be honest, Massimo, I think you are right to come to Argentina in person this time. Maybe he can really do what Jose couldn't do last season. Well, if the team can meet Jose in the European competition. Haha, the duel between Crazy Lee and Jose should be a very good game." Moratti leaned back gently on the chair. After exhausting all means, Mourinho was unable to retain Mourinho, which was a heartache for Moratti. Although he had graciously let the madman leave, he was not without complaints. The stubborn old man desperately wanted to prove to the Portuguese that even without you Mourinho, my Inter Milan is still great. Regrettably, Benitez, who had previously given high hopes, failed to deliver, leaving Moratti extremely disappointed. But now, with this contract in his hand, the oil tycoon once again ignited the fire of hope. "Jose, I will regret your leaving. Got a high fever. There are 2 computers and 4 hands in front of me. When I'm typing, I always feel like someone is lying on the wall trying to assassinate me. Blur, my head is a mess. Reluctantly fell asleep. I can't hold it any longer." Chapter 670. Who will save the Nerazzurri? After signing the coaching contract with Inter Milan, Lee Tongfan's life will be busy. Moratti and Blanca left, and the sky gradually darkened. Wang King and the nanny brought from China began to prepare dinner. The 2 elderly people, Liang and Yifeng, had not returned yet. Lee Tongfan returned to his study and began to make preparations before officially taking over Inter Milan, skillfully taking out the Hummer Best book, running the laptop, entering the FM system. Lee Tongfan began to search and organize some necessary information. First, He must use the FM system database to clearly familiarize himself with the status of the entire Inter Milan team so that he can make targeted changes after taking charge of the team. At this time, the FM 2010 system has been upgraded to FM 2011. The original slightly dark gold system logo has turned green again, which is very similar to the FM 2007 system that Lee Tongfan was once obsessed with. The control interface has not changed much, but the 3D simulated game video is more realistic, with strong winds, rain, and snow weather images, and even the mud on the lawn trampled by the players can be seen clearly. This is basically no different from the real game. Looking at the slightly unfamiliar FM 2011 system interface in front of him, Lee Tongfan's mouth curled up into a smile, unconsciously recalling the scene before the World Cup final point. At that time, the rumors spread by the crazy provocation of Mundo Deportivo and flaws were flying everywhere. From the head coach to the substitute players, the Matadors were full of confidence in defeating Crazy Lee and the Argentine team in the final. Compared with the already mature Spanish media, the influence and planning level of the Argentine domestic newspapers were far behind, which put the Blue and White Army in a very unfavorable situation in public opinion, especially when the so-called Crazy Lee suffered a marriage change came. Many people believed that the Argentine team was caught in the key and would definitely lose point at that time. The team was holding its breath. Lee Tongfan's anger was also burning in his chest. He vowed to give his opponent the most humiliating score in history in the final. At that time, the only thing that could make Leoli feel worried was the giant bull level system task, Eagle's End, issued by the FM 2010 system. If the last link of this task was very demanding, it would be almost impossible for Lee Tongfan to beat the Spanish team at the Football City Stadium. However, the FM system showed its humanity that shocked Leoli at this time. The last task of the giant system task, Eagle's End, is Revenge's task. Explanation: in view of the fact that the player's real reputation has been attacked by competitors with extreme malicious intent, which has exceeded the economic scope of sports ethics, in order to protect the losses of player Lee Tongfan, the FM system decided to temporarily change the last task from unsolvable problem to revenge task. Requirement of revenge: cancel all system function restrictions. Player Lee Tongfan, you can use all the function points of this system in the upcoming finals. Lee remembered that, after seeing such a detailed explanation of the task, he wanted to hug the Hummer laptop and kiss it hard. This is really fucking awesome. And then, Lee Tongfan was not polite at all. In the final of the South Africa World Cup, Lee Tongfan relied on the process of realizing the FM system simulation to use 3 consecutive freedom points to create Messi's hat trick in the first half, and used 1 freedom points in the second half to wipe out a morale boosting goal of the Spanish team in the 52nd minute. System simulation, functional points. In the case of full firepower, although Bosch has thoroughly studied Crazy Lee, although the strength of the Spanish team is not inferior to that of the Argentine team, and although Bosch has hidden the starting lineup of the Spanish team, however, everything is not a secret to Lee Tongfan. The Spanish team is like a naked peerless beauty, and all the secrets of her body are exposed to Lee Tongfan. In this case, how can the Spanish team not lose? How can it not be defeated miserably? After completing the giant system task, Eagle's End, Lee Tongfan cleared the various points awarded to him by FM 2010 during this task. Character points, a total of 600 points. Ability points, a total of 9 points, which have all been added to the 17 hours of the 2 major categories of training ability and spiritual ability in Lee Tongfan's FM system. So far, among Lee Tongfan's various abilities, tactical knowledge, tactical training, and motivational ability have risen to the full value of 20. Since Leoli has not coached the team since the start of the new season, he is not sure whether there will be some special effects after the ability value rises to the full value of 20. This needs further testing. Crow mouth points, 8 points. Climate points, 6 points. Destruction points, 10 points. Mandarin duck embracing and laughing points, 4 points. Star change points, 4 points. Because of time constraints, it has completely expired. Anti-elimination fragments, 3/5 point and all other function points the above are only the relevant gains obtained after completing the giant bull level system mission, Eagle's End. If you add some points that have been accumulated in the previous system, the data will be quite impressive, especially character points and anti-erasure fragment. The former has reached 834 points, while the latter has accumulated 4 pieces. If there is another anti-erasure fragment, Tongfan can synthesize a complete anti-erasure fragment to resist a bloody attack by the FM system. Obliterated. However, when the FM 2010 system was upgraded to the FM 2011 system, 600 character points were consumed. Coupled with the consumption required to maintain the system's operation in the past 6 months, Leoli now only has less than 200 points left in his hands. Character points, although they are much richer than when he relied on 100 points to create the mythical season in Real Madrid, it still makes Leoli feel like he has worked hard for decades and returned to before liberation overnight. Point in addition, it is worth mentioning that after the price increase to FM 2011, the FM system database has been expanded to about 75%, and many new functions and data have been added. Currently, in the FM 2011 system, there is still one task that has not been completed: the development of a superstar. This task of nurturing Nicholas Gigi, the mixed race little boy, is obviously very long and cumbersome. After the system database was expanded to 75%, Leoli found out through inquiries that the tasks of the giant system also had relative difficulty levels and were divided into 3 difficulty levels: general, expert, and expert. The completed Eagle's End is only at the general level among the giant bull level system tasks, but superstar development is actually at the expert level. This shows how difficult this task is. Currently, superstar development has reached the 4th stage of the task. Enter first class. The task requires Tongfan to help Gigi increase domestic reputation and international reputation to more than 7,000 in the 2010-2011 season. The above is the current situation of the FM system before Tongfan officially coached Inter Milan. He finished sorting out all the information that needed his attention, then paid 2 character points to enter the system data record, and began to analyze and organize the data and status of every player in the Nerazzurri Inter Milan team. An hour later, when Tongfan came out of the study, he found that Li Ying and Feng had come back from outside. In addition to his parents, Maradona and Batistuta came uninvited at some point. Several people gathered around the dining table in the restaurant to have dinner. Lively, what the hell, you didn't even call me, even though dinner was already served. That's too much. At this moment, Maradona turned his head and saw Leoli chewing a piece of red and tender husband's lungs in his mouth, and waved vaguely. Lee, have you finally finished your work? Ha 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 ha. I asked King not to call you, so as not to disturb you in sorting out the data. Well, come over for dinner now. Don't be polite. What? You're going to Italy? After Leoli sat down at the table, he did not hide his upcoming work plans from these 2 husbands. After speaking out, Maradona and Batistuta exclaimed in unison, "You are going to Italy?" Seeing Leoli nodding, Maradona rolled his eyes a few times, touched his chin and smiled. "That's it, Gabriel. What do you think about us going with this guy?" December 4th. The Serie League held its last round of games before the winter break. Nerazzurri and Inter Milan went to the Stadio Olimpico in Rome to challenge Blue Eagle Lazio. This game will be the final battle of the first half of the 2010-11 season for Inter Milan. Although the Triple Crown last season under the leadership of Benitez was already a fallen phoenix, it is not as good as a chicken, but countless Nerazzurri still hopes that the team can get a big win in the last game of last season, so that they can spend the winter break comfortably and happily. However, at this time, such a simple little wish has become a luxury. Inter Milan suffered a humiliating 1-3 away defeat by Lazio. Faced with such endless defeats one after another, and the Spaniards' almost stupid stubbornness and arrogance, the fans finally fell into unbearable anger. At the end of the game, the disappointed Nerazzurri fans burned newspapers and plastic seats in the stands to vent their anger. The chants of Benitez get out resounded throughout the stadium. The Olympic Stadium in Rome seemed like a building about to erupt in anger. The volcano is about to explode, and the terrifying red flames and magma will destroy everything. The TV broadcast camera clearly captured Moratti's face in the boxer's hen, turning around without saying a word, and not even looking at the court again. Benitez is about to finish class. After the game, Gazzetta dello Sport published such a piece of news on the front page of the newspaper in eye-catching red. A photo of a fat Spanish guy with a blank face appeared under the title, and was mercilessly given a shocking X with a red line. The article reads, Moratti has obviously had enough of the complaints and incompetence of the Spanish tactician. This defeat is decisive. There is no doubt that Benitez will be fired. Fortunately, the winter break is coming, and Inter Milan still has 2 weeks to find the captain who can save the team. The question is, who is the most suitable candidate? The disease is like a mountain point. I'm still running a fever. Fortunately, although my literary thinking is not as good as diabetes insipidus, I'm still not confused by the fever. First update point: there are brothers in the book review area and Weibo who advise me to take a rest, but I can't point. I have updated less recently, and I'm ashamed. I will continue to fight, even if I die. Point: I want to live up to your support and love. Chapter 671 Shocking Milan City. I will not voluntarily resign as the head coach of Inter Milan. Although the situation in Milan is already besieged on all sides, Spaniard Benitez still remained tough enough when facing the media. I alone should not bear the responsibility for the team's poor record. The failure of team formation in the past summer is the real reason. In addition, we must see that the team suffered a large number of injuries in the first half of the season. In the end, Benitez put the question to Inter Milan's management: I need sufficient transfer funds to rebuild the team during the winter break. If the club can support me, the team's results in the second half of the season will be much better. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future. Such a bad attitude further intensified the relationship between him and the fans. Many angry nerazzurri mocked and questioned the Spaniard. Why was Mourinho able to win the Triple Crown with such a lineup, but you couldn't even make it into the top 3 of the Serie A standings? Gazzetta dello Sport and many other Italian sports media also mercilessly satirized the Spanish tactician who created the miracle of Istanbul night in the past. Now it seems that Rafa can do nothing but complain. It's really hard for him to have such poor results and still have the audacity to threaten and accuse Moratti. The Spaniard may not know yet. In the 4th quarter 5 years ago, my boss's office was the famous guillotine in Serie A. It has changed 11 head coaches crazily in 10 years. Who can be crazier than Moratti? Guillotine has been there for a long time. It has not been turned on. It seems that some people have forgotten its power. We might as well guess how long it will take for Benitez to be invited to the guillotine. After bombarding the club's senior officials, the disappointed Nerazzurri also roared angrily, "Spanish fat pig, get out. Let that damn Benitez coach AC Milan. Get out of class is over. Change the coach. He is not worthy of blue and black." The city of Milan is filled with public dissatisfaction. Some radical nerazzurri even held up slogans in front of the Inter Milan club's office building, the Palazzo Torini, demanding that the club expel the arrogant and rude Spaniards from the team. Moratti happened to be in the office of Palazzo Torini at this time. The liquidated damages of 3 million. We can finally send away this unlucky Spaniard. Blanca, we can officially announce to the outside world the news of Benitez's dismissal. Moratti stood in front of the window in high spirits, looking at the Inter Milan fans below who were so excited that they were about to burn. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on their faces. However, don't announce the news of Lee's arrival for the time being. Haha, I want to give all the fans and opponents a big surprise. Marco Blanca smiled and nodded, turned around and went out. Moratti returned to the seat in front of his desk and leaned back slightly. The blue-black club emblem on the opposite wall looked peaceful and serene, exuding an aura that made him intoxicated. On the table below the emblem, there was an old-fashioned wooden photo frame with spotless glass. Behind the film, there are old photos of old Moratti and Herrera holding up the Big Ear Cup quietly displayed. This photo was taken at the peak of the great international era. Inter Milan defended the European Champions Cup that season, and also won the Intercontinental Cup and Serie A. It was the supreme triple crown, and established an unattainable peak on the European football map and even the world football map. That is a great international era that has been handed down from generation to generation. Massimo Moratti always hoped to surpass his father's achievements. For this reason, he even waited and worked hard for most of his life. The sky lived up to expectations. Mourinho of Inter Milan won the treble of League, Cup, and Champions League last season, finally allowing Moratti to see the arrival of the second era of great Inter Milan. But that's not enough. Moratti wants more! Just this season, however, the rain has now passed, and the weather is clear. Moratti took off his glasses, wiped them gently, and then put them back on point with the erosion of time crawling around his face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw an elegant arc again. Just thinking about the arrival of that person, even he who had experienced wind and rain, and experienced rainbows couldn't help. But I want to laugh out loud again and again. I want to give those who are waiting to see Inter Milan's joke a hard blow. Benitez is finally out of class. The day after Inter Milan lost the last game before the winter break, as many people expected, the Nerazzurri finally chose to fire the Spanish coach who had been in charge for less than 6 months. Man Benitez. When the news was announced on the official website of the Inter Milan club, the Nerazzurri fans in Milan rushed to tell each other, as excited as if the team had won the championship. We've had enough of that fat guy. Luckily he's gone now. As long as a suitable head coach candidate is found, Inter Milan still has the possibility to overtake AC Milan and win the championship in the second half. Although Moratti once again fired the head coach in the middle of the game, it was obviously different from the countless reckless actions before. His decision this time even won 99% of Inter Milan fans. The support shows how unpopular Benitez is in this city. Who will be the successor? It is said that Blanca has gone to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, to convince Leonardo, the young coach who performed amazingly at San Siro last season, to invite him to coach the team. Maybe this is also a good choice. It would be great if Crazy Lee could come to Misa. As soon as the news of Benitez's dismissal from Inter Milan came out, it immediately attracted attention and discussion from all parties around the world. In a short period of time, there were all kinds of speculations, discussions, predictions, suggestions, reminders, etc. Wait, flying in like locusts all over the sky. Even madman, Mourinho, who is far away in Madrid, Spain, and is now winning the internal power struggle with great success and defeating Valdano, who holds the power of life and death in the Galacticus, also meaningfully said in this at that time. He expressed his concern for his former club. Inter Milan should not be what it is now. I know very well that it still has huge potential that can be tapped. Rafa's dismissal is a regrettable thing, but everyone needs to pay for their actions. It's inevitable. Theoretically speaking, a mid-season coaching change is not the best choice for a team but it is definitely the best choice for Inter Milan. Of course, a prerequisite must be added here. That is, Moratti can find a more suitable helmsman for the Nerazzurri. Who would be this more suitable person? Leonardo, the young marshal who is unemployed at home? Silver Fox Lippi, former Italy coach Donadoni? Or gold medal coach Fabio Capello? Public opinion is crazy. Regardless of whether these people are currently unemployed or under contract, as long as their reputation and ability are worthy of the coach of Triple Crown champion Inter Milan, they will be regarded as a hot topic by the media. Of course, Crazy Lee's name is also prominently listed. But compared to several other candidates, most media believe that Crazy Lee is unlikely to take over San Siro. You must know that every time there was turmoil in Inter Milan's coaching position, Crazy Lee's name would be mentioned, but never once did Crazy Lee really approach Inter Milan. Repeated disappointments have led many people to believe that Crazy Lee is actually not interested in the Nerazzurri. So this time, Inter Milan fans don't have much hope for the arrival of Crazy Lee. Their request is very simple. They only hope that Moratti can find someone for Inter Milan who is slightly better than the Spaniard Benitez. It would be great if he is a head coach. Even if he is not as good as Mourinho, that doesn't matter. just when the media and fans are talking a lot and are still arguing about the head coach of the Nerazzurri. In the second half of the season, Inter Milan has made a new move. Less than 10 hours after announcing Benitez's dismissal, the official website published another eye-catching front page news. The club has found a new head coach and will officially hold a press conference on December 6th. Announced the joining of the new coach as fast as lightning. As soon as the news came out, it immediately aroused endless speculation uncontrollably. Many people in the industry were surprised and shocked that Inter Milan found Benitez a successor within this period of time. At the same time, they also became more curious. What is the background of this new head coach? How could Moratti still have the guts to play it off when the team has almost lost all his underwear? There are only two possibilities: either this successor is just a transitional role with little fame and prestige and is far from reaching the ideal height of the future coach in the fans' minds, so Inter Milan is prepared to keep a low profile. Either this mysterious new coach will be a really great guy or someone who is definitely beyond people's imagination. Moratti prepared painstakingly just to give those who ridiculed Inter Milan a hard blow. Who is the one? The clever reporter threw this question to Inter Milan city rival AC Milan point as the leader of the Serie A standings this season. AC Milan has always attached great importance to the Nerazzurri, the most powerful competitor. The choice of Misa's new coach is obviously of great concern to the AC Milan soldiers. Topic: if a heavyweight coach takes over the Nerazzurri at this time, then for AC Milan, maybe the road to winning the championship in the second half of the season will not be as smooth as they previously expected. However, despite worries and concerns of one kind or another, when a reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport was asked this question, the soldiers of the Rossoneri still seemed confident. Gattuso: Inter Milan has nothing to do with me. The arrival of anyone will not affect AC Milan's path to the championship, because we are the greatest team in the world. Pato: we just need to be ourselves, because we are the leaders. Galliani: I can only sympathize with Inter Milan's experience this season. Any team will inevitably have highs and lows. It takes time to test everything. Maybe they will have a chance next season. Ibrahimovic: if Moratti tries to win back the league title by changing the coach, it is undoubtedly a naive idea. Maybe they were the great Triple Crown winners last season, but this season they are nothing. I will help AC Milan win the league title, just like I did for Inter Milan. The words of Swedish Scorpion triggered a barrage of curses. Speculations about Inter Milan's new coach spread like a terrifying biochemical virus before the end of the world. The entire European football world is paying close attention to this matter. Countless Nerazzurri around the world are waiting, hoping that Moratti can bring them a huge surprise. December 4th. Piazza San Babila in the center of Milan. Tens of thousands of blue and black troops gathered in front of the gate of Palazzo Durini. Palazzo Durini is a dazzling Baroque building, and the whole building is divided into two courtyards. The first part is used as a place for formal activities, with typical columns and round arches, and the second part is used as a service area. The front of the building is framed by cut stone and protruding eaves. On January 1, 1997, Inter Milan Football Club moved its headquarters to Palazzo Durini. It was renovated and became the club's office. The entire office area is divided into a reception area, a long hall, an open space and a trophy display room, where the new player signing ceremony and board meetings are held. At 10 o'clock this morning, the joining ceremony of the new head coach will be held here. The press conference hall was open to journalists at 9:30, and more than 200 journalists from major European football media in various countries rushed here frantically. To their disappointment, although some temporary arrangements were made on the rostrum, it was obviously impossible to tell who the mysterious new coach of Inter Milan was just from these arrangements. On the west side of Piazza San Babila outside the Durini Palace, there is a giant electronic screen. It is usually used to broadcast a platform for promoting various fashions and luxury cosmetics, but today, this electronic screen will broadcast the signing ceremony of the new head coach of the Nerazzurri to all fans in Milan. Tens of thousands of Nerazzurri gathered here before dawn, waiting for the announcement of the new head coach in the bitter winter wind. The poor performance of the team in the first half of the season made them pin all their hopes on this mysterious new head coach. This is almost the last straw for the fans. God bless us, give us a surprise. A middle-aged Italian man who was closest to the electronic screen was wrapped in a thick blanket, stamping his feet and anxiously waiting for the results to be announced. He wore a hat with the Inter Milan club logo on his head. He drove a pickup truck from his home in the suburbs before dawn in the morning and had been waiting here for more than 3 hours. Many of the fans around were wrapped in blankets, quilts, and cotton padded clothes, waiting in the cold wind with hope and anxiety. The clock at the south end of Piazza San Babila slowly and quickly pointed to 10 o'clock. A bright light flashed on the electronic screen, and the scene in the press conference hall of Palazzo Durini appeared. Crazy reporters crowded the hall like an overcrowded prison cell, and Inter Milan's press officer Stuart Paco had already appeared in the room. The big screen showed that there were 2 documents on the chairman's desk. These were the coaching contracts that Moratti and the magical new coach were about to sign. In fact, this was just a formality. The real contract had been signed long ago. At this moment, Moratti and a man walked out from the backstage with a smile. When the fans in Piazza San Babila saw the face of the man following Moratti, they couldn't help but exclaimed, followed by a thunderous applause. The press conference officially begins. We invite Massimo to introduce Inter Milan's new head coach to everyone. The voice of press officer Stuart Parker rang out in the press conference hall, and then Moratti and Lee Tongfan came out from the backstage. The reporters were stunned. Oh my god, it's Crazy Lee. How could it be him? This is super big news. Damn it, I'm going to call the boss immediately. I want to grab the front page tomorrow. This is Turin TV Carrix reporting for you. I'm now in the press conference hall of Inter Milan's headquarters, Palazzo Durini. The scene. Hello, the scene is in chaos. It's unimaginable. Moratti did it. He brought a myth to Milan. Looking at the shocked and confused look of the reporters, Moratti smiled triumphantly. This is the effect he wanted. After a period of shock and brain short circuit, the reporters at the scene went crazy, desperately squeezed forward, and wanted to ask the questions they were most concerned about. The entire press conference hall was in chaos, and even the pre-arranged procedures were useless. The reporters did not give the press officer any chance to speak. Stuart Parker almost had his shoes squeezed off and was pushed to the outermost edge. Can I ask about the length and value of the contract? Lee, why did you choose to coach Inter Milan? Crazy Mr. Lee, do you think Inter Milan still has hope of winning the championship this season? The winter transfer market is about to start. Will you make any major changes to the team's current lineup? Would you consider bringing in old Newcastle players? Each question was like bullets fired from a crazy machine gun, whizzing towards the podium, without giving the 2 people on the stage a chance to breathe. Piazza Santa Babila. The Nerazzurri cheered louder and louder, like soldiers who had won a war celebrating victory. The sound went straight through the sky, and even the dark clouds hanging low on the sky seemed to have been washed away. A large hole, with light golden sunlight pouring down from the grey clouds, is as beautiful as heaven. Oh god, it's Crazy Lee. The middle-aged fan who was wrapped in a blanket took off the blanket and hugged tightly with the stranger beside him who was also celebrating crazily. This is a huge surprise. The arrival of Crazy Lee was more like an unattainable extravagant wish before this. And now, that man has really arrived here and has actually become the controller of Misa. Just think about what crazy records this crazy guy has set in the past 4 years. Every international Milan fans feel like there is a burning flame in their hearts, wanting to release it as much as they want. Exclamation mark. Championship and glory, we, Inter Milan, are here again. Exclamation point. 40 kilometers northwest of Milan. There is a village called Appiano Gentile, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, looking quiet and leisurely. It is the training base of the Inter Milan first team, Angelo Moratti Sports Center training base. It's located right here. After the winter break, many Serie A teams have announced their disbandment. But for the players of Inter Milan, they cannot enjoy this hard-won vacation immediately, because as the champions of the UEFA Champions League last season, they must also participate in the World Club Cup that starts in December. However, the team did not conduct regular training this morning. The first line pair of Nerazzurri stars were sitting in the conference center watching the press conference. The new head coach is not only related to the fate of the team, but will also directly determine the fate of the superstars, because the head coach's tactical style will benefit some players, while others may be sacrificed. However, when the man and club president Moratti appeared on the TV screen, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately changed. Some people exclaimed, some looked excited, but more people turned their attention to got a person Mamadou Sakho! Exclamation mark. How will this French defender, who had a falling out with Madman Lee and left Newcastle, feel now? It seems that he has once again fallen into the clutches of Crazy Lee. It could actually be him? AC Milan head coach Massimiliano Allegri is also paying attention to Inter Milan's new coach. When he saw the appearance of Crazy Lee on TV, he was immediately confused. It's actually Crazy Lee. Now, the situation is a bit bad. Facing such a terrifying guy, Allegri couldn't help but panic point for a long while. He barely suppressed the panic in his heart and calculated the score gap between Inter Milan and AC Milan in his mind. No matter how he calculated it, Inter Milan still retained the possibility of returning to the top of the standings, unless the Rossoneri able to achieve a complete winning record in the second half of the season. On April 4th, Allegri locked himself in his study for 24 hours and did not come out. Crazy Lee comes to Misa. Inter Milan's Madman Lee era begins again. Nerazzurri forgot Mourinho in the cheers. Madman Lee injects confidence into Nerazzurri. The suspense of the Serie A championship is again hanging, only because of the arrival of one person. Crazy Lee is here. Serie A is so strong. Are you ready? Inter Milan's biggest signing in 2010 unveiled. Benitez's dismissal comes at the right time. Moratti gets his Herrera, the second issue of the great international era. This is not a dream! Exclamation mark. The news that Madman Lee parachuted into Milan to take charge of Inter Milan flew to all over the world, as if he had wings. The city of Milan, which bore the brunt, was severely shocked. The Serie A giants in the Apennine Peninsula are in panic. -9,000 words today. Completed point. I had a high fever, but I really persevered. Please vote for support. By the way, I would like to recommend 2 books. 1. Martial Arts Madman. Fanatics, in the name of martial arts, use the simplest and most direct way to survive. 2. Rebirth in the World. Beautiful Newcomer Medusa stones are crafted with love. Chapter 672. Madman Lee is more important than 80 million. Crazy Lee once again made a sudden appearance, causing the European football world to be shocked and exclaimed! Exclamation mark. Gazzetta dello Sport wrote excitedly in the headline of the next day's newspaper. There is no doubt that the great Moratti completed the team's most important and shocking signing since the Triple Crown. Inter Milan's originally gloomy season prospects were due to the arrival of God on the sidelines of the football field, and there was an incredible turn of events. The Nerazzurri must thank Moratti, because it was this great club president who worked tirelessly and personally went to Buenos Aires, Argentina for his sincere invitation, which made the Nerazzurri can snatch Crazy Lee from the Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich. On the second day after Crazy Lee joined Inter Milan, some Bundesliga media revealed the inside story of Bayern Munich's sky-high invitation to Crazy Lee. The offers from both parties reached the hands of Crazy Lee's agent Rossi Tang almost at the same time, but Moradi's sincerity in personally coming to the door obviously moved Madman Lee, so Inter Milan could grab the God on the sidelines of the football field. Moratti once again proved with practical actions that his love for Inter Milan is unparalleled. In the report on the same day, Turin Sports News also commented on the arrival of Crazy Lee in an article the next day. However, as we all know, since Madman Lee once led his team to a bloodbath at the Alpi Stadium in the UEFA Cup and in the just concluded World Cup, he and former Juventus general manager Moggi had a bad relationship because of that vow. So, the people of Turin were not so cold about the arrival of Crazy Lee. The article reads, not long ago, another madman, Mourinho, showed us the rudeness of foreign coaches. The Portuguese stirred up the entire Apennines. We hope that the arrival of the second Madman Lee can let this country, which has been plagued by all kinds of negative football news, be more peaceful. It's completely like a sour grape. You must know that Juventus also had the idea of inviting Crazy Lee to coach before this. To a certain extent, the views of Gazzetta dello Sport and Gazzetta dello Sport basically represent 2 completely different views held by the Italian football community regarding the arrival of Crazy Lee. It's either crazy welcome or crazy boycott. But for most neutral fans in the Apennine Peninsula, They don't care about the things other than football mentioned by the media. Only exciting games are what they look forward to. And the facts that have happened have proved that Crazy Lee is exactly such a head coach who can bring about exciting comparisons. The just concluded World Cup final can explain it all. Outside of Italy, many media outlets have also made various comments with different opinions on Crazy Lee's leadership of the Nerazzurri. France Football believes Crazy Lee's arrival at Mesa allowed Inter Milan to escape the mud created by Benitez in an instant, and once again had the possibility of becoming the Triple Crown. The British 442 regretfully wrote in a special article, "This is a sad day, because the Premier League has lost another coach with world influence. It is obvious that Crazy Lee chose Inter Milan to let him play in a short period of time. It has become impossible to return to the Premier League within time. Although we are unwilling to admit it, we must face such a cruel reality. With world-class stars such as Ronaldo and Juan Mata and Mourinho and Crazy Lee with the departure of the star coach, the Premier League's position as the world's #1 league is gradually slipping." The front page of the German newspaper Bild published the next day used a large number of photos of Inter Milan rejoicing and AC Milan fans holding their heads in worry to illustrate the impact of Madman Lee on the two Milan clubs after taking over the San Siro. The most intuitive impact of the team. The Russian Sports Express directly used the keynote of Chinese football Emperor rules Mesa, and the Nerazzurri will surely sweep European football again. To predict the general situation of European football in the second half of the 2010-11 season. Even Turkey's most professional football media, Fanatical News, also made a large-scale report on Crazy Lee signing with Inter Milan. The article solemnly believed the development goal of Turkish football is to strive to make Crazy Lee like this one day. A coach with global influence came to the Turkish league to coach. Durini Palace. Club president's office. Moratti smiled and arranged the newspapers in front of him and put them on the table. After reading the media comments, his mood has never been better since the start of this season. The effect of inviting Crazy Lee to coach is obvious. In just one day, Crazy Lee has not even met the Inter Milan players and has not even held a teaching match. However, the media all over the world, they have changed their attitude of looking down on Inter Milan just a day ago. They are scrambling for position and can't wait to sing praises for the second half of the Nerazzurri season. How is Lee's schedule arranged? Moratti put the newspaper in order and looked up and asked. Emperor Blanca, Marco Blanca, who was sitting on the sofa far away and carefully looking through a thick pile of information, pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, thought for a moment, and said, within a day or two, he is not ready to go to the training base to meet his players yet. Well, now, he should be looking at houses with his agent. It is said that he is planning to buy a house in Milan. Oh. Moratti's eyes lit up. That's it. Maybe we can keep him in the team. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, as if he had made an important decision. Marco, do you think it's a good idea for me to increase the winter transfer fee for him to 80 million euros? 80 million. Although Blanc had already been prepared to spend a lot of money in the winter, he still couldn't help being surprised. This, Massimo, 80 million is already far more than many teams' transfers in the summer budget. Why did you make such a sudden decision? Moratti smiled happily. His eyes always shone with the wisdom accumulated over the years. Marco, maybe you are indeed the Emperor Blanca of the transfer market, with a keen eye for gold, and your ability to operate transfers is unmatched. But, I haven't learned yet to look at some things from a higher overall perspective, and with a long-term perspective. Having said this, Moratti took out the Parker signature pen from the warm J pen holder in front of the table, signed a check for 30 million euros, stood up and handed it to Blanca, and continued to explain with a smile. Add on top of the 50 million agreed upon in the original contract, I got exactly 80 million. I know this is crazy, but I have good reasons. First, Crazy Lee has a very miraculous ability. He almost never fails to buy players. He has not made any mistakes, but almost every player he chooses to buy will give full play to his strength, so we must worry that he will be like Jose, spending huge sums of money to acquire a parallel import like Quaresma. Blanca the Great heard Moratti say this, his eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. This is where he is much better than Jose. At this point, even youth players, Godfather, Frenchman Arsene Wenger is not as good as him. Moratti nodded and continued, although Crazy Lee behaves erratically, he rarely harms the club's interests because of personal interests in the transfer market. This is true, even when he is the head coach and chairman of Newcastle. At that time, it never appeared. Marco, didn't you say that he is a guy worthy of your trust, like an old friend who has been lost for a long time? I believe that, even if I give him hundreds of millions of dollars, he won't spend any transfer funds. Blanc was a little excited when he heard his boss say this. Emperor Blanca nodded repeatedly and said, yes, ha ha ha. In fact, I should have thought that Crazy Lee is much better at transfer operations than me. Haha, in this case, everything is left to him. I hope he can bring a group of strong players to the team who can be relied on for a long time, like he did at Newcastle. To be honest, there are some players in Newcastle who make me jealous. Moratti nodded. Well, that's exactly what I want to say. But the main reason is not this. The main function of 80 million is to release respect and goodwill to Lee. I want him to wait until Massimo Moratti is not a short-sighted club president like Calderon. I'm the only one in Europe who truly appreciates and will fully support his football philosophy. Maybe in this way, he will choose to stay at Misa for a long time. After all, what he signed this time is only a short-term coaching contract. Listening to Moratti saying the last sentence with a hint of regret, Blanca was a little dazed. Moratti returned to his seat, looked at the Inter Milan team logo and the old photo of his father and Herrera across the desk, and said in his heart, in my heart, Crazy Lee wants to more important than 80 million pounds. At this time, boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. The female secretary pushed open the door and came in to deliver a document. Moratti put on his glasses, took a few glances, laughed, and without saying much, handed the document directly to Marco Blanca. Emperor Blanca took it with a puzzled expression, flipped through a few pages, slapped his forehead in pain and groaned. Ouch. Got this Crazy Lee. I thought I could relax for a while. Moratti smiled and said, Marco, don't be discouraged. Haha, this is the time for you to show off your Emperor Blanca style. What do you think? What do you think of these transfer targets listed by Crazy Lee? It's a very targeted plan. We have been observing several players for a long time. They are indeed the players the team needs now. I have to admit that, even though he has not officially taken over the team, Crazy Lee has great expectations for the first team. The understanding is far deeper than I imagined. Blanca looked at the information at hand, and her expression gradually became serious, but there are still a few things that I didn't pay special attention to before, and I need to observe them. No need to observe. Moratti's expression was serious, believe him. Okay. Blanca shrugged, but Massimo, are you sure you're really not a fan of Crazy Lee? The two men laughed. Lee Tongfan is a person who acts resolutely once he decides on something. Unlike many foreign coaches or players who choose to stay in luxury hotels for a long time, after joining the team, he chose to purchase his own real estate in this luxury city, and it took him less than a day to determine his goal, a luxury villa located 50 kilometers away from Milan. This mansion is located near Lake Como and can directly observe the panoramic view of Lake Como and Como City. It has complete internal facilities, including a private tennis court, a swimming pool, and even a helicopter airport and a 1.8-acre private garden. The house is completely covered by green trees and grass, and the green area is amazing. It is definitely a perfect place for health and leisure. It only takes about 40 minutes to reach Milan City or Angelo Moratti Sports Center training base from here, and if you use a helicopter, it will take less than 10 minutes. It is worth mentioning that there is a little story about the origin of the house. This was originally the house rented by Mourinho, the former head coach of Inter Milan, when he was in Italy, and the previous owner was Anthony Ratti, a famous Italian private entrepreneur. Ratti was quite knowledgeable in the fields of construction and decoration during his lifetime, so the house was decorated very simple and elegant, noble but not luxurious. After Mourinho went to Madrid, Spain, the villa was vacant because few people could afford the monthly rent of 200,000 yuan. However, these are not a problem for Lee, a madman whose net worth has exceeded 300 million pounds. He directly spent 7 million pounds to purchase this villa permanently. This is not because Lee Tongfan is extravagant, but because Lee feels that, because of his relationship with British fans, his property in Newcastle is rarely lived in. In addition, Lee has no better place to go, and he can't let Lee Ying and he Feng rent a house in Argentina all the time. Besides, Lee Ying, the old father, and his wife Wang Qing have both undergone serious medical surgeries, and physical training is very important to them. This villa is located near Lake Como, with an elegant environment, fresh air, and picturesque scenery. It is an excellent place for recuperation. As long as he thought of these, Lee decided to buy it immediately. Now it only takes about a month of partial renovation before you can move in. After purchasing the property, Lee's personal affairs are almost dealt with. He temporarily lives in a hotel in Milan. He can pick up his parents to live here as soon as the house is renovated. By the way, the two cars still in the UK will be transported here. Next, Lee will really devote himself to Inter Milan's training. At this time, the football media around the world are closely watching Inter Milan. So much so that when Lee Tongfan came out of the hotel where he was staying the next day, there were already no less than 20 reporters waiting at the door. They followed Lee closely to the Durini Palace, and then an hour later, they followed Maratti, Blanca and Lee Tongfan to the Angelo Maratti Sports Center training base in the village of Appiano Gentile. Many people want to know what will happen when Crazy Lee meets Inter Milan's players on the first day, but even the craziest paparazzi cannot enter the Angelo Maratti Sports Center training base to observe what happened. They waited for 6 hours in the cold wind. 6 hours later, they only captured the taillights of the car that drove away after Maratti, Crazy Lee and others came out. No one was willing to be interviewed. After that, when Inter Milan's players finished today's training and drove out, no one dared to reveal any news even to reporters with whom they had a good relationship. Nora Giustino, the chief paparazzi of Gazzetta dello Sport, shook her head and lamented in the cold wind, damn it, Crazy Lee took 6 hours to infect Inter Milan with his virus of non-cooperation with the media. When he was in England, December 8, Inter Milan announced the team's 24-man roster for the Club World Cup on its official website. Surprisingly, French central defender Mamadou Sakho, who had performed very well in the team before, was not selected. Since Newcastle transferred to Inter Milan, Mamadou Sakho has been playing very steadily in the Blue and Black Army. Many people even call him Inter Milan's William Gallas. Many Italian media believe that Sakho can become the main central defender of Misa in the next 10 years. However, such a player who plays an important role in Inter Milan is not in the plan of Crazy Lee to go to the World Club Cup. Could it be? Just when many people were still speculating about the tricks, Gazzetta dello Sport soon broke the shocking news: Inter Milan sold Mamadou Sakho for €30 million because Crazy Lee believed that the French central defender did not have the qualities to play for a great team like Inter Milan. Sure enough! Crazy Lee is holding a grudge. The grievances between Sakho and Crazy Lee are well known in European football. In the Newcastle era, Sakho was a super rookie that Madley had high hopes for. Among the young guards that Madley had built, although Pastore, Moussa Sissoko, Gareth Bale and others were all talented rising stars, only Sakho could play as a starting main force in the entire first half of the season in Newcastle at that time. It can be seen how high Madley's expectations were at that time. But despite this, Sakho later hurt Madley severely under the instigation of his agent. He repeatedly asked for a salary increase and even threatened to transfer. Such disloyalty completely angered Madmanley. The god on the football field didn't buy it at all. He offered a high price of $25 million to hide Sakho. In the end, Inter Milan took him in. A master-disciple relationship that can be passed down as a good story has broken down. In these few days, many people are still speculating how Madmanley will deal with Sakho, and some are still looking forward to a football legend of forgetting grudges with a smile. However, Madmanley's stubbornness and grudges obviously far exceeded people's expectations. It seems that it is difficult for those who are hated by him to turn over in his hands. In addition, it is worth noting that the reason why Madmanley abandoned Sakho was not because of his ability, but because he believed that the French central defender did not have the qualities to play for a great team like Inter Milan. Exclamation mark. This statement, whether correct or not, reminds many people of the various news about Sakho's transfer that were circulated in the media when Inter Milan and Sakho renewed their contract at the beginning of this season. At that time, the French central defender had obviously threatened the team with the means of leaving the team, but the Spaniard Benitez compromised at that time, and Sakho finally got a high annual salary of 4.5 million. Is what Crazy Lee said wrong? Yes. There is no doubt that players like Sakho, although their abilities are indeed outstanding at their age and their development potential is also very huge, you can't expect such a player to become the Maldini of the Nerazzurri. He will only become the Anelka of Arsenal. This is why Crazy Lee abandoned Sakho. Maybe some people will say that Crazy Lee is like a villain who bears grudges. Maybe some people will criticize Crazy Lee for being straightforward and serious, but Sakho's agent complained to the media like a woman who was raped, bombarded Crazy Lee, talked about Sakho's contribution to Inter Milan, and accused Crazy Lee of cruelty and shamelessness. However, these efforts are more like the dying struggle of a fish that fell into the desert. For the future of the French central defender in Misa, it has no effect at all. Because now Crazy Lee is the new favorite of Misa. From the top of the club to ordinary fans, they all hope that Crazy Lee will stay in Milan and Misa forever. They have no sympathy for a Judas-style central defender who has been sentenced to the team again and again and used threats to win high salaries. Moreover, Sakho is not the only player who has not been favored by Crazy Lee. In addition to him, according to the report of Gazzetta dello Sport, there are several people on the list of Madman Lee's clean-up Macedonian striker Goran Pandev, who performed well last season, but continued to be sluggish this season, is obviously not in the plan of Madman Lee. Pandev's skills and speed are good, but obviously not top-notch, and there is still a little difference from Madman Lee's requirements. It is said that Inter Milan's transfer price for Pandev is 6 million euros, which is not high. Maybe it is a kind of compensation. Honduras striker David Suazo is also on the list of clean-up. In addition, Gazzetta dello Sport did not report too much on the list of clean-up, but according to some well-informed gossips, Douglas Macon, the right-wing master of the Nerazzurri, does not seem to be very popular with Madman Lee. The god on the football field believes that the Brazilian fullback lacks the motivation and passion to play in Misa. If you can get a good price to cash it out, you might as well sell it. Later, because of the importance of Macon's position, the Brazilian's name still appeared in the team list for the Club World Cup. In addition to these cleaning rumors, there is another piece of news that shocked the European football world. Maratti prepared a winter transfer fund of up to 80 million for Crazy Lee. This is a huge amount that many top teams cannot reach in the summer transfer period. 80 million euros is enough to replace more than half of Inter Milan's starting 11. It is also enough for Crazy Lee to stir up a bloody storm in the transfer market this winter. For a while, all the major clubs were in danger, fearing that the pillars of their team would attract Crazy Lee's flirting eyes, and those young players who thought they had development potential were eagerly looking forward to Crazy Lee stepping on auspicious clouds and signing them from the sky. The major European media also opened their eyes wide, ready to grab the first-hand news information. Who will become the prey of Crazy Lee? Everyone is looking forward to it! Exclamation mark. But at this time, there is no more news, because the Inter Milan first team has left Milan, Italy, and flew to Abu Dhabi, UAE, where the Blue and Black Army will be there, preparing for the upcoming World Club Cup. Minus 6700 words. I'm indeed a little better today. But the poor laptop has been automatically sleeping since the afternoon, and various power settings don't work. As a result, I spent the whole afternoon repairing the computer. Asus N10J has no optical drive, and reinstalling the system doesn't work. Trouble times. All the time was wasted in restarting the computer and looking for the saved manuscripts. Finally, I recommend the work Green Shade Superstar by the old competitive author ZHU Taoki. ZHU Tao ZHA is the most powerful author among the competitive authors I know. Although the results are not ideal, he has persisted tirelessly. I think this is the kind of author we should really respect. Brothers, you can go and have a look. Daozi has read it, and the competition scene is very exciting. Chapter 673 Blue and Black Storm 10:0 Chapter 673 Blue and Black Storm 100. A bigger chapter. The Emirate of Abu Dhabi is the largest emirate in the United Arab Emirates of the country's 67,340 square kilometers of land area. 86.68% of the land is made up of islands. Due to its rich oil resources, Abu Dhabi's per capita income ranks among the top in the world, which allows them to more funds will be invested in urban construction. The capital city of Abu Dhabi, Al Ain, the capital of the Eastern Province, and Zaid City, the capital of the Western Province, are all famous tourist resort cities with picturesque scenery and amazing green areas. Inter Milan did not fly directly to Abu Dhabi, but came to the port city of Zaid City. Their first game will be held at the Zaid Sports City Football Stadium on December 15th. Since it was last season the Champions League champion team, so the Nerazzurri did not need to participate in the qualifying rounds and quarterfinals, and directly entered the top 4. When Inter Milan arrived in Zaid City, the 2010 World Club Cup had already begun. The UAE club Al Wahda defeated Papua New Guinea's Hekari United 3-0 in the qualifying round, and entered the 4 points one final point on December 8 and December 10. 2 more games in the quarterfinals were completed. The Congolese team TP Mazembe defeated the Mexican Pachuca team 1-0 and entered the semi-finals. However, the host Al Wahda lost to the Korean teams Seoung Namil and Chionma 1-4 in this round, and was eliminated. In this way, the distribution of matchups in the semifinals is obvious. International of Brazil vs Congolese team TP Mazembe. Inter Milan faced South Korea's Seoung Namil and Chionma. The first game of the Nerazzurri officially started at 2100 hours local time. On December 15th in the United Arab Emirates, the team still has about 3 days to conduct adaptive training and rest. I have to admit that, although the World Club Cup is definitely the highest level club event on the planet in a literal sense, in terms of the reputation of the participating teams, it is simply a useless event, except for last season. Inter Milan, the European Triple Crown champion, and the other teams are just small fish and shrimps, which cannot attract the interest of the media and fans at all. This cup is completely a one-man show for Inter Milan. It would be a shame if the Nerazzurri cannot win the Club World Cup. After the team left the airport, they stayed at the Crown Plaza Abu Dhabi Hotel, which is one of the more famous 5-star hotels in Abu Dhabi. This 5-star hotel is located in the central business district of Abu Dhabi and offers panoramic views of the city. It offers spacious rooms just a 12-minute walk from the Corniche Avenue. Facilities include an 18-meter rooftop swimming pool. The air-conditioned rooms at Crown Plaza Abu Dhabi feature parquet floors and modern furniture. All rooms come with a seating area and a flat-screen TV with satellite channels. The private bathroom comes with luxury toiletries for Inter Milan. Participating in such games is more about warming up during the winter break, so the club's treatment of the team is still very generous. In addition, Marathi wants to impress the second brother Guan like KO did. Crazy Lee hopes that Crazy Lee can stay at Inter Milan for a long time, so the players are getting special treatment with the new head coach. A press conference was held soon after the team checked into their hotel. This is the first time that Lee Tongbiam has appeared in front of reporters since he took office as the coach of the Nerazzurri. Perhaps in order to reduce the current heavy pressure on the team, Lee Tongbiam seemed very cooperative at the press conference and cooperated with the reporters by shouting the slogan for winning the championship with a big score. In Lee Tongbiam's original words, is "I would love to start a blue-black storm in Zaid City." The next day, major European football newspapers that followed Inter Milan and local media in the United Arab Emirates reported the press conference in exaggerated terms. Crazy Lee winning the championship is like searching for something in a bag, sweeping the Korean team, making the Korean stick tremble under the Chinese crotch. Chengnan Yi and Team Chionma are just scum. The Club World Cup is a free trip for us. Use the championship trophy to repay Murati's trust. Inter Milan will play charming offensive football. Various reports made Inter Milan and Crazy Lee attract the attention of the world, while fans in Abu Dhabi flocked to Zaid City crazily, and there were also some fans from Arab countries and even Asia who came from thousands of miles away. I came all the way to Zaid City just to catch a glimpse of the European Triple Crown and got on the sidelines of football during the game. Such reports completely angered Koreans. Cha Kyung-bok, the head coach of Seongnam and Chyeonma, felt that he and the team had been insulted. Jeong Sung-ryan, the main goalkeeper of the South Korean team who played against Crazy Lee in the World Cup, also angrily told the media, "My teammates and I will let Crazy Lee have a good look at Korean football. The time is approaching, and Crazy Lee's Nerezuri debut is highly anticipated." On the morning of December 15th, Inter Milan appeared at the Zaid Football City Stadium for their final acclimatization session. The players are being guided by assistant coach Giuseppe Barsi in simple tactical training. Giuseppe Barsi is a well-known legend of Inter Milan. He played for the Nerazzurri throughout his career. After retiring, he joined the team to be responsible for the team's youth training. It was not until this season that he served as a technical assistant coach for the first team. After Benitez was fired, assistant coach Amedia Capone also left the team. After Lee Tongfan took office, through consultation with Barsi himself, Barsi was allowed to serve as the team's youth training director, while also serving as the assistant coach of the first team. Of course, Lee Tongfan is also trying to form his own coaching team. Previously, Maradona and Batistuta were supposed to follow Lee to join in the fun. Batistuta played for Inter Milan, and after experiencing the World Cup, the God of War seemed to have regained his passion for dominating the stadium in the past, and also wanted to develop into the coaching industry. He came sincerely. However, he still has some private matters to attend to in Argentina, so it will probably take a month or two before he can officially arrive. Maradona, on the other hand, is just here for fun. He was indeed very excited at first, but then he thought about it and realized that he had evaded a lot of taxes in Italy, so he would probably be caught by the tax authorities and have his taxes collected once he entered Italy. The king of football himself is not rich, so he finally gave up in disappointment. For Lee Tongbum, the biggest problem at the moment is not the team's games, but among the 11 games suspended on impulse at the World Cup, 10 games have not been completed, which means that Lee must sit in the stands and command the first 10 games of Inter Milan. This is actually the reason why some teams did not invite Lee to coach during the summer transfer period. This Club World Cup is an opportunity to brush up the number of games. However, only 2 games can be brushed up. Lee Tongbum and the current coaching staff of Inter Milan work together to formulate the team's tactics, study the opponent's information, and analyze the opponent's strength to the players. While the specific training is done by Barsi, on the one hand, Leoli needs to understand the team's status more vividly and specifically in a short period of time, so as to make adjustments and reorganizations accordingly. On the other hand, he must also establish a tacit understanding between Barsi and himself, the players and Barsi, the new assistant coach, in order to meet the long 10-game suspension in the future. The morning training was relatively relaxed. After more than 2 hours of simple physical and ball training, Lee Tongfan stopped the training. There are still 2 hours before lunch. You can choose to move freely in the way you like. After lunch, you can rest for 3 hours, and then go to the hotel conference center for the last tactical explanation. The next is a game. We have only one goal, that is victory. Lee Tongfan's speech was very simple. The players of the Nerazzurri seemed very excited. Although it was just a tasteless game, they could at least win a world-class championship, and more importantly, they could perform well in front of the new head coach, Crazy Lee. A new emperor has a new minister. Facing the iron-blooded Crazy Lee, even the superstars of Inter Milan have to fight for their own destiny with all their strength. Among the crowd, 4 people had different expressions. Captain Javier Zanetti, Diego Milito and Esteban Cambiaso have been a little confused these days. According to their understanding of the boss when the Argentine team participated in the World Cup, Lee Tongfan's coaching style should not be so light. Although the boss has been conscientiously and seriously grasping the team's discipline and tactics in the past few days, the 3 of them always feel that something seems to be missing. Douglas Macon's expression has always been gloomy. He also knew the previous media rumors that Crazy Lee was not interested in him. His performance this season was not good, and the fans began to blame him. He felt that he really lacked the motivation and passion to continue to fight. Everything familiar in Misa made him feel a little tired. He wanted to go to Real Madrid, which was already an open secret. What's more, the attitude of the new coach Crazy Lee towards him was also ambiguous. This made him even more unwilling to stay in Inter Milan. In fact, he has asked his agent to contact his next club. If he can't go to Real Madrid, Barcelona or several Premier League teams are good. Maybe a change of environment will make him regain his passion for struggle. The team was disbanded soon. Lee Tongfan and Bucero continued to return to the hotel to study the tactical characteristics of Chengnan Yixianma. Although he made good words in front of the media, in terms of strategy, Lee never asked any opponent for instructions. On the evening of December 15th, Zaid Sports City Football Stadium. The time is about to come to 2100 hours in the evening. The football stadium is brightly lit. The stands that can accommodate more than 70,000 people are full of people. The stands on the west, east and south sides are full of fans. It is estimated that at least 50,000 people should come to the stadium to watch the game. This has created the largest record since the start of the Club World Cup. You should know that the average attendance of the previous few games was less than 15,000 people. This is the terrifying appeal of last season's European Triple Crown, Inter Milan and the legendary coach Madman Lee, who swept the European football world. In addition to the fans of the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, many fans from the Arab world and Asia also appeared in the stands in the easternmost lower area of the stadium stands. A bright red 5-star red flag was flapping in the night wind. Thousands of Chinese fans appeared there with drums and gongs. Ever since they entered the stadium, the sound of gongs and drums has been loud and clear. There was no stopping. Everyone was shouting rice bucket crazily. They came here specially to watch this legendary coach who was born in China. As the time approached, the atmosphere in the stadium gradually became heated. There are more than 50,000 fans, 98% of whom are ardent fans of the Nerezari and Crazy Lee. This place has become a terrifying hell for Koreans! Sudden, the cheers exploded like thunder, shaking the night sky of Zaid City. The referee walked out of the player tunnel with the players from both sides. The Korean teams Seongnam and Chyeonma wore yellow tops and red shorts, while the Inter Milan stars wore all white away uniforms. The game is about to begin. Giuseppe Bessi, who was dressed in a suit, walked out of the player tunnel. He shook hands with She Jingfu, the head coach of Chengnan Yixianma team, and then came to the Inter Milan coaching bench. Lee Tongfan is in the suspension period for this game. As the team's assistant coach, Bessi will have to assume the role of interim head coach. Although football has been with him throughout his life, this is the first time he has appeared in a game in this capacity. The heat wave visible to the naked eye, caused by more than 50,000 fans in the stands, gave him a little pressure. Bessi put his hands in his pockets. His palms were slightly sweaty. Not because of nervousness, but because of responsibility. Fortunately, Lee has prepared everything a long time ago. Bessi could only comfort himself quietly in his heart. He thought about all the miracles that Crazy Lee had created during the game, and then thought about what he had handed him to before the game. There were thousands of instructions and arrangements in the room, and I felt a little calmer. The referee blew the whistle to start the game. The game has finally begun. This is Inter Milan's debut in this Club World Cup. At the press conference before the game, Crazy Lee made bold statements, believing that Inter Milan would fail if they did not win the championship, and the South Korean team leader, the coach, also said that Chengnan Yixianma team will fight for the team's honor. The appeal of a competition like the Club World Cup is indeed pitifully low. Most TV stations choose to commentate on games in the studio. Therefore, there were only about 4 or 5 commentators fighting in the commentary box. The only commentator from Italy, Giuseppe Lillosta, is Inter Milan's Queen mouthpiece. With the Nerazzurri, came to Abu Dhabi for on-site commentary. He is trying to arouse the emotions of the Nerazzurri in front of the TV. Crazy Lee did not break his promise. As expected, he arranged a 4-3-3 formation that is more inclined to attack, with Diego Milito in the center, Eto'o and youth training youngster Joe Iwobi on the wings, and midfielder KBRSUO, Stankovic and Sneijder are in charge. The defense is lined up with Macon, Lucio, Samuel and Zanetti, and the goalkeeper is Cesar. On the field. South Korea Seongnam Myanmar team kicked off first. What surprised many people was that Seongnam Yi, who was obviously not as strong as Inter Milan, did not pursue safety after kickoff, but put on an aggressive posture. After 2 consecutive kicks in the midfield, 8 midfielder Cui Chengo made a long pass and sent the football directly to the right side of the court. This is an extremely aggressive attack. Chengnan Yi's foreign winger Radon kick was very fast, like a yellow lightning, striking towards Inter Milan's left wing. When the less than a few thousand Korean fans in the stands saw this scene, they were immediately so excited that they screamed hysterically, like they were climaxing. But, after a few seconds, everything came to an abrupt end. The yellow lightning set off by Radon kick suddenly seemed to be pinched in the hands of a titan, disappearing in an instant, while the excited shouts of the Korean fans were like a drake whose neck was pinched, and there was no more sound. On the field. Javier Zanetti almost used the easiest way to stop the football. Jump up and tap the football lightly on your forehead. The football passed over Radon Kissy. Zanetti then ducked and passed Radon kick, who had no time to break, and then ran forward without hesitation. The Korean offensive is like a tiger made of mud. It breaks when touched! Exclamation mark. After Zanetti stole the ball, he no longer hesitated at all. He rushed forward and struck with a lightning kick, knocking the ball away from the Korean player Zaose who was pressing forward to steal it. He passed the ball with a beautiful ball and broke through again. Beautiful. Zanetti. Italian commentator La Losta shouted loudly. Boom boom boom. The fans in the stands jumped up excitedly and clapped loudly! Exclamation mark. What they are looking forward to is such a high quality and exciting fighting scene, a contest of speed and passion, with sweat flying, and the beauty of dazzling power blooming in an instant. On the field, the excitement continues after Zanetti passed the ball. He pushed the football to Sneijder in the middle. Then keep running down. 2 against 1. 2 seconds later, Sneijder made a pass and the ball returned to Zanetti's feet again. 2 on 1 again. The cooperation between Zanetti and Eto'o, still a simple and sharp 2 on 1. Inter Milan played a beautiful front court cooperation, and a simple pass tore through the Korean defense. The cheers in the stands were getting louder and louder at this time. Zanetti had already rushed into the penalty area of Seongnam Myanmar. A simple dunk. Knocked the Korean defender Kim Seung-hwan to the ground, and then passed the ball low. Bang! Exclamation mark. A white figure flashed by. A shot that was successful! Exclamation mark. Diego Milito, the new prince of Inter Milan, who has been troubled by injuries and the tactics of former head coach Benitez this season, seemed to have concentrated all his anger on this shot at this moment. The football made a huge roar, shocking the whole audience. Chengnan Myanmar goalkeeper Zheng Chenglang didn't even have time to blink. The ball went into the net! Exclamation mark. Boom. Zaid Sports City football stadium was boiling. Countless fans jumped up from their seats, cheering loudly, waving arms and flying colorful banners, like a whistling colorful forest. 1:0! Exclamation point. Inter Milan took the lead as expected. Blue and Black Army showed the fans of the United Arab Emirates their triple crown style. Perfect! Exclamation mark. Wonderful! Exclamation mark. Unstoppable goal. Zanetti's performance made us forget his age. This is the flag of Inter Milan. The two teams are not at the same level at all. In the 5th minute of the game, Inter Milan counter-attacked successfully. As the commentator roared, people finally found Crazy Lee in the camera. At the beginning of the game, the camera looked for Crazy Lee several times, but couldn't find him. Many people were very disappointed at that time. At this time, they finally found him. The new coach of Inter Milan, who was watching the game in the stands, was in high spirits. He appeared among the Chinese fans, covered by a 5-star red flag, and smiled very brightly. I bet that Crazy Lee didn't pay attention to the game on the field at all. Maybe it's because he doesn't think opponents like Chengnan and Myanmar can cause trouble to Inter Milan. In the stands, Crazy Lee sat in the Chinese fans camp and signed autographs for fans with a happy face. At the end, he even took the drumstick in the hand of Macho Man and smashed the 1-meter diameter cowhide drum hard. The fans in the stands saw this scene through the big screen on the scene. Cheers and good-natured laughter broke out. This is Crazy Lee. Even during the suspension period, he can easily harvest the attention, cheers, and applause of the fans. But the Koreans are almost angry. The head coach of Chengnan Yaishianma, Chef Yujing, slapped his face fiercely and looked at the court with a sullen face. He was provoked by the Crazy Lee's crazy words before the game, and the rivalry and opposition between the Chinese and Korean people made him plan very well to take advantage of the fact that Crazy Lee could not appear in the command seat to hit Inter Milan hard, so he planned a surprise attack at the beginning of the game. This was carefully prepared by him, but who knew that this attack did not achieve the purpose at all, and he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, but was counter-attacked by Inter Milan. He felt like his face was slapped dozens of times by something. Shit, I was provoked by Crazy Lee. Chef Yujing was able to lead Chengnan Yaishianma to win the Asian Champions League last season, which was considered to be quite capable. At this time, he finally understood the reason why Crazy Lee made crazy words before the game. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Being led by a team like Inter Milan, his ability was completely insufficient. The next game was a massacre in the stands. Crazy Lee was smiling and signing autographs for the fans. Even many fans from the UAE and other countries stood up from the stands and squeezed into Crazy Lee's seat. The excitement was like a fan autograph session held in the stands. Inside the stadium, Inter Milan was madly performing a goal show. In the 68th minute of the game, Inter Milan was already leading the opponent 7-0. Cameroon cheetah, Eto'o, and Inter Milan's new prince, Diego Milito, had both scored twice and sat on the bench to wipe their sweat leisurely. The newly played Bayern scored the team's 7th goal in the 67th minute. At this time, Chengnan Yai completely collapsed. There was no power to fight back. There was no point for the head coach Chef Yujing to stand on the sidelines. He returned to his seat in the coach's seat, looking up at the sky blue plastic ceiling of the coach's seat, like a poor man who was beaten up by Sister Furin. He collapsed to the point of losing his mind. The players of Siang Namile were on the field also lost the mad dog spirit that Koreans are proud of. They became scabby dogs with broken spines. And the goals continued. The 76th minute. Foul. Cho Bing-ju knocked down by an irony. Free kick. About 25 meters away from the goal, in an excellent position. Snejda took the penalty. Shoot. The ball went in. A powerful lark. Zheng Chenglang had no reaction at all. 8:0! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. The 84th minute. Stankovic. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Long shot. This ball goes in. Super world wave. Unstoppable. A sudden shot from 30 meters away from the goal. 9:0! Exclamation point. The audience in the stands shouted wildly at this time. Quote 10:0! Exclamation point. 10:0! Exclamation point, exclamation point. 10:0. The fans raised their hands high, spread their fingers, and roared like thunder at the field. This is the most important game since the start of this Club World Cup, and it is also the most exciting game. Crazy Lee promised all the Nerazzurri that he would set off a blue and black storm, and now he has done it. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the 10th goal. That would be even more perfect. Crazy Lee in the stands was also waving his ironic slap with a smile. 10:0, will it come? The answer was soon revealed in the 90th minute. Stankovic's long shot hit the defender of Chengnan Yaishianma and bounced off the bottom line, winning a corner kick for the Blue and Black Army. Bayern, who came on as a substitute, took the corner kick. Inter Milan completed a perfect head relay in the penalty area of Chengnan Yaishianma. The substitute player Thiago Motta leaned against the defender and headed the ball. At the back point, the captain of the Brazilian national team Lucio jumped high like an angry lion, roared and headed the ball into the goal, scoring Inter Milan's 10th goal in this game. 10-0. This is crazy. Inter Milan beat the Asian champion club without any chance to fight back. All 10 goals were brilliant. Although that guy was sitting in the stands and not doing his job, this was still a game that was heavily branded by Madmanly. The crazy attacking formation and the continuous storm-like offensive Chengnan Yaishianma team was firmly nailed to the pillar of shame. First update point: there are 2 more updates Continue to work hard to write. Make up for yesterday. Point friendly recommendation of this book. Recommend a book. Everyone go to support it. If you are interested, try to collect it. The author has promised. Read 40,000 words and still feel that it is not good. Go to the book review area and hack him to death. Book title: The Great Evil God. Point book number 1,931,230. Introduction. The left hand divides the soul. The right hand transforms the soul. Point relying on the supreme soul that devours everything. Watch Lee Zhaoqi break through the underworld while chatting and laughing in this magical land that gathers countless reincarnated overlords in history. Soar into the sky. Destroy countless pie in the sky. Step by step reach the pinnacle. Do whatever he wants and look down on the world. Chapter 674. The King of Blue and Black Storm returns. Inter Milan's debut at the 2010 Club World Cup ended with a blue and black goal storm that shook the entire stadium. When the referee blew the whistle, the whole stadium was filled with open palms, and everyone's 10 fingers were like the scorer at the Zaid Sports City Stadium, slapping the face of the Chengnan Yai team! 10:0! This is another goal that set a record for the single score in the Club World Cup. The cheers of the fans in the stands continued unabated. The night in the port city of Zaid went on into the night amidst the cheers like raging waves. In the distance, the sound of waves was heard, and the sea was also intoxicated by the crazy performance of the Blue and Black Army. After the whistle sounded, the players of Qingnanyi and Chyanma finally showed the mad dog spirit that Koreans are proud of. They ran into the player tunnel like a mad dog that had broken free from its reins. Goalkeeper Zheng Chenglong, who claimed before the game that he and his teammates would give Lee the Madman a blow, ran in the front, and the team's head coach Xia Fujing ran even slower than the boys. They didn't even look at the Korean fans in the stands, although more than 1,000 fans shouted hoarsely for the group of players who were beaten up and didn't know the height of the world. This still couldn't stop the players of Qingnanyi and Chyanma from staring at the boos and laughter and bowing to express their gratitude. Inter Milan's players lined up in front of the fans. They bowed to the fans in the stands in all directions to express their gratitude. Eto'o, the Cameroon cheetah who performed a hat trick, opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that looked like they had been brushed with black toothpaste for a long time, and threw both of his shoes into the stands, which attracted a scramble from the fans. He himself clapped and thanked the fans barefoot. When the Inter Milan players finally arrived at the place where the Chinese fans gathered, Diego Milito took off his jersey, shook it, and threw it up. The other players followed suit and thanked the Chinese fans in the stands in this way. Damn. A fan in Arab costume in the distance was very unhappy. I shouted the whole game. My throat was about to catch fire. Why didn't they throw jerseys and shoes in our direction? If Crazy Lee was an Arab, maybe the stars would do this. Well, you know, Crazy Lee is the one who controls their fate in Misa. Of course, the stars have to show goodwill to their head coach in this way. The Arab fan nodded helplessly. That's right, I would do the same. That's Crazy Lee! Exclamation mark. My super idol. On the court. After the game, Lee Tongfan appeared on the sidelines. He held a small 5-star red flag in his hand and waved to the fans in the stands to express his gratitude. This game was completely created by the crazy fans. The momentum of the Devils' home court, Inter Milan completely dominated both on and off the court, and the fanatical atmosphere was as if the game was held in Misa. Old Lee hugged and congratulated Inter Milan's players one by one. Hey, Javier, great. Are you really 36 years old? That assist. TSK. Textbook perfection. Samuel, you are a genius at scoring goals. Hey, Wesley, I really wish you were a player for the Chinese team, so we would have a world-class midfield master. Old Lee praised the players one by one. Douglas Macon was also ecstatic after experiencing such a dreamlike victory. Although the opponent was pitifully weak, such a passionate style and formula made him enjoy the feeling of being free and unrestrained in the Mourinho era. He stood in the distance and watched Crazy Lee praise his teammates one by one. Suddenly, I couldn't help but think, if he is willing to come and say a word to me, then what's wrong with me staying in Inter Milan? At least he gave me new hope and motivation. Just then, hey, Douglas, how do you feel? Lee Tongfan came to Macon, stretched out his hand, and asked with a smile, "Ah. Very good, sir." Macon was stunned for a moment. The previous media's extensive reports made him preconceived that Crazy Lee disliked him and wanted to drive him out of Mesa. However, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to smile and greet him, which made Macon a little overwhelmed for a while, making him flustered. Lee Tongfan smiled. "Douglas, you see, at Inter Milan, we still have many trophies and honors to fight for. I think if you stay, it is actually a very good choice." Macon wanted to explain something. "You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. After all, this is very important for your career." Lee Tongfan shook his hand to stop Macon's panic explanation. "You know, I hate betrayal, such as Mamadou Sakho. But you have made outstanding contributions to Inter Milan. If you choose to leave openly, I will not embarrass you. Of course, it is better to stay, and I don't have to go to the transfer market to find a suitable target." After speaking, Lee Tongfan turned around and left. It's useless to say more. A player with a super high football IQ like Macon will understand his situation and make his own decision. Leoli only needs him to give himself an answer as soon as possible. Whether he stays or leaves, he will make a final decision as soon as possible. If it is still like last season, that's not okay. If you are in KO's camp and your heart is with Han, Inter Milan's appearance in the Club World Cup shocked the football world, and Crazy Lee's debut in the Nerazzurri also forced countless people who still liked the joke of Crazy Lee, who was still in the suspension period, to shut their mouths angrily. The media rushed to report on this record-breaking 10:0 victory, a shocking victory with a huge score. The Nerazzurri set off a magnificent goal performance in Zaid City. This is the style of the Triple Crown. Inter Milan did not let the long distance. The fans who came here are disappointed. As long as they are in normal condition, they are invincible. Gazzetta dello Sport sang the praises of this victory. Benitez dismissed get out of class and Crazy Lee took over. Moratti made the most appropriate choice this winter. The god on the sidelines of the football field is much better than the Spaniard, even if he can only sit in the stands. This heavyweight signing is showing his power. Spain's Marca is also paying attention to the performance of Crazy Lee Zashi. I saw the fans sitting with a smile in the midst of the bright red 5-star red flag. I saw the fans in the stands crazily pushing towards the fan, asking for autographs regardless of the wonderful game going on. And I saw the Inter Milan players after the game. I came to bow in front of the Chinese fans and thanked. Seeing all this, as a Chinese reporter, my eyes were a little moist. This is not me being sensational. When those foreign colleagues looked at me with envy, they only accepted me. During the interview, I felt like my blood was boiling and burning. CCTV special correspondent Lee Woo-jin wrote this in his blog that night. The media's crazy propaganda continues. The Triple Crown winner returns, and the suspense for the Serie A title reigns again. Moratti appreciates the team's performance and wants to go to Abu Dhabi to cheer for the final in person. Milan coach Allegri bluntly said that such a team of Inter Milan is terrifying! God helps the prince to be reborn, and Prince Milito is resurrected with a hat. Diego, Benitez is not as good as Crazy Lee. I find the feeling of scoring goals after the semi-finals between Inter Milan and South Korea Seoul-Namanchyanmar. The other semi-final of the 2010 Club World Cup took place at the Zaid Sports City Football Stadium the next day. The two sides were the South American champions International of Brazil and African champion DRC Mazembe. In terms of strength, the Brazilian international team is obviously much stronger. In the 10 years since the Club World Cup was founded, no African team has ever reached the finals before the game. The odds of the major authoritative football media, famous football commentators, and major sports betting companies in Europe, no matter from which aspect, it is a sure thing that the Brazilian international team will enter the final. You must know that the international team was in 2006. In the final of the Club World Cup last year, he defeated Barcelona, a red and blue team that had magician Ronaldinho at its peak, which shows how powerful it is. But the final result shocked everyone. The Mazembe team of the Democratic Republic of the Congo suffered the biggest upset in the 10 years since the establishment of the Club World Cup. They defeated Internacional Brazil 2:0 and entered the Club World Cup final with their heads held high. They will compete in the Zaid Football Club on the 18th. City Stadium, and, Nerazzurri, Inter Milan start a life or death battle for the final championship, but this time, no one believed that they could create a miracle. Inter Milan is not Brazil's Inter. Crazy's blue-black storm has just started. As long as Mazembe, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is not beaten 10:0 like South Korea Siang Milan Myanmar, it will be considered a victory. In the days before the final, Inter Milan's training tasks are still very easy. Lee Tongfan learned through the FM 2010 system query that the current physical fitness and potential of this team are severely overstretched. This is not only the reason for Benitez's continuous fierce battles in the first half of the season, but also the reason for Mourinho's failure in the last half of the season. The ability of the players on the season team is squeezed. Madman is a coach who is very good at tapping the potential of the team. He almost squeezes out the energy of the players. Benitez is so unlucky this season, with widespread injuries in the team, and Mourinho also have a close relationship. Therefore, during this winter break, Leoli's main strategy is to let the team rest. The 10:0 victory in the last game earned Lee Tongfan at least 6 character points in the FM 2010 system. Although Lee Tongfan was suspended and sent to the stands, this did not affect the prediction function of the FM 2010 system. It may be because the opponent was relatively weak, and it did not trigger the system task. The only flaw caused by the suspension is that during the process of formulating the FM system, Leoli can only have the right to operate the previous troops and formations. Once the system formula starts, the whole process is like a midfield training, substitutions on the spot, etc. Leoli can no longer operate. Such restrictions make no sense whatsoever. Leoli can re-predict at any time by rereading the file until the game is won. Moreover, the opponent is too weak, and basically one prediction can be done. The upcoming final is not challenging for Inter Milan at all. Lee Tongfan's eyes have already looked at the transfer market. Through observation during this period of time, he has basically determined the target of the signing. Second update. More than 10,000 words today. The cold is not healed yet, but the mood is much better. Daozi wants to say, thank you brothers for your enthusiastic rewards. Monthly tickets, subscriptions, and recommendations. I have been fighting so hard until now, and my eyebrows hurt a lot. There are always a few days when I still have a headache. Suddenly I heard that the author of the female frequency had a cerebral hemorrhage, which scared me to death. Why do I feel that my headache is also a big hidden danger? Coding has also become a high-risk industry. Okay, I'm a little shameless, but my heart is too soft. I can't help but recommend this new competitive book, basketball competitive article, Raging Forward. Book number 1,904,458. Brothers and sisters who like this kind of book can go and have a look. Chapter 675, Blue and Black Storm Transfer. Time is passing slowly. For many Inter Milan fans, they really want to have a magical clock in their hands at this moment. As long as they gently twist the hands, they can make time flow quickly so that they can appreciate the Nerazzurri in Abu Dhabi. It's a glorious moment for Zabi to lift the Club World Cup trophy. Many Nerazzurri firmly believe that the Club World Cup final is just a formality. No one can stop the blue-black storm that is gradually forming. The glory of the Triple Crown has returned, and the king has returned to the top of glory. Inter Milan will make those who have madly challenged the dignity of the king in the past 6 months pay a bloody price. When the king was angry, he was bleeding and floating in the oars, and his corpse was floating thousands of miles away! 2. Just when everyone is looking forward to the Club World Cup final, tens of millions of transfers continue to come from the European football winter transfer market, attracting the attention of fans all over the world. Liverpool, which has had an unfavorable season and a poor record, took the lead in breaking the deadlock on transfers between giants. They used the price of £6 million to sell the Dutch winger Ryan Babel, whose former coach Benitez spent €11.5 million to buy, to Bundesliga upstart Hoffenheim, and then use the money, plus the new owner Henry's investment, brought in Uruguayan killer Luis Suarez at a high price of €26.5 million. Suarez performed well in the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, especially his handball in front of the goal in the quarter-finals against the Three Lions England team, which made many fans remember him. After the World Cup, among the best lineups officially selected by the World Football Federation, this player nicknamed the Killer can partner with Leo Messi, who won the championship in the first battle, which shows how huge his potential is. In fact, in addition to his wonderful performance in the World Cup, Luis Suarez has long been famous in the Eredivisie. He scored 36 goals and 17 assists in 35 games in a single season. He scored 6 goals in a single game. Super report card. These have long attracted the attention of the world's richest families. Liverpool suddenly made a lightning move to sign him during the winter transfer period, causing many hesitant clubs who wanted to wait until the summer transfer period to make plans to complain and regret it. After Liverpool announced the high-priced introduction of Killer Suarez, people had not yet reacted to this shocking transfer worth tens of millions, and another blockbuster bomb exploded in the transfer market. This time, the protagonist is Nerazzurri Inter Milan. December 17th. Inter Milan announced the winter signings on its official website. The club has officially reached an agreement with the Premier League team Newcastle, and has introduced Welsh fullback Gareth Bale, English forward Nicholas Gigi and fullback David Thornton in a package of €45 million. As soon as the news came out, it shocked the whole world. This can definitely be regarded as a robbery-like acquisition. There is no doubt that Newcastle is definitely hemorrhaging money. The three people recruited by Inter Milan are all superstars recognized by European footballers having unlimited potential. I really don't know what Newcastle's new boss John Henry is thinking. Or is it possible? Has he become such an idiot that he will not give up until Newcastle is restored to its original form? Faced with crazy opposition from Magpies fans, John Henry explained in an interview with the Newcastle Post, "This is a very ordinary player trade issue. I don't think there is anything difficult to accept. Without Bale, we still have Marcelo. Without Thornton, we still have Stephen Taylor. And without Giannis Cat, we still have Irving and Carroll. These three players are not the absolute main force of the team. They are still too young. Who knows whether they will be worth 45 million in a few seasons. I will use these funds to bring more great and mature stars to St. James Park, and Mr. Rijkaard also appreciates this approach very much." John Henry felt that he had explained it very satisfactorily. As a businessman, he has no doubt that he has made a good deal. In his view, the management of the club is a disguised form of venture capital, and the transaction that has just concluded is a sure profit investment. The three young men, except for Thornton, who is the absolute main player, the other two players are rotation players. Who knows what potential will look like in 3 or 4 years. Maybe you will lose money in your hands. 45 million is simply a super big snack delivered to your door. What is more important than money is that he needs to weaken the influence of the former chairman and head coach Matt Manley at St. James Park. Gigi, Thornton and Bell are all direct descendants of Matt Manley, young and passionate. Selling it was just what he wanted. He even wanted to bury Marcelo, Loris and others, but these people were the absolute main force of the team, and the head coach Rijkaard was firmly anti-imperialist, so he gave up. But it is obvious that the fans find it difficult to accept the club chairman's explanation. Henry's head is filled with shit. The wealth he built up with Lee is about to be wiped out. David Thornton will be the left winger of the team in the next 10 years. He is so young and capable, and he actually bought. Does Henry only have money in his eyes? It's Lee poaching. Newcastle's record this season is not very good. After half a season, they are ranked 4th in the Premier League standings and barely qualified for next season's Champions League. Moreover, after losing Ronaldo, their main striker Michael Owen was injured for half the season 3 times and missed many games. If Rijkaard had not worked hard to retain Andy Carroll, the results would probably be even worse. Magpies fans originally expected the team to introduce some heavyweight stars during the winter transfer period to strengthen the team's competitiveness in order to maintain the momentum of sweeping opponents like a Storm in the Crazy Lee era. Who would have thought that the superstar did not wait, but what he waited for? The star of hope in the team was sold off. How could they not be anxious? How can you not be angry? They even hung a giant banner at the team's training base. Henry, we are waiting for the superstar you promised to bring us. 1 day later, Newcastle's chairman John Henry gave the answer to the fans. The club announced that it would purchase Brazilian fullback SYNOPSIS from the Italian giants Roma for €6 million to make up for the vacancy left by Thornton. With SYNOPSIS and the growing Mancini, Newcastle does not seem to need to worry about the team's right wing point in terms of forwards. There are also some rumors in the English media. It is said that Newcastle is eyeing Atletico Madrid striker Agüero and Lions striker Lisandro Lopez, and even former Arsenal striker Eduardo is also interested. Among the goals, as for SYNOPSIS, who has already been acquired, Newcastle fans maintain a wait-and-see attitude. The Brazilian fullback has a strong assist ability. He once played for a giant like Real Madrid, and is relatively well known internationally. The only regret is that he is a bit older. Of course, you can also say that SYNOPSIS has rich experience like John Henry. The fans are silent. Whether it was a mule or a horse, they were waiting for SYNOPSIS' performance. As long as SYNOPSIS can't help the team, it is estimated that the accumulated emotions of the Magpies will be enough to turn St. James Park into a volcano erupting with magma. Inter Milan's transfer operation of purchasing Thornton, Bale, and Gigi for $45 million won unanimous praise from authoritative football media and Nerazzurri. Thornton was originally a treasure from the Nerazzurri youth training camp. Before he could show his prominence in the Inter Milan first team, he was abducted by Crazy Lee. Later, the little guy performed well at St. James Park Stadium. I don't know how many the diehard Nerazzurri scolded Madman Lee shamelessly, and the club coaches for being short-sighted. Now, Madman Lee has become the commander-in-chief of Misa, and the wandering prodigal son has returned to his mother's arms. The whole blue sky the black camp is rejoicing, although Gareth Bale's performance at Newcastle was average, especially when he was completely at a disadvantage with Marcelo during Rijkaard's coaching period. He was better because of his youth, and the potential of the Welsh teenager has also been recognised in European football. It has received unanimous praise, and many people believe that under the guidance of a talent like Crazy Lee, it may bring a miracle to world football. As for Nicolas Gigi, let alone that point as early as when he was loaned to AC Milan, Gigi shocked the Apennine Peninsula. The little guy's performance at San Siro once steadily surpassed the Brazilian golden boy Pato. He scored wonderful goals in 2 Milan games, and even performed a hat-trick, and the astonishing taillight frequency conversion technology won the praise of senior celebrities such as football king Pelé and art master Zidane, leaving an indelible impression on the Nerazzurri. The Italian media even mentioned it. The name of Angel is on Gigi's head. The arrival of the English mixed-race youngster also makes the Nerazzurri fans ecstatic. Gazzetta dello Sport was full of praise for Inter Milan's lightning transfer operation, a very cost-effective transfer. Emperor Blanca once again showed us his superb transfer skills and vision. In my opinion, this is not an investment in the future as many people said. David, Gareth and Nicholas are all excellent players who can compete. Of course, I also smell the smell of Crazy Lee. This kind of lightning fast finalization is the typical style of Crazy Lee, and to introduce them so smoothly, I guess Crazy Lee's appeal also played a big role. Gazzetta dello Sport teased Newcastle chairman John Henry at the end. The most important thing is that we need to thank Mr. John Henry for his generosity. Haha, 45 million. He feels that he has taken a big advantage. Maybe for one season. Oh no, after half a season, Mr. Henry will be thinking about crying. Gazzetta dello Sport's statement was also rarely supported by the English media. The more authoritative media in England, such as the Daily Express, the Times, the Mirror, the Observer, and World Football, are all pessimistic about Newcastle's transfer. As media familiar with all kinds of gossip in the circle, they can naturally see the behind-the-scenes information conveyed by this transfer. For John Henry, it is naturally an unquestionable choice to find a way to eliminate the influence left by Crazy Lee, but the means taken are a bit stupid, which simply ruins the team's future hopes. The most pitiful person is Rijkaard. The Dutchman with a relatively docile personality misses the former chairman Crazy Lee very much at this moment, because Crazy Lee knows the Dutchman's work so well. And John Henry? It will probably take a long time for him to transform from a businessman to a real club chairman. This period of time is crucial for the Newcastle club. If the team can hold on, then they can really become a Premier League powerhouse. Otherwise, the storm continues. After acquiring Thornton, Bale and Gigi, Inter Milan's acquisition pace has not stopped at all, because according to the news previously revealed by Gazzetta dello Sport, Moratti has only spent a little over half of the 80 million transfer funds he spent. Emperor Branca is like a ghost hanging over the heads of major European teams. He still flies back and forth between major European leagues all day long. Many club owners will pray in fear before going to bed at night. Don't let that Italian take a fancy to the players of their clubs. Otherwise, with the appeal of Madman Lee to the players and the huge reputation of Inter Milan, as well as the flying Euros, who can resist? For a time, major European media outlets were all reporting Blanca's actions in a speculative manner. Blanca appears in Portugal. Nerazzurri eyeing Argentine winger Di Maria transfer Emperor appears in Germany. Wolfsburg-centered Zico enters the site of Crazy Lee. Inter Milan goes all out to attack Slovak midfielder Hamzik Moratti likes Brazilian prodigy Neymar. New Caganzo is the first target of Blanca Emperor. Mascherano, who is frustrated at Camp Nou, is expected to renew his relationship with Crazy Lee. Alien Ronaldo may return to the European League. Latest news: Benzema may transfer to Inter Milan this winter transfer period because of Crazy Lee and the legendary 80 million euros. Inter Milan, which performed poorly in the first half of the league, has transformed into a super protagonist that is unrivaled at the moment. Although other giants occasionally make big moves, they are difficult to attract the attention of fans and the media. The winter transfer market officially opens on January 1st. Many people can foresee that by then, there will undoubtedly be many unfamiliar faces in the Nerazzurri's lineup, and the second half of the season will basically be a brand new season for the team. Let me tell you something. I didn't expect such a big reaction from Milan fans. This is just like a novel. When I wrote about Spain before, I said that, no matter how it is written in the novel, the achievements of the team in reality are eternal. Haha, I apologize to Milan fans. Thank you brothers and sisters for your concern. Today, several fans ask me about my cold. I feel much better. At least the fever has subsided, but I just have a little cough. Thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.